Chapter 1. One moment it feels like everything you've ever wanted is within reach. The future you hoped for, the love you never believed was possible, the life you fought for, there at the edge of your fingertips. And then you reach out, certain it's finally yours, you grasp hold only to open your clenched hand and find there's nothing left in your palm but dust and ash. I can't go back into the ball held in my honor as the gifted. I survived the Retterheld. More, I fucking won it. Me, Rose Cultivaris. Lady Rose Cultivaris. I've been given a divine gift from the great goddess Edda herself, and I have never felt more ruined. My magic is restored, my title, my wealth. But what of my happiness? Kay is furious with me. Kyor has walked away from me. Hlyn is dead. I am cripplingly alone. I dreamed of this moment so many times. In the deprivation of the slums, I fantasized about this very heartbeat pulsing with magic. Yet now that it's here, I realize the depth of my foolishness. Wealth and magic may keep your stomach full and your skin warm, but they do nothing for your heart. And mine is broken. Shattered beyond repair. Kyor chose his crown over me. Over us. The love I believed we shared was nothing more than an illusion, a twisted game from a twisted prince. Snow drifts around me as I stumble away from the palace, only half aware of the direction I'm heading in, towards the courtier's arc. It's where my family home once stood. It must be there still, and if so, then it should be mine now. Everything taken from me was to be returned. That was what I asked the goddess for. And as she made good on my magic, I have no reason to doubt she will fulfill my wish. Shuddering against the icy winds that bite at my skin, I stride through the highhold, keeping my head low as occasional stragglers make their way to the ball. Once I'm there, once I'm home, I'll let myself feel the magnitude of the betrayals that have torn my heart to shreds. "Lady Rose," an uncertain voice calls after me. "Lady Rose, may I speak with you for a moment?" I pause, but don't turn around. Gods, I'm done for tonight, so done. I cannot bear to hear more false words of congratulations at my astounding feat, all while the wealthy wolves of Rohelm share surreptitious looks, trying to work out why I am the one Edda chose. But the young woman speaks again. "Lady Rose, you are going home, are you not? I'm here to accompany you, milady." The deference in her tone and the way she says, "milady," tells me this isn't a member of the court, so I turn. The woman is of a similar age to me, but dressed in the plain black-and-white smock of the palace housemaids, with the addition of a large rucksack on her back. My breath quickens. Someone in the same uniform spoke to me at length earlier this evening, and the drawing she showed me was only the start of the heartache I've endured during what should have been my celebration. And I refuse to endure more. "If you're here for Thea," I begin. "Thea? No," the maid interrupts, shaking her head. I know nobody of that name, milady. No, I'm here because the priestess sent me. I carry your possessions from the Retterheld as well." She gestures to the bag on her back. "I'm yours." "Mine?" I question, only for her to dip into a curtsy. "Your housemaid." "You mean you're to work for me?" I say, finally making sense of what she's telling me. "If it's agreeable to you." Her teeth worry her lower lip as though she's concerned I'll send her back to tell the priestesses she failed to do as they requested of her. And part of me is tempted to. My life is ashes on the wind. A few smoldering embers in the gray that may well catch and burn anything they drift too close to. I don't need anyone to bear witness to that. But this young woman doesn't know that. She has merely been tasked with a job. Possibly even chosen by the goddess herself. "What is your name?" I ask her. "Summer, milady." She curtsies again as she speaks. I'll need someone to help me with the house, even if I am to live there alone. The thought causes a deep throb to burn behind my ribs, and tears I refuse to shed in public threaten to show again. "Call me Rose," I reply, the decision as quick as the turn of my heel. "Come, we'll go there now." We continue through the courtier's arc in silence. Every step is a trial in its own right, one in which I'm forced to smother this searing emptiness that fills me. This isn't what the return to my family home was supposed to be like. Me alone with a maid, about whom I know nothing but her name. I dreamed that Kay would be by my side as well as my friends, that there would be drinks, dancing, and laughter filling the air. I imagined a feeling like everything had suddenly fallen into place. Victory was never about erasing the losses I had endured. I knew before I entered the Retterheld that even the goddess couldn't bring my murdered baby brother Florian back to me, couldn't bring my parents back. But it was meant to feel different from this. It was meant to feel like life could finally begin. That's not how I feel at all. It's only when my feet stop, my body rigid and unmoving, that I look up to find myself outside the stone facade of my childhood home. The windows are dark with dust and age. The moss on the roof is denser too. But so much of it is the same. The wrought iron gate, the carved filigree patterns etched on the door. And even though the plants that filled the window ledges are wilted and yellow, the pots are still there. My mother's pots. This is my home. There's no light inside it, no sense that anyone has occupied it since my family was forcefully evicted all those years ago. I stare at the lock on the door. I have no key. And yet no sooner than the thought forms than I catch sight of something glittering atop one of the planters. A key, which I could have sworn wasn't there even a heartbeat ago. "Thank you, Etta," I murmur as I pick up the heavy brass item and slip it into the lock. For what little it's worth, the goddess has certainly held up her side of the bargain. My breath stutters as I stand on the threshold of my home, key in place. This is what I wanted, to return here. So why am I quavering? Because without my family, it will never be a home, merely a house. A house filled with memories that may yet destroy me. Steeling myself against whatever waits for me inside, I draw in a long breath, turn the key, and step over the threshold. The hallway is dim and cold, surfaces layered with dust and grime, and yet somehow it's exactly as I remember it. The green tapestries on the walls, the golden chandeliers, the curved windows letting in light from the high hold and beyond. It is 4 stories of luxury, and even includes an orangery with more plants than anywhere else in Rohelm, excluding the goddess's garden, of course. All that's missing is my family. Closing my eyes, I inhale so deeply it's as though I'm trying to pull the memories from the woodwork, to force laughter and songs and aromas of cooking and brews from the very bricks of the building. But as a single tear trickles down my cheek, I face the fact that even the goddess cannot grant me that. Summer is respectfully silent as I reacquaint myself with my old home, running my fingers along the wooden wall panels. When I feel a chink in the wood, the memory hits as hard as the clanging of metal all those years ago. I was sparring with my father. We were only meant to use wooden swords in the house, but Mother was working, healing, so we took the risk. Father always had a sixth sense of when she would return home, giving us time to hide the evidence of our shenanigans. On this occasion, though, the damage was too great to repair, and Mother chastised us both sternly. No swords in the house. A sad laugh threatens to form in my throat, but before it can, Summer breaks the silence. "My lady, should I prepare you something to eat?" she suggests, wiping her hands on her pinafore as if she's readying herself to work. "Unless you ate at the ball." I did not. It's been over a day since I last ate, though I haven't noticed any hunger. It's not a surprise. I know better than most how heartbreak and devastation can destroy a person's appetite. However, now that food has been mentioned, hunger pangs bloom as a dull ache beneath my ribs. "Some food would be good, thank you," I say gratefully. "Come, I'll show you to the kitchen." At some point, I'll have to give her a tour of the entire house. But even showing Summer the kitchen, the heart of the home where my mother would brew and cook, where we would eat our meals, or in Florian's case, mush it into his high chair, Feels somehow wrong without Kay present. As I continue down the hallway, another memory surfaces. Kay riding upon my back, using me not as a horse, but as a direwolf. The sound of my father's familiar belly laughs rolling through the air as he bounced a giggling Florian in his arms, while Kay struggled to remain on my increasingly bucking frame. In the end, Kay had marched off sulking because I wasn't being a nice wolfie, too focused on making our brother laugh. Perhaps that was true. I can't even remember now, but I wish I could. "It's a little worn and dusty," Summer mutters as she looks around, assessing her new place of employment. "But nowhere near as dirty as it should be." She's not wrong. Though it may not be filthy, everything is on the wrong side of old. Pots with overgrown vines clutter the shelves. They're part of my mother's history, and from the way several have risen up the wall, their tendrils intertwined, her irrigation system appears to have been working all this time. Even so, many are half dead, having outgrown their 2 small pots years ago, with white roots bursting through the bottoms. The temptation to help them is too much. I reach out with my magic and give a turn of my wrist, then watch and wonder as stems shift and straighten, and wilted leaves turn lush and verdant, as the plants return to health before my eyes. They'll need repotting, and soon, but I can give them this for now at least. "Oh, milady, your magic is beautiful," Summer gasps. A smile lingers momentarily on my lips before I turn my attention to the rest of the kitchen. It's hard to see the space with fresh eyes rather than ones layered with nostalgia, but I try. If this is the home we will live in, then it's important to see it with a view to moving forward rather than staying stuck in the past. Only madness and despair lie that way. I should know. Besides, I know it's what our parents would have wanted for me. A fresh start. Though in truth, there is nothing fresh about the kitchen. The large table requires cleaning, as do the floor and the countertops. In fact, everything requires cleaning, meaning that as hungry as I am, cooking will have to wait until this place has been dealt with. I think there might be some buckets and cloths under the sink, I tell Summer, already moving into action. Having a job to do will help me keep my mind off Kay and Kyor, and right now, that's what I need. With both of us working, we should be able to get it usable quickly enough. "Both of us?" she says, blinking. "Milady, you can't clean your dress." As I glance down, I realize she's right. I'm still in my ball gown. The deep green gown with the lace-up back that Thea tightened. Thea, the woman Kyor supposedly loved before he loved me. If he ever loved either of us. It's impossible to know what's true anymore. My memory draws me back to the spire, to Thea curling my hair, pretending to help me. It's enough to make me feel sick all over again. "You're right," I say, suddenly desperate to get out of the ball gown. "I'll be back shortly." My breath quickens as I head into the hallway. It's as though the threads of the corset are being pulled tighter and tighter, crushing my ribs. I yank at the fabric, trying to free myself, trying to stop my head from swimming as my lungs scream for air. I've barely reached the bottom of the staircase when a loud chime rings abruptly through the house. My stomach jolts as I freeze. A bell? Adrenaline surges through me, more overwhelming than ever before. Gasping with fear, I scrabble for a weapon before my brain catches up to the moment. This is not a call to arms. The bell isn't to warn me of a trial commencing, but merely to announce that someone is at the door. Embarrassment warms my cheeks as I try to slow my thundering heart. Yet my breaths are still shallow, even as Summer joins me in the hall, wiping her hands on her apron. "Are you expecting visitors, milady?" Visitors? Who would be visiting me now when the ball is still mid-flow? "Whoever it is," I say, "turn them away." I shrink out of sight, but remain nearby, too curious to leave. She nods briskly. "Of course, milady. It's been a long day." As she moves to the front door, I remain out of view, listening in. "I'm sorry Lady Rose isn't accepting callers," Summer says politely as she opens the door. "She's already asleep."
"Then wake her up,"
a voice snaps.
"or I'll do it myself."
I stiffen. Jonas. He begged me to speak to him at the ball. Was it to discuss his father's engagement to Kay?
I'm not leaving until I speak to her.
Jonas continues forcefully.
This is the goddess's wish. I'll stay here on this doorstep all night if I have to. Rose? Rose?
Jonas shouts into the house.
Rose!
Please, sir. Summer tries again. Please, Lady Rose is sleeping.
Rose, I know you're...
It's all right, Summer, I say, stepping out of the shadows. You can let him in. He won't be staying long. The comment is as much for Jonas's benefit as for Summer's. The maid nods at me before pointedly looking at Jonas and then back at me. It takes me a moment to realize she's waiting to see if I will require her to fetch drinks. But I meant the comment about Jonas not staying, and so I give her a quick shake of my head. At the gesture, she scurries back to the kitchen, leaving Jonas and me alone. Manners dictate that I offer him a seat in one of the countless reception rooms. But it's late, and he's intruding, so he can damned well stand in the entryway.
Rose.
His eyes scan me, as if looking for injuries.
You ran from the ball,
he says, stepping closer.
I couldn't find you. Is everything okay?
I fold my arms. Is this you asking? Or your father?
My father?
He frowns in confusion, and I meet his expression with one that I'm certain is nearly identical. If he doesn't know of the engagement, then why the hell is he here? Ugh, surely not to propose again. What do you want, Jonas?
I wanted to come see you,
he says, nerves creeping into his expression. He looks away and tugs at the cuffs of his shirt, avoiding my gaze.
Needed to. There's something you and I must discuss.
He clears his throat, but he seems suddenly unable to form words. Well? I place my hands on my hips. Spit it out.
It is something I should have told you before.
He finally looks at me, his eyes already begging me to understand.
I've wanted to tell you. You have to believe me that I really wanted to, but...
His voice fades. But... I await his answer, expecting it to come promptly, yet he remains silent. My hands flex and clench as I try to claw any last dregs of patience from the depths of my exhausted frame. But I'm done. I don't even have the energy left to shake an answer out of him. Jonas. His name leaves me with a sigh. By the love of the mother, just tell me what you came to say so that you can fuck off and I can go to bed. He nods forcefully as he draws in a trembling breath.
Yes, you're right. I have to tell her,
he says, more to himself than to me.
The goddess insisted.
The goddess? Surprise catches me off guard, and for the first time since he hammered on the door, a modicum of my fatigue is replaced by intrigue. What has Etta told him to do? Jonas's Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. Nervousness radiates from him. You spoke to the goddess? I press as an unexpected dryness claims my throat.
Yes. When you were portated out of the caves, she spoke to me then.
Nerves scrape my stomach. I assumed that when I was brought to the spire, Jonas would be instantly portated out too. Why would he have needed to remain there after I had gone? Why would she have needed to speak to him alone? Why? I set the word free from my mind. Why did she speak to you? Jonas's eyes dart around the hallway and linger pointedly towards the kitchen.
Perhaps some privacy?
I don't deny him the request a second time. My stomach has coiled tight since his mention of the goddess, and I push open the nearest door to me, not even realizing which room I have invited him into until we're inside. My father's study. In an effort to warm the house, Summer already has a fire burning in the grate, and I'm grateful for the heat of it as the ghosts of memory stir. Images of me sitting upon the armchair listening to my father's stories of battles while Florian crawled around my ankles threaten to consume my thoughts. I turn away from the heavy wooden desk, where the memories are most dense, and focus on Jonas. Why did the goddess speak to you, Jonas? What is it you have to tell me? Rather than respond, Jonas begins pacing the room.
It was the safest thing. For everyone, I need you to understand that.
That's why Etta needed to speak to you, because it was safer?
Yes, no.
His fingers claw at his scalp, as if these words are physically paining him. My confusion deepens. Is it to do with Kestria, I wonder? The Retling he blinded? Is there something the goddess believes I can do for her now that my magic has been returned? Our friendship may have been tested of late, but surely he knows that if he asks such a thing of me, I'll gladly do it. But first he has to explain to me what the fuck is going on. Jonas, please. Finally he stops his movements and locks his eyes on mine.
Remember the last thing Etta said to you? That you'd have everything returned to you in time? All the precious things that you'd lost?
With a scoff, I lift my hand, gesturing to where we're standing. My home is mine again, just like I asked, and with it, every memory it possesses. I aim to find them all, trapped as they are in the plaster and cobwebs. I've got it, I say. Haven't you noticed? Jonas shakes his head.
That's not what she was talking about. This isn't the most precious thing.
His breathing hitches, and his hands are trembling.
I'm so sorry, Rose. Really, I am.
Jonas. I've seen Jonas in some of his worst moments. Wanting us to leave him out on the ice to die? Blinding Kestria during the final trial? You can't get much lower than that. And right now, that same raw hopelessness is consuming him once again. His eyes glisten. Jonas, just tell me, I snap, nerves fraying. What the fuck is it?
It's about William.
As the words fly from him in pained terror, my forehead creases, but my pulse lowers by just a fraction. It's not about Kay. Not about my family. She's still safe, even if she is with Arthur. William, I question. Your father's ward? He nods.
Yes. But that's not who he is. Not all he is.
With a single step, he stands in front of me and takes my hand, his fingers closing around mine as if he expects my legs to give way, as if he knows what this will do to me even before the words have left his mouth. Heavy dread curls at my gut. What could he have to tell me about a boy I barely know that could make him fear such a reaction? The question has barely formed in my mind when he answers it.
He's your brother, Rose.
Jonas whispers.
William is your brother. He's Florian.
Chapter 2. My mind is oddly blank. What? The word slips out of me, thin and useless. Jonas isn't making sense. Florian is dead. It was the king's decree that he die in payment for the loss of his own child, and I watched my parents break under the weight of losing him. Those years? That darkness? I felt his absence like a missing limb. My breath grows shallow as my mind scrambles for something solid to hold on to. This has to be a lie. Or perhaps a cruel misunderstanding. A mistake, layered on top of too much grief but wrong all the same. There is no way Florian is alive. We would have known. On some level, we would have known. Confusion creases my brow, and my thoughts skitter and fracture, refusing to line up with any answer other than the one I know must be true. Jonas wants to hurt me. That is the only reason he would say such a cruel and callous thing. No. No. I shake my head, and my entire body quakes as I try to pull away, to recoil from his lies. But Jonas tightens his grip on my hand.
The king didn't kill Florian when he was a baby, Rose.
He repeats, each word slow and deliberate, talking to me as if I were a small child incapable of understanding even something simple.
It was a lie.
I shake my head again. No, this is the lie. No, that's not possible. We were told...
You were lied to.
He cuts in bluntly.
Your brother is alive.
He says firmly.
William is your brother. William is Florian. Florian lives.
The name echoes in my skull, refusing to settle, refusing to be real. My chest tightens, pressure building until it hurts to breathe. It can't be true. My father drank himself to death because my brother died. Florian can't be alive. He can't. I yank my hand from Jonas's grasp and wrap my arms around myself. You're wrong, I whisper as my feet stumble backward. You have to be.
I'm sorry, Rose. I'm so sorry you didn't know the truth sooner.
It's as though the air has been sucked from my lungs. I continue to recoil, but I am barely a foot away from him when my knees buckle entirely and I collapse to the floor. A plume of dust rises on my impact, but my heart is pounding so hard that all I'm aware of is the rush of blood in my ears as I fight to straighten my thoughts. And I need to straighten my thoughts. I need to make this make sense, but it doesn't. Unless he's lying. He has to be. As my initial thought resonates forcefully through my mind once more, I crane my neck upwards and look him in the eye. "You're lying," I rasp. "You're lying. I don't know why, but you are." Jonas's eyes are wide and glazed as he sinks down onto the dirty floor beside me and takes my hands again. I try to pull them away, but he holds me fast and looks me dead in the eye.
Rose, I swear it's true. I swear on my life, on yours, on William's. William is your brother. He is still alive. Please, you have to believe me.
Burning agony consumes my chest as I struggle to draw a breath. And yet through it all, somehow I find that I do. I believe him. I believe that William is my brother. And that is utter madness. I cover my mouth with my hand as tears stream freely down my cheeks. All those years spent mourning a brother who never died. All those days spent longing to hold my kin, and he was there in the very same city as me. All those moments watching my parents crumble. For nothing. Sniffling back tears, I wipe my face with the heel of my hand and look at Jonas. "Why did the goddess ask you to tell me?" My voice cracks. "Why didn't she simply tell me the truth when she gifted me?" Given how Jonas has told me what he came to say, I expect his answer to come freely and without the sense of agitation that filled him when he arrived. And yet he stiffens slightly, that same nervousness continuing to radiate from him. "Jonas," I repeat, "why did she not tell me herself?" As soon as the words leave my lips, I suspect I already know the answer. It's like a knife through my ribs. This revelation is not new information to him. "You knew the truth? All this time?" I whisper the words, but Jonas flinches as if I screamed them. His reaction is all the answer I need. He knew. He knew William was Florian. My shock and anger are replaced by a whole new level of fury as I yank my hands free from his grasp and scramble away, skittering through the dust and grime on the floor. Memories of Florian doing the same on these very floorboards once more billow through my mind, and I don't know whether I want to bat them away or pull them in closer than ever. All I know is that I can't forgive Jonas for this. As I look back up at his tear-streaked face, I am filled with nothing but disgust. This whole time, every moment he and I spent together training and fighting side by side, hell, even kissing, he knew that my brother was alive. My brother lived with him, was raised by him. Jonas called William brother, while I mourned mine. "You bastard!" Rage rockets through me as I lunge to my feet, the skirts of my gown rippling around me. "You fucking bastard!" I scream the words, though insults are suddenly not enough. I want him to hurt like I do. I need to cause him pain, the same pain he has inflicted on me, yet I can't even strike out with my fist, as I'm too blinded by the tears that fill my eyes. I go to scrape them away, but stare at them in shock when they come away not as liquid, but as ice. Fuck. I stumble, clenching my hands, trying to draw breath. Not now. Not after everything.
Rose.
Jonas croaks as he stands, but I don't look at him. I don't want to see that counterfeit concern that will mask the face of his betrayal. Don't need his assurances of support or discretion. They mean nothing to me now. His words mean nothing. My heart clenches from 1,000 pains, as if the ice is as internal as it is external. I thought the Isin magic would be gone now that the goddess has given me back my magic. But of course it's not. That would be too kind of the gods. If only the ice showed itself as a sword again instead of useless ice tears. I wouldn't plunge it through Jonas's heart the way I did with Oki. but I would happily stab him a little. Gods know I would. He deserves pain for everything he kept from my family. From me. For so many years, I blamed Kyor alone for my family's death and destruction, but Jonas could have saved my father by telling us the truth. Of that, I am sure. And for that, I will never forgive him. Anger rolls through me in waves. Why does it have to be here, in my father's office, that I learn his life could have been spared? The gods must be laughing at this one. When my vision finally clears, I look back at Jonas and find him gaping at me. His eyes are wide and bulging, not from shock at the ice shards littered around me, but from something far more visceral. A blue tinge stains his lips. His hands claw at his throat, and with a stilted breath, I realize he isn't breathing. Jonas? I take a step towards him, but he stumbles back until he hits the wall, only to slide down it to the floor. Jonas, what are you doing? His chest is rigid now, not rising. His mouth is opening and closing, fighting for air, but nothing moves, and his face is turning bluer by the second. Something other than anger fires through me. Something worse. Fear. He can't breathe. He's dying. And for all my fury moments ago, I don't want that. Jonas! I yell again, but I can't move. Though the Retterheld is over, apparently the deaths are not. Milady! The door bursts open as Summer explodes into the room with a raised saucepan, which she swings around her head. As I jerk back, I realize she's here to defend me, to beat Jonas to death with a saucepan if that's what it takes. But rather than using her makeshift weapon, she pauses and takes in the tableau that greets her. Jonas collapsed on the floor, me on the other side of the room. I heard you shout, she says uncertainly. Saucepan still held aloft as she takes in the tear tracks down my face, though thankfully the ice has melted. I clear my throat. I'm fine. Jonas gasps and inhales a huge, shuddering breath, pulling air into his starved lungs. Whatever had a grip on him has released. I swallow hard, because I know what had a grip on him. Me. Somehow, I was the one strangling Jonas, stealing the air from his lungs. And if Summer hadn't burst in, if she hadn't startled me and caused me to release whatever magic was consuming me, I would have killed him. Killed one of my oldest friends. And apparently my betrayer. Florian is alive. Florian is alive. Kay is to marry Arthur. Kyor chose his father over me. And somehow, through it all, I am the gifted. The weight of the day, of all that I have endured, presses in on me. From watching Zara plunge her sword into Grenda, to seeing Kyor's pictures of Thea, to the shocking news of Kay's pregnancy and William living. I stand in the house that was meant to bring me joy and a future, yet the past crushes me. How could one gifted by the goddess be forced to suffer so much for so long? When will it end? The answer comes to my mind far quicker than I want it to. Never. For someone like me, life is to be endured, not enjoyed. Everything is okay, I say suddenly to Summer, as if Jonas isn't heaving in grateful breaths. I even force a smile to my lips. It's fine, you can go now. She nods her head but doesn't leave. Instead, she bites down on her lip. Do you need me to take Gladenroot? Gladenroot? It's not a name I'm familiar with, yet its use comes to me with a surge of magic through my ribs. A memory tonic? I have used it for masters before, she tells me unemotionally. She's had her memory wiped? Repeatedly? What? No. The words burst from me with vehemence as I whirl towards her. Never. You never need to do that here. Whatever you see, we'll deal with it. Together. I mean the words with every fiber of my being. Gladenroot might be the answer to forgetting my broken heart, or Jonas's betrayal. But I know, perhaps more than any other person, that we are each the sum of our experiences. That every pain and loss, as much as instances of joy and love, shape us into the person we are. Take those away and it unravels our very essence. So I will live with them all, every rotten memory. And while she's under my roof, so will Summer. You may go, I repeat, my tone far gentler. This time she dips her head, finally lowers the saucepan and leaves. As the door closes, I turn to see that Jonas has recovered his breath and is sitting up, though he's pushing himself away from me at the same time. I can't blame him for that, though I have plenty else to blame him for. Straightening to my full height, I take a step towards him. All this time, I hiss, you hid it from me. You hid him from us. He dips his head, too ashamed to even meet my eyes.
I know, Rose.
How did this come to pass? I demand, my fists clenching as rage surges inside me once more. Why did Corvain not kill him?
I don't know. I tried to find out when I first realized who William was. I promise you I did, but it was hard. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, and I didn't want to endanger him.
I scoff. I don't doubt that whatever his fears were, they were nothing compared to what my family went through. And what did you eventually find out? A little color has returned to Jonas's cheeks, but his eyes are still wary.
The king ordered William's death, but someone somehow hid him away. It was at least a year later when he came to us, and my father simply presented him to me as a new ward.
Anger spikes. Arthur. You men and your fucking fathers! The words explode from my mouth, but they're not the only effect of my rage. Sharp shards of ice shoot from my fingers and into the air, several of which skim Jonas's cheeks and temples. A gasp of shock flies from both of us as blood trickles down towards his chin. Fuck, I'm a mess. A dangerous, icy mess. The way the power flew from me was like the ice blade that killed Oki. Beyond my control. Still, I swallow the automatic apology. After all Jonas has done to me, he owes me more than those few drops of blood. He owes me so much more. Jonas brushes his cheek, smearing the blood in a line. He looks at me finally, yet not with the fear I was expecting, but with deep concern. And fuck him for that.
You need to get that power under control, Rose.
Don't you think I know that? I spit. And it makes me angry all over again that he dares to act as if he cares after all his lies and deception. No, not just angry, hurt. I might not have always agreed with Jonas's decisions in the Retterheld, the way he wanted to go it alone at the end, not to mention his constantly patronizing me. But I believed I could trust him. Trust that he would be there to help me if I truly needed it. Maybe even help me with Kay and his father. But in a single moment, Jonas has shown me that there is not a single person in the Rohelm court I can trust. I was a fool to ever think otherwise.
I am sorry,
Jonas says earnestly, as if a simple apology can right this awful wrong.
About William, about everything. Truly, I really did think about telling you sooner, but I just thought that until the trials were over, it was safer if you didn't know.
Safer for who? I snarl.
For you and William, of course. I didn't know how you'd react if you discovered that Florian is alive. You were rash enough as it was. You needed to be clear-headed to get through the trials. I wanted you to survive, Rose.
The laugh that rattles in my throat is bitter and cold. Oh, right, so you hid my brother from me so that I'd remain clear-headed, did you? I spit. It wasn't your right to keep him hidden from me, you fucking bastard. Magic pulses through me, but whether it's mine, returned to me by the goddess, or whatever the fuck is left in me from the third trial, I cannot say. Trying to stem my panic, I take some deep breaths. Being the gifted or not, using Isin ice magic is enough to get me executed. And I know all too well that Corvain would be delighted to have an excuse to be rid of me. Does he know? I ask finally. Does William know who he really is?
No.
Jonas says with absolute certainty.
No. Even I didn't realize until I was 15, maybe 16. When I confronted my father about it, he...
Jonas's voice dies into nothing. Your fucking father, I mutter. Jonas's expression shifts.
He did what he thought was best, Rose. He protected him and raised William to be a good man.
A good man who's about to have his own sister as a stepmother, or near enough, I snarl back as I rub at my temples.
What?
Jonas frowns. A bitter laugh rattles from my throat. Oh, so Daddy Dearest hasn't told you? He's to marry Acacia. Jonas looks genuinely shocked.
Surely not. He's old enough to be her father.
Yes, I'm aware. Jonas's expression remains pinched.
But why?
He asks.
Why would he do such a thing? More, why would Acacia agree to such a thing?
His expression clears in a way that causes my blood to run cold.
She is with child,
he says with certainty, letting out a low groan.
It's Hugh, isn't it? William said the pair of them had grown close. I should have known a cad like Hugh would never do the honorable thing.
I should deny it. Try to keep Kay's reputation clean. But what's the point? If Jonas came to that conclusion so quickly, then surely others will as well. My silence is confirmation enough. Jonas begins pacing anew.
This is wrong. So wrong. There must be something we can do. Where is she?
The ball, I expect. I shake my head. I don't know if she's coming here. I don't know if she even knows where home is.
Right. Well then, I'll go back to the ball.
Jonas says.
Speak to both of them. My father can't possibly think this is a good idea. Acacia is so young. Far too young for him.
He turns to me.
You should come with me. Between us, we can convince them this is madness before any hasty announcements are made.
No, I'm not going back there. I can't. Kyor. I trail off and my heart aches again as I recall the sensation of his fingers slipping from my waist. Jonas lets out a sigh.
I'm sorry, Rose. I know you cared for him, but you had to have known the relationship had an expiry date.
My skin prickles. Jonas, please do me a favor and kindly fuck off. The last thing I need is an I told you so from you. He grimaces.
Right. Sorry. I'll go and speak to my father. You don't need to panic.
He strides the 3 paces to the door. Grasping the knob, he turns to me, impassioned.
We can fix this.
I want to laugh at his use of we. But right now, I'll take anyone's help if it means stopping Arthur from marrying Kay. Even if it is my greatest betrayer. As Jonas closes the door behind him, I am left in a maelstrom of emotions. Gods, my brother lives. It's a miracle. Florian lives, somehow, despite the king's order for him to be killed. And yet, if it is ever revealed that the king's order was not obeyed, someone will surely rectify the situation immediately. My brother lives, but to keep him that way, he can never know what I am to him. I sit painfully alone in the gloom and watch the fire burn to ash. Chapter 3. Dreams are dangerous things. Not because they may never come true, but because they might. And if they do, you look around, knowing you finally have everything you've ever hoped for, and realize it has fixed precisely nothing. I realize now that chasing dreams is the way to an empty life. All you ever really have is the moment you are in. When we were stripped of magic, I daydreamed constantly. I fantasized about the 4 of us returning home together. The more scared and hungry I was, the harder I imagined us here with warm fingers, full bellies, and an endless parade of choices stretching before us. What to eat, what to wear, and even how we lived our lives. Now, those choices are as useful as smoke in the air. What choice do I have now? Even as the gifted, I can't claim William as my brother. Not when the king ordered him dead. This time, Corvain would carry out the order himself. He would kill William without a second thought and likely punish anyone who ever knew of my brother's ongoing existence. Without Kyor to defend my mother's lack of wrongdoing at the Queen's labor, my brother is safer not knowing who he is. Yet the thought of not speaking to William, not knowing him as I should, it crushes me. And Kay, what should I tell her? If I don't tell her, I'll be complicit in the same cover-up that I screamed at Jonas for. I would be guilty of the same sin. Yet if I do tell her, Could she hide her knowledge of his heritage from William? From Arthur? I'm not so sure of her ability to hide anything from anyone. I'm not even sure who she is anymore. I shielded her from as much as I could growing up. And now, that stupidly trusting nature I nurtured has her carrying Hugh's child. And it's not like she's learned her lesson. Not if she genuinely believes this marriage to Arthur is a good idea. No, I can't trust her judgment right now. And that means she cannot know. Not when it puts William, I correct myself, at risk. It's a whole fucking mess. I am tired. Wearier than I ever thought possible. And tonight, I have the opportunity to have a bed of my own. The bed I dreamed of for years, with its soft mattress and enough pillows that we could build forts with them. I don't know what kind of state it will be in now, but even covered in dust, it will be 1,000 times better than what we had in the slums. And that thought is enough to pull me to my feet. I creak up the stairs, not caring about the darkness. When I come to my childhood bedroom door, still painted with red roses, a sliver of light shines out from under it. Summer, I think. It may be my house and my room, but I knock once all the same before I enter. "Milady," she greets me as she finishes tucking some bed sheets around the bed. "I've done my best for now. More will need to be done in the morning, but you can rest here tonight. I trust I've made up the right room? The flowers on the door." "Yes, thank you." Apparently, I have a maid with initiative and insight. I'm grateful to Etta for that, at least. "There's some soup for you, just on the table there. I'm sorry I didn't have time for bread. I wanted to find the sheets and make up the bed here. I'll ensure I'm more ready for breakfast." She wrings her hands apologetically. "Shall I help you with your dress?" With Jonas's interruption, I didn't change out of the dress as I'd intended, and I'm still in the bloody ball gown that Thea laced me into. Thea. I don't know whether I should hate her or hug her. After all, she tried to warn me. Tried to tell me that Kyor was incapable of love. But I didn't listen. I had to learn it from him instead. I nod my head to Summer. "Yes, please. I don't think I can get out of this dress alone. Not without ripping it off at any rate. And I'm honestly tempted to do just that. But in my mind's eye, Hlyn is wagging a finger at me, so I don't. Summer moves behind me, her nimble fingers quickly loosening the dress so I can finally breathe. I gratefully step out of the voluminous ball gown and into the nightgown that she holds out for me. It's one of my mother's, one I remember well, and there's a lump in my throat as I pull it on. Mother has been gone for far too long for her scent to linger. Yet somehow I swear that it does, as notes of lavender and hibiscus flood my senses and warm my soul. Real or recalled, it doesn't matter. Tears swell in my throat, but I swallow them down. Instead, I take a breath and try to be grateful for what I have. The room is warm, lit by candle and firelight, and there's food waiting for me. It isn't hard to recall the hard wooden pallet that passed for my bed in the slums, nor the way in which my breath plumed in the air as Kay and I desperately snuggled together for warmth. I also remember all too well the hollow of my stomach as I tried to sleep while my body begged for sustenance. For a moment, I can almost hear the shrieks of slum life rattling outside our thin makeshift door. I blink, and the moment is gone. I am, unbelievably, back in the Highhold, back in our home. And I will not let what I have lost define me, not now. "Thank you for tidying the room, and for the soup," I say, offering Summer a smile. "It's much appreciated. Make sure you eat plenty too, and I assume you've found a room for yourself?" She nods easily. "Yes, milady. I found the servants' quarters." The servants' quarters? As much as Kay and I loved to wander the house, the rooms at the top of the building were out of bounds to us. Everybody deserved their privacy, according to my parents, including those who worked for us, and it was a rule they enforced. As such, I have no idea about the condition, size, or comfort of the servants' quarters. "There are plenty of guest rooms on the 3rd floor. Please take one of those, if you prefer," I tell her. Summer smiles gently. Thank you, but the room I have chosen is more than adequate. More than I'm used to. You're sure? I am. She nods. I don't want to press the matter now, but I make a mental note to check in with her in the morning to ensure she slept okay. In that case, you should eat and rest. A frown creases her brow. Should I not wait up for Lady Acacia? She asks. I sigh. Kay was spitting nails at me hours ago. If she were going to return home, I suspect she would have done so by now. No doubt she has instead returned to her fiancé's house. The thought makes me shudder. I don't think that will be necessary, I reply. I'll fix her room up all the same, Summer says decisively. That way it will be ready when she returns. Somehow I've managed to land myself the hardest-working maid in all of Rohelm. As she moves towards the door, I find myself filled with gratitude, not to be rattling around in this massive house alone, even if I have to pay for the privilege. Thank you, Summer. She turns back and curtsies. Milady. You don't need to do that, I say. You don't need to curtsy to me. Don't need to call me milady. A few moons ago, I lived in the slums. I was no one. Nothing. She looks at me fiercely. No one is ever nothing. She curtsies again and leaves, shutting the door behind her. Well, that's me told. I crawl under the covers. The soft, oversized mattress is little comfort in comparison to the loneliness that permeates every part of my being. But it is soft and warm. Finally alone, I let myself feel. As tears clog my eyes, my fingers stretch out onto the cold, empty side of the bed. In the safety of the darkness, I allow myself to imagine Kyor there beside me, the soft skin of his lips brushing against me as he whispers in my ear. It's so real that I can almost smell his vanilla scent sweeping through the room. But it's not real. Won't ever be real again. I close my eyes and surrender to tears as I remember how wonderful it was when I believed he loved me. When I believed that the gifting would solve all my problems and that the future would be easy. When I wake, it's with a cramp across my stomach and dryness in my throat. As I lie there, memories of the day before surface, but not the good ones. Not my powers being restored to me. Not stepping across the threshold of my home after years spent living in the slums. No. The memories that arise are the ones that cause my chest to tighten, as if crushing my heart might ease the pain. If only it were that simple. I know it's weak, allowing myself to be claimed as a victim of my grief, and yet I feel it happening. Feel the anger surging through me. I shift my position, only for my eyes to fall on the mantelpiece, onto a small carving of a direwolf. I don't know who it belonged to, whether it was mine or Kay's or William's, but it doesn't matter. All I can think of now is my siblings. My pregnant, betrothed sister, who will never live the life I fought for with blood, sweat, and friends' lives to get for her. And my brother, who could never know his true family. A primal howl rips from my lungs, consumed with such magic that it tears through the wall in front of me. Literally. The crack is sharp, but resonant as the brick splits and shifts. Fuck. No! I jump up, trying to stop the motion, but it's too late. The crack fills with ice and extends downwards towards the window. My breath hitches, seizing inside me as I pray to the gods it doesn't bring the entire wall down. But it continues, though it is slowing and decreasing in force until thankfully it stops a few inches from the glass. I drop down onto the bed, trembling. What the fuck did I just do? From nearly killing Jonas to now this? My unwanted ice magic is far from gone, and these wild flare-ups are a whole different level of dangerous. As I stare at the destruction I've caused, I can feel the way it's draining the heat from the room. There's no way this is a type of power I can allow anyone in the Highhold to learn about. Milady? Summer's voice calls from outside the room. Is everything okay? The door handle twists, and I dart across the room, blocking the door before she can step inside. "I heard a noise," the maid says through the door. Yes, I... My brain scrambles for an answer. "I was training." "Training?" Confusion lilts in her tone. "Just a habit from the Retterheld. You know, so I stay fit." "Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I'll leave you to it." As I hear her footsteps trail down the hallway, a sigh of relief rattles from me, and I glance back up at the crack in the wall, which seems to be stable. That's something at least. Still, I can't leave it like this. Inspiration strikes when I see an ivy plant nearby, and I use my magic to call to it, to make it grow and twine into the crack and surrounding masonry. At a glance, it will look as if the plant caused the damage, not the illegal ice magic, which sprang from my fingers. Despite the bare-faced lie to Summer, or perhaps because of it, I find myself struck with a definite urge to begin training. My room is certainly large enough that I have space to start my day with footwork drills. As I said to Summer, the Retterheld is over and done, but I have no intention of letting the skills I built there slide. Besides, moving is good. It gives me something else to focus on and slows the brain, and I need that now more than ever. With my eyes closed, I allow my mind to be transported back to those early mornings in the battle yard, remembering the drills that Zell pushed me through again and again. As my feet move through the motions, it's as if I can hear the late commander's corrections, feel Kyor's hands on me adjusting my stance. I may be on my own, but I don't go easy on myself. After the forms, I work on my strength, doing push-ups, crunches, and squats using a jug of water as a weight. And a 4-poster bed, it turns out, is great for pull-ups and chin dips. Only when my body is slick with sweat and my breath is coming in wheezes do I stop to wash myself for the day. Showering under hot water is one luxury I will never take for granted again. The pure pleasure of standing beneath a steady stream of heat and letting it sluice away the grime of a workout is a type of satisfying delight that even the adversities of the day before cannot strip from me. Steam fogs the air as I scrub myself clean, grounding myself in the simple fact that I am here, that I am still standing. I am surviving, as I always do. That fact is undeniable. Rose Cultivaris is a survivor. Even if it feels like I'm shattering, I will not break. I will not, damn it. Pulling on fresh, clean clothes feels like another small luxury. I forgot the feeling of soft fabric against my skin, untainted by blood or sweat. In the last few days of the Retterheld, we all took to wearing our clothes constantly, even to bed, so we were ready when that damned bell sounded. I never imagined I would meet the goddess in crusty clothes, but it was what it was. For a few precious minutes, I can almost pretend that the world has not cracked open around me. Literally. I go downstairs to the kitchen and sit at the long table that once upon a time held my family. But I turn away from the memories and make small talk with Summer while she cooks a ridiculous volume of breakfast. Whether she's the type of young woman who is not a fan of silence or is trying to fill it for my sake, I cannot tell. But she chatters away, telling me inconsequential stories from her past, and I let her natter on, grateful for the normality of it. Grateful for anything that keeps me anchored to the moment and keeps my thoughts from spiraling back to all I learned the night before. When breakfast is nearly ready, I leave Summer to lay it out in the dining room and head up to the room that used to be Kay's. I hope that perhaps she slipped in without me noticing, but though the bed is made up, it has clearly not been slept in. Trying to quash my disappointment at my sister's absence, I make my way to the dining room, where the table is now laden with food. I sit just as the door chimes again. My heart leaps. At least Kay came back in time for breakfast. "I'll get it," I call to Summer as I run to answer the door in a most unladylike manner. Certain it will be Kay ready to reconcile our differences, I throw open the door only for my expression to drop. "Oh," I say, unable to hide my disappointment. Benny, Earl of the Eastern Isles, to give him his proper title, grins. unperturbed by my lackluster greeting.
Well, good to see you too, Rosie. Any chance I can come in? It's a little wet out here.
He's not wrong. It is pouring with rain, the droplets bouncing on the slabs of stone on the street. I look up at the peridot-tinged clouds and clench my jaw. Kyor. He's making it rain. Pounding anger throbs behind my temples. How dare he act like the wounded party here when I was the one who had my heart broken? I hope he can't even look at himself in the mirror. Gritting my teeth against the rage that is suddenly ripping through me, I step back and let Benny in. Sorry, I mutter. I thought you were going to be Kay. I tell him. She didn't stay here last night.
She was probably celebrating until the early hours,
He says, a yawn catching his face.
Yes, I was. I celebrated hard for you, Rose.
An unexpected smile rises on my lips. What a good friend you are, I say dryly. Benny grins.
Aren't I? I wanted to check you were okay before I left. Those clouds outside have a familiar color, and I thought it might have something to do with why you left your own party so damn sharpish.
Fuck Kyor and his inclement pity party, I think, before the first part of Benny's statement penetrates my skull. You're leaving? I say, my breath hitching as I spin back to face him. Already? His broad grin drops away, and his eyes are sad as they hold mine. Reluctance is in every line of his frame. He doesn't want to leave me either.
Yeah, I am. I'm due to catch a boat this evening. This is my last day on the mainland. I need to get back home. Obligations. Things to do.
Do these things have to do with the fact that no one from the Isles won the Retterheld?
Possibly.
He admits sadly. He scrapes a smile onto his face and makes an effort to shake the melancholy away before it seizes him.
I'm so proud of you, Rose. A little jealous, yes, but damned proud.
With a tilt of his head, he scans me up and down.
To be honest, I thought you'd be looking a bit happier.
I offer a wan smile. Yeah, me too.
You want to talk about it?
He asks.
I have time. I'm not Clin, but I reckon I can nod in the right places. Tell you what dicks men are. Myself excluded, obviously.
Obviously. This time the slightest form of a laugh manages to escape, and I purse my lips thoughtfully. You know what? There is something you can help me with, actually. Come on. Without another word, I grab Benny's hand and lead him into the dining room. You can help me eat some of this, I say, pointing at the table in the center of the room. Benny grins.
Now that I can do.
We dig in with gusto.
So what's going on, Rose?
Benny asks as he takes a bite of toast.
I expected the gifted to be celebrating in luxury. Either that or still in bed. With company.
Kyor and I are over, I start with. And then there's the little issue of... I stop myself just in time, amazed at how easily I was about to release the secret that my little brother was alive, given how it could lead to him being killed.
What is it?
Benny frowns.
What's the little issue?
I shake my head, trying to shrug it off like it's nothing. It doesn't matter. Just Kay. That's all. Things going on with her. It's not a lie, but I still feel bad about only giving him half-truths. After all, things going on with Kay is a massive understatement. She might not get killed the way William would be if the truth came out about him, but she'd be stripped. Stripped of magic I've not even seen return to her yet. There is one thing I can share with Benny, though. Only him, and gods know I need to talk to someone about it. There's something else. I lower my voice, causing him to momentarily cease his masticating. I lost control. I used my ice powers on Jonas. Accidentally.
They're not gone?
He asks in surprise. But I'm glad that's the question he chose, not why I used them on our former ally. Apparently not.
That's not ideal.
He mutters, running a hand through his hair. No shit, I nearly killed him. As silence forms between us, I pick up one of the many pastries still on the table. It tastes sublime, and is easily as good as anything we had in the Retterheld. And yet my appetite has diminished substantially since we first sat down. Nothing like talk of betrayal at breakfast to really curb your appetite.
Listen, Rose.
Benny leans forward and breaks the silence.
Come with me. You'd be more than welcome on the Isles. I know Klinos told you as much.
I try to reciprocate his smile, but I can't. As much as I would love to get on that boat with him and forget that the Highhold even exists, there's no way I can leave now. Not with things the way they are. Not with my brother and sister here. Besides, it's not like the Isles are without pain. The memories of Klinos' mother and her sister Karis holding me tight are buried in my bones now. To be on that land, her land, without her, would be like feeling her loss over and over again.
Look,
Benny says, catching my eye before I can reject his offer.
Whatever's going on with you and Kay, you'll sort it. I'm sure of it. You want the freaking Retterheld for her, right?
Before I can reply, the doorbell chimes, and we both automatically stiffen at the sound. Sounds like the damned trial bell, I mutter. I can't help but hope it's Kay, even though I still have no idea what to say to her.
Damn sound gave me flashbacks,
my friend says as I push my chair back to stand. I can hear Summer answering the door. Lady Rose? The maid calls. A moment later, she enters the room. Sorry to interrupt, milady. She dips her head slightly in a sign of deference that I really do not need. There's a gentleman here to see you. He says he knows you. A gentleman? My stomach clenches. If it were the prince, I'm sure she would have said as much. And she already knows who Jonas is. What other man could be calling? Not one I want to see, is the immediate thought that enters my head. What's his name? I ask. He wouldn't give it. He said you'd be unlikely to believe it.
Sounds like a weirdo,
Benny remarks.
You'll get them all the time now that you're the gifted. Best send him on his way.
Benny knows more about this shit than I do, so I nod. Just tell him to go. Summer starts to leave, only to hesitate and turn back. Milady, he did say something else. It was a little odd. Yes? He said he hoped you weren't too cold without him these last moons. Sorry? He said he hoped you weren't too cold, she repeats. But I don't actually need her to say it again as I realize who is here. My heart leaps in my chest. There is only one person who would say that to me, but there is absolutely no way in hell that Reuben, my Reuben from the slums, could ever make it past all the guards on all of the rings and into the Highhold itself. And yet, I run out of the room. As I approach the front door, I freeze at the figure standing before me. Benny was like a breath of air after coming up from the Kraken, and Reuben is the warm hug I so desperately need.
Hey, Rosie,
he says, his face lifting into what is possibly the warmest, most welcome smile I have ever seen.
Did you miss me?
Chapter 4. The warmth of Reuben's hug is everything I remembered and 1,000 times better besides. It doesn't matter that we're now in a fully heated home, with no need for his power to stop my extremities from freezing. I cling to him, and I don't want to let go. From the way his entire body relaxes as he holds me, he feels the same way. It's only when a throat clears behind us that I realize how long we've been holding each other.
So, any chance of some introductions?
Benny asks, sounding amused. Reluctantly, Reuben and I break apart. The comparative rush of cold is almost instantaneous, and Reuben's eyes linger on me with a warmth that isn't purely platonic, making me flush. Benny, this is Reuben, a good friend of mine, from before the Retterheld. I lay just a little extra emphasis on the word friend.
Reuben,
Benny says with a smirk as he takes in Reuben's tousled good looks.
You'd think I'd have heard your name before, but I suspect there's a reason she kept you a secret. Not wanting to share, Rose.
Shut up, I say, but I can't stop grinning. After everything that's happened over the past 24 hours, having Reuben here feels like a blessing I didn't know I needed. And I'll take every blessing I can get. Reuben is dressed in finery that there's no way in hell he should possess, and his hug lacks the distinct slum odor that used to characterize our embraces. Reuben, this is Benny. He's the
Just Benny.
He interrupts smoothly, stepping forward and offering a hand before I can say his title.
Pleased to meet you, Reuben.
As the three of us stand there, I can hardly take my eyes off my old friend. He looks every inch an aristocrat. Decked out in fine tailoring with his hair coiffed to perfection, although the way he fiddles with the bottom of his shirt almost gives it away. Though frankly, the nervousness only makes me more overjoyed to see him. It's a far cry from the arrogance that normally fills the high hold.
You know,
Reuben says to me after a moment.
I'm pretty sure it's rude to stare.
Sorry. I let out an awkward laugh. I know, it's just, you look good. How do you look so good?
Well, that's a backhanded compliment if I've ever heard one.
He grins, taking any sting out of his words. No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that your clothes, your everything.
I don't look like I'm from the slums anymore. Figures, since I now have a place in the third.
He says with quiet pride. With everything that's happened over the last day, I thought I was done with surprises. But this has me beaming in shock. You're kidding. The third ring? How? I've heard of people moving from the slums to the fifth. It's rare, but it happens. But to move all the way to the third? Come in, I say, realizing we're still standing in the doorway. I need to hear everything. As he moves forward, it's Reuben's turn to stare in wonder, and he gapes at the magnificent house I now live in.
Gods, Rosie, how the hell did you cope so well in the slums if this is where you grew up?
It's a good question. All these years, I've told myself I'm good at adapting. I had to be. The slums taught me that survival belongs to those who bend first and break last. But the high hold is a different beast entirely. Here, everything is polished and sharp-edged, built for people who have never had to learn how to endure. Adapting to this place will not be about hunger or cold, but about remembering who I am when every smile around me has a dagger hidden behind it. The danger here is not that I will fail to belong. It's that I might succeed and lose myself in the process. Still, I give Reuben the only answer I can. I'm good at adapting, I reply with a brittle smile. Having Reuben here reminds me that it's true. I've dealt with change before. I can do so again. Come on in. Let's sit, I urge, dragging him into the dining room. He may as well eat while he's here. And it's not like there isn't more than enough to go around. How did you get into the third? I asked again as I push him into a chair. Before he can answer, I ask, Are you hungry? I point to the ridiculous spread Summer has prepared. Please, help yourself.
No, I'm good.
Reuben replies.
You are definitely good.
Benny mutters beside me. I elbow him hard, then ignore Benny and face Reuben pointedly. How are you here? How are you? I gesture to his fine clothes as words fail me.
Looking so hot?
Benny finishes for me.
I think that's what she's trying to ask. Right, Rose?
I roll my eyes at him.
I think Rosie will agree I've always been hot.
Reuben says, flashing Benny a quick smirk.
But if you're talking about the clothes and my miraculous transformation, that's easy to explain. I took a bet, several, actually, and they paid out. Very, very well.
You bet? On what? The question has barely left my lips when I realize the answer, and my hand flies to my mouth. Reuben, you didn't. His smile widens as he offers a slight shrug.
I knew you wouldn't have entered unless you could win. So I sold a few things. Well, yeah, everything, actually. I also called in a few favors to get a bit more, and then I bet on you to win. And, well, here we are.
Benny is back to gaping.
You bet everything you had on Rose to win the Retterheld? Everything? You risked it all on her?
His incredulity should be insulting, but I find myself agreeing utterly with his attitude. Reuben's eyes meet mine as he answers, causing the hairs to rise on the back of my neck.
Yeah, I did. Fuck, that's hot,
Benny mutters. I don't even want to hit him for the remark. But he's wrong. It's not hot. It's incredible. It's humbling. It's phenomenal.
I bet on her to survive the first trial. And when she did, I collected my winnings and immediately bet them all on her surviving the second trial, and then the third, and the fourth, and then I bet on her to win the O4.
Gods, Reuben. I find myself lost for words. Lost for air, too. If you'd lost everything, if I hadn't won. He shrugs again, that smile still in place.
Yeah, that would have been difficult, but I know you. You'd have killed every person in Morathka before you left Kay alone. When you look at it like that, it was a pretty sure thing.
I'm surprised by the tears that clog the back of my throat. For him to have that much faith in me, to know that he risked everything, has left me truly aghast. I'm not sure anyone's ever shown that kind of belief in me before. The thought forms only to be instantly replaced. Kyor did. When I dove into the water to communicate with the Kraken, Jonas thought I was insane, thought I was going to die. I'm sure even Benny doubted I was capable of it. But Kyor believed in me. And now that memory is bitter as hell. Fuck him. Kyor doesn't deserve a place in my thoughts right now. Instead, I focus on the handsome man before me. Reuben risked everything he had because he believed in me. I'm never going to forget that. Not ever. Thank you, I whisper. A moment passes between us. A moment in which the rest of the world filters away.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one who should be thanking you.
A smile flickers on his lips, only to fade almost instantly, tension rising in his frame. What is it, I say, confused by his sudden shift. Has something happened? He presses his lips tightly together.
I actually came for another reason, not just to flout my new wealth in your face.
He takes a deep breath.
I need a favor.
Given how he helped me in the slums, I owe him a dozen, if not more, not to mention the show of faith he has just displayed in me. Of course. Anything. What do you need? Rather than responding, Reuben fiddles with the hem of his shirt.
Mom's got worse. A lot worse. I hoped that when we moved to the third it would help, but I'm worried we got there too late.
He hesitates.
I know your mom was a healer, Rosie, and I'm guessing that since you won, you've got your magic back. That's what you asked for, right? Your magic? And everything taken from you to be returned?
Right. It's with a deep throb that I realize he knows me well enough to anticipate my one wish from Etta.
Well, Mom's been to see the regular healers, but they said they can't do anything. I just hoped, since your mom was such an amazing healer, there might be something more you can do.
The weight of his hope settles on me like a physical thing. My mother's name is never spoken, not aloud, but it hangs between us all the same. She was certainty. I am doubt. She was knowledge earned over decades, whereas I'm only just finding my feet again. For Heartbeat, I ache with the absence of her. With everything she might have taught me, everything I might have been, if the world had not torn her and my magic away. Healing was meant to be my path once. Not crowns or trials or divine bargains, but this. Hands stained with herbs, long nights, lives made better in small, quiet ways. I'll try, I say honestly. The words feel pitiful, measured against what my mother was and what I was meant to become. Everything I fear I'm not. Of course, I'll try, I continue, but I've only just regained my magic. I'm not sure I'll be able to do anything more than the experienced healers have already done. Less, in truth, but I'll try, for him.
That you have your magic at all is a miracle.
Reuben says softly.
I'm just hoping for one more.
My mind races as I think of how I might help Nolene. Had my powers not been taken from me, I would have likely gone down the same route as my mother, combining my magic with spellwork to make remedies as a healer. But the chance to hone such skills was snatched from me, along with my magic. Still, I have her old notebooks, and her orangery. Even if the plants aren't in the best of shape, I'm sure I can remedy that. I should probably have a look through some notebooks, I tell him. See what I can find. Then we can collect some herbs from the orangery and head off in a bit. With a slight shift in his seat, Reuben looks apologetically at me.
Any chance we can grab those herbs first and read through the notebooks in the carriage on the way to the third?
My stomach sinks. Things are truly dire then. Time is of the essence. And I get the impression that he already believes he's been away from her too long, which means she really has gone downhill since I last saw her. Sure thing. We can do that, I tell him, standing.
Thank you. Truly, thank you.
Reuben says with such gratitude that I feel like maybe, just maybe, some real good could come out of me winning the Retterheld after all. The houses in the Courtier's Arc are all fairly similar. Ostentatiously large, with plenty of room for entertaining or holding covert conversations. But there's one thing that makes our home entirely unique. The orangery was a wedding gift from my father to my mother, who, prior to their marriage, was still living in the Temple of Edda with Dina. She had visited the house plenty of times, both when they were courting and when they were betrothed. But my father said he could always tell there was a part of her that was relieved to return to the temple, not because she didn't want to be with him, but because of the lack of plants. The goddess's garden is the largest garden in the entirety of Rohelm, and walking among the temple's vegetation was always where my mother was most at ease. According to my father, she got the type of grin from looking at herbs and plants that other ladies of the court got from looking at jewelry. Which is why he arranged to have the orangery built within our home. So many memories of my mother are sealed in that room. The way she would sometimes sing to herself as she tended the plants when she thought no one was watching. Or more often, talk to them with such tenderness and familiarity that it was like she was talking to old friends. Right from the beginning, she taught me the differences between similar-looking plants. Such lessons were essential, because one specimen could cure an ailment, while the other could cause anything from a mildly upset stomach to an illness that would leave you bedridden for weeks. "Never assume, Rosie," she would say. "You test the fruit and the seeds, both sides of the leaves and the stems, and don't forget the scent. Learn the scents of the leaves and berries, not just the pollen and petals. Mishaps happen, and things get moved around in here, and never allow part of the plant near your lips until you've checked all those things. You understand?" She would say such things before showing me 2 near-identical specimens, and asking me to name what was what and explain their uses, as well as if or how magic could be used to make them more potent. Of course, she never seemed to do any of those tests unless she was teaching me. Instead, she would just glance at a plant and be able to tell you every detail about it, from the uses of its roots to the aroma of its sap. Back then, I thought it was something she'd learned through practice and trial. But as I step into the orangery, I'm no longer so sure that her knowledge was entirely learned. No, I begin to suspect it was, at least in part, gifted. As I enter the window-lined room, with slate floors beneath my feet and ceilings high enough for small trees to flourish, relief rushes through me. As with the plants in the kitchen, Mom's water irrigation system has kept working all this time. The plants are wild, cluttered, and with weeds everywhere, but they are alive. I look around the dense jungle and draw on what I remember of Nolene from before I left the slums. The rattle of her cough, the pallid sweat on her brow. What could help with that? The question barely enters my head when something catches my eye. "Can you see that?" I ask Reuben as I move deeper into the space. He hurries from where he was standing by the door, looking around.
What?
"That plant there." I point to a flowerless, flat-leaved shrub that appears to be glowing ever so faintly. "How does it look to you?"
Green?
He says, trying to be helpful. "That's it?" I press. It's definitely glowing, and its luminescence seems to be increasing in vibrancy. He might not have Benny's special eyesight, but it's definitely something he should be able to pick up on. "What about the one next to it?"
Also green, but a bit bushy?
His voice is hopeful, like he's praying he said the right thing. But his description has me certain that I'm seeing something he's not. My magic is somehow illuminating the plants I need. As I walk through an archway of dark berries, my nostrils fill with the scent of elderberry. I waste no time digging the dirt away from the roots before collecting more of the beckoning foliage. By the time I've collected all the plants that were glowing at me, I have a basket with over half a dozen specimens, only 2 of which I knew the names of before I walked in. I pause at the threshold of the orangery, basket heavy in my hands, reluctant to cross it. This room has always been a place of beginnings. First lessons, first failures, first quiet triumphs. I wonder which this moment will be. My first attempt at healing. Will it be a triumph or a failure? Walking out of the orangery feels like stepping away from my mother's support all over again. I can feel her here, like her spirit is walking beside me. And I fear that if I leave this place, that moment of connection will be gone. But the plants shift in my wake as if urging me onward, and I know that Mother would have done the same. I should try to heal, even if I fail. I draw in a steady breath and leave the orangery, knowing I'll be back as soon as I'm able. I hastily collect knives, a pestle and mortar, and a couple of my mother's notebooks that I still have from my time in the slums, although Reuben assures me there's no need for me to bring my little stove. With that, there's only one thing left to do, and it hurts just as much as I knew it would. So, I guess you're going to be gone by the time I get back, I say to Benny, which makes this goodbye? My chest aches at the thought.
I was thinking.
Benny replies with a casual shrug.
Maybe I could hang around for a couple of extra days. Keep an eye on you. There are some people I want to visit in the 4th anyway. Some things I need to straighten out.
The 4th? I frown. What does the future Duke of the Eastern Isles have to do with people in the 4th?
Wait, you're a future Duke?
Reuben stops in his tracks. Benny's jaw tightens slightly as he shoots me a glare for my slip, and then he turns back to Reuben, smirk back in place.
I'm just a friend of Rose's,
he says.
But I'll get out of your hair and let you get going.
Wait, I entreat Benny. Stay here, with me, won't you? Better here than one of those stuffy, fancy inns.
You sure?
Definitely. Ask Summer to make up a room for you. If we only get a few more days before you go, I'd like to see you as much as possible while I can. Benny smiles.
Yeah, me too. Okay, sure. I'll get my belongings moved here. Thanks for having me, Cultivaris. Sorry to put pressure on you, but we should get going.
Reuben says anxiously.
I've already left Mom too long. She's not great on her own. I really have to get back.
Of course, I reply, offering Benny a swift hug before parting.
Happy to give you one too.
Benny offers Reuben, opening his arms wide at my friend, who shakes his head and lets out a slight laugh.
Nice to meet you, Benny,
he says instead, waving a hand in farewell as he walks away.
Oh, we should definitely meet again soon.
Benny mutters audibly as we leave.
Is he always such a terrible flirt?
Reuben questions as we walk outside. I think about it and shake my head. No, not really. You should definitely take it as a compliment. He gives me a crooked smile.
Maybe I will.
He laughs lightly. Reuben is the type of man who turns heads wherever he goes, even more so now that he's dressed in finery. Putting this talent to good use, he has no difficulty in hailing a carriage, even in the pouring rain, and we hastily climb in with all of my baskets of plants and notebooks. I ignore the drumming of the rain on the wooden roof, and most certainly does not make me think of Kyor. So, whereabouts is your new house? I ask as we move, rocking with the cadence of the carriage. Other than in the 3rd ring.
Not far from the temple,
he tells me.
Given that it was Etta's trials and her favor for you that gave us this opportunity, I wanted to stay close to her, to show her my gratitude, to remember who I owe.
Something in his voice makes my chest tighten. His is not reverence born of fear or ambition, but a simple, honest acknowledgement that luck does not arrive without cause. I'm certain she appreciates it, I say, and I mean more than just the goddess. The thought of Reuben choosing proximity to faith over indulgence warms me in a way the carriage never could. It's a reminder of exactly what sort of man he is. A good one. The rarest kind. He smiles.
I can only hope.
Talking of hope, there's something I need to address. Reuben, I need you to know that I might not be able to do anything more than the healers have already attempted. Even my mother, with all her knowledge and years as a healer, well, she couldn't fix every ailment. After all, That was why the queen died.
I know.
He replies, the smile dropping from his lips.
I do know, Rosie. It's just a hope and a prayer, really. I mean, your tonics used to work so well, even when you didn't have magic on your side. I guess I was thinking that now you'll be able to do even more. If not, then I'm sure she'll be pleased just to see you, like I am.
We travel in comfortable silence for a time before he breaks it.
So, you defeated a kraken, killed a Yontun, and conquered an ice maze, right? Did I leave anything out?
Well, there were the direwolves and the Isin spirits that tried to make us kill ourselves.
Seriously?
He gawks at me in disbelief. Yes, and believe me, the trials were nothing compared to the other Retlings.
Now this sounds like a story I need to hear.
I used the rest of the journey to fill him in on it all, starting with how I used his fire bead within the first few minutes of arriving at the barracks to stop Zara from killing me.
Well, you were never great at making friends.
He jokes. His laugh is good-humored, but strikes somewhere deep behind my ribs. Despite all the chaos and drama, I had made friends during the Retterheld. One particularly close one. Chlinos. She and I shared one of the most genuine and easy friendships I can remember ever having. And now she's dead. Because of me. I think of Caroline and wonder how she is doing. Had Chlinos survived the Retterheld, I would have no doubt that Kaz would have left her position as scribe to ensure they wouldn't ever be parted again. But now it's hard to know if she'll stay in Rohelm when Benny goes, or if she'll leave with him to return home. The guards don't bother checking us as we head outwards. They only care if you're going somewhere above your station, where there's a chance you might steal something, or attack the palace, like the rebels had. I think again of Reuben's friend Peter, with his smoke tattoo and his eyes wide and unseeing as he lay dead on the ballroom floor. But I don't ask Reuben about it. Now isn't the time to pry when he's so clearly anxious about Nolene. Only a minute later, we slow again, and Reuben pulls out a slip of paper from his pocket. As he unfolds it, a slight smirk rises on my lips. I look at the squiggles drawn on the page. Did you draw a map to your own home?
Hey, I've only been here a few days. I bought the place with some of the winnings after the third trial, but it took a while to get moved in. And these streets all look the same.
As we disembark, I continue to chuckle as Reuben studies the scrap of paper for a moment longer, shielding it from the elements against his coat before he points down a narrow street.
This way,
he tells me confidently. All around us, people are bustling about their days, even with the constant rain falling. Magic mingles with the sense of roasted meats and fires in the air, and a few people glance in my direction, but these are not the same judgmental stares I felt in the Highhold. There's a curiosity in their gazes, a quiet respect. Maybe this is a place I could move to. Get that fresh start I keep dreaming about, the one I'm starting to doubt even exists. Yet the thought of leaving my home again causes an unexpected twist in my stomach. There are too many memories waiting for me there, and for so long I've stifled them. Too many cobwebs, both figurative and literal, to dust away. So maybe I'm not as done with the Highhold as I wish I could be.
Mom's not been talking much sense recently.
Reuben warns as he starts to slow his steps.
Don't take it personal if she says something offhand.
I won't, I assure him. The sight of Reuben's front door has me wondering exactly how much money he bet on me, and how much he won, and how he managed to secure a place like this so quickly in a city that does not make room for slum-born men without reason. This is no cramped apartment tucked away in the lower rings. It's a proper house. Solid stone with a wide frontage. The kind that speaks of coin and connections in equal measure. I suspect it's heated, too. A luxury I still find myself measuring out carefully. The suspicion is confirmed the moment he pushes the door open and a wall of hot air rolls over us, carrying with it the sense of burning wood and something spiced and familiar. Warmth seeps into my bones.
Mom, I'm back. And I brought someone to see you.
He looks at me like the sun rises in my eyes, and I shift uncomfortably.
Someone special.
Chapter 5. Nerves fill me, though I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps it's the nice house, the reminder of how much Reuben risked on me. Or maybe it's the thought of poor Nolene, and the worry that I might not be able to help her. It's not like my money and magic are helping me right now. Worse still is the anxiety that my magic might somehow worsen the situation. It's not like it's reliable. Fear sits heavy beneath my ribs, a pressure that makes it hard to draw a full breath. But I push the sensation down to focus. Hand-wringing won't help anyone. Reuben gestures over to the corner of the room, where next to a roaring fire sits the husk of a woman I once knew. Her shoulders collapsed inward, as if even sitting upright is too much to ask. Yet knowing her own heating magic, I suspect the flames are more for symbolic comfort than for actual warmth. Nolene's magic is a stronger version of Reuben's. Not only can she warm others, but she can also produce an actual flame. Only small ones, normally on her palm or at the end of her fingers. But even the smallest sparks are enough to start a fire if you've got the right kindling. If Nolene hears Reuben speak, she doesn't show it. Instead, she remains exactly where she is, her glazed eyes staring at her feet.
Mom?
Only when Reuben kneels down beside her does she finally lift her head. Sorry, love, did you say something?
Rose is here, Mom.
Rose?
You remember Rose? She lived with us in the slums. She won the gifting. One of us.
Reuben looks at me and beckons me over with a nod. A lump fills my throat, and not just because of Nolene's state and the fact that I have no idea if I'll be able to help her the way Reuben wants me to, but also because of the words he just said. One of us. That's how they viewed me in the slums. And yet, what have I done to help them since I was accepted into the Retterheld? Nothing. That's what. I didn't even manage to get the leftover food out to them after the balls due to the rebel attack. No, my contribution to the people who claimed me as their own has, so far, been nothing. I'll change that, I vow. One day I'll change that. I'm not sure how, but I will. For now, I focus on my old neighbor and kneel before Reuben's mom. Hi, Nolene. It's Rose? Yes, Rose. She tries to smile, but she's too weak. The simple exclamation of my name causes her breath to heave. You did so well, my dear. One of us winning. Imagine you did so well. Her words are stolen by a coughing fit that causes her to double over, her entire body clenching in pain. Worry is etched in every line of Reuben's face as he grabs a cup of water and tips it to her lips. I'm going to make you something, okay? I speak to Nolene, but I catch Reuben's eye so he knows what my plan is. Something that should make it a little easier to breathe. She nods, still coughing, and pats my hand in acknowledgement. After finding the matches for the stove, Nolene is in no state to do it for me. I light 3 of the hobs, then search around for a pan.
What do you need?
Reuben asks as he sidles up beside me. Nolene's coughing fit has passed, and she's once again slumped in her chair, eyes closing, head lolling on her chest. Pans, I start. I definitely need pans. And a chopping board. If you can grab me the board first and then get some water boiling, that would be great. As he sets out to find what I need, I start emptying the contents of my bag onto the worktop, starting with the dagger from Dina. Somehow, I can't bear to part with it, even for a moment. Though it's far better suited to stabbing enemies than chopping plants, instinct propelled me to bring it.
Wow, that's impressive.
Reuben comments on my fancy knife as he places a chopping board down next to it. You don't know the half of it, I mutter before noting the pans in his hand. Can you fill that big one halfway? We'll use it to clean. The other one you can put on to boil. He does all of that, and wanders back to look again at my dagger. He reaches out to touch it and instantly recoils.
Damn, that's hot.
Must be too close to the flames. I absent-mindedly shuffle the board holding the dagger a little further back from the pans and their fire just in case. Don't worry about that now. I need some ice. Can you get some?
Of course. I've got an ice box outside.
He tells me.
I'll just be a minute.
As he disappears through the back of the house, I continue pulling out the contents of my bag. Now that I've seen Nolene, I'm sure that if I went back to the orangery, the magic would be more specific and give me even more ingredients I need. But I've got enough to get started. With what I've already harvested, I can ease her pain and hopefully help her breathing a little too. I start with the mottled green leaves of lungwort, which I tear parallel to the midrib into thin strips before grabbing the hyssop. It's not the leaves I want here, it's the sap, and there's not a lot of it. Thankfully, I have magic on my side. A buzz of anticipation flickers within me, though excited is the wrong word to use to describe it. It's not exciting trying to ease your friend's sick mother's pain, but to feel this magic thrumming beneath my fingertips, pure and ancient and fully mine, is almost dizzying. My gifts from the goddess may not have eased all my worries the way I'd hoped, but this part of my magic, this connection to my past and my mother, is everything I wished for. I don't even bother cutting or ripping the hyssop. Instead, I hover my hands above the bundle of leaves, like I saw Mother do hundreds of times before, and then I let the magic flow through me. It starts as a tingle in my palms before spreading to my fingers with a rush of heat, like blood returning to a limb gone numb. As I look down, the hyssop is practically floating in a glistening pool of its own sap. I smile in satisfaction. Next, I take a handful of purslane seeds. The tiny things scatter everywhere as I try to put them on the board, and I use Dina's dagger to control them with the edge of the blade. Oddly, the knife isn't even warm now. When the seeds are finally gathered in a little pile, I switch the blade onto its side and crush them. I'm probably watching with even more curiosity than Reuben. Given the magic imbued in the blade, I have no idea what to expect. I wait with prickling anticipation, only for precisely nothing to happen. It's like using any old knife, but I'm fine with that. It gives me a chance to use my magic again. Once again, I call it forth, and a minuscule amount of moisture is drawn out of the seeds, only to expand on the chopping board. The seeds hold sap inside, but they don't like to give it up, I explain to Reuben as he watches on in awe. Magic helps.
That's incredible. You really are phenomenal.
With an unexpected sense of pride, I tip the seed husks into the pan with the lungwort while blanching 2 petals from a yellow agrimony flower. They'll stay on the ice until the very end, when I'll drop them into the tonic just before Nolene drinks it.
What's it like?
Reuben asks as he watches on.
Having your magic back. Do you like it?
Do I like it? I parrot in surprise.
Yeah.
I consider the question. I'm not sure. In some ways, it's like it's always been there. Like it was just waiting to return to me. But it's more powerful now.
Because you're older?
Reuben questions.
Or because the goddess gave it to you?
Both, I think.
Maybe at some point you'll show me what you're capable of. Besides making seed sap.
He says with a grin. Hey, that's harder magic than you think, I laugh back. Way harder than something like this. I move my hand to the pot of mint on his window ledge, splay out my fingers, and twist my wrist. Instantly, the plant grows to double its height.
Shit!
Reuben laughs.
Though maybe you could do it with something a little scarcer. Mint grows like a weed anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just get rid of it, shall I? This time, I twist my wrist in the opposite direction, and the foot-high bush shrinks down, smaller and smaller until nothing more than a seedling remains.
Now, you're just showing off.
Reuben's chuckle is infectious, and it's only when I feel the ache in my cheeks that I realize I'm grinning too. It feels good to do this, to play with magic the way I would have done when I was a child. And at least now I'm not worrying about Kay or William or crying over Kyor. I have a purpose, and only now do I realize how much I needed that.
You're amazing, Rosie,
he says, and the soft wonder in his tone makes me uncomfortable. I'm nothing special. That needs a little more time to steep, I tell Reuben briskly. Are you okay if I look at your mother? See if there's anything else I can do?
Anything you can do will help.
My mother's healing ability hadn't come to full fruition until she was in her early 20s, a few years before she had me, by which time her green abilities were already formidable. Her specialty was in what she called flow in the body. She could fix a broken bone and heal a wound, but she also had the power to create more subtle changes, to help a body return to its natural rhythms. Just like with our spell work, it wasn't always visually impressive, but the relief she could bring to people was immeasurable. With a touch of her hand, gallstones would move painlessly out of the body, or an insomniac would find reposeful sleep. Swelling and clots would disappear as she restored the flow of blood, and then, of course, there was her ability to assist with childbirth, to aid the unborn to flow easily and painlessly from its mother into the world. Most times, anyway. That power, combined with her knowledge, green magic, and general spellwork, made her one of the most invaluable healers Rohelm had. Of course, I don't know if I've inherited even a fraction of that magic, but now with Nolene, it might well be the time to find out. Use what you've got. That's what Mother would always tell me. The body wants to be at ease, at harmony with its magic and itself. Find the place where that happens, and the magic will do the rest. As I approach the now slumbering Nolene, I notice the way her jaw is chattering, even in sleep. The action catches me by surprise. With her magic, I didn't even know being cold was possible for her. With my pulse drumming in my ears, I gently run my hands around her body, not sure what I'm hoping to feel. Come on. Flow. I think the words rather than speak them, reaching out with my magic. But there's nothing for it to grasp. I push, trying to spark something, anything, and find only absence. I go cold. There is no magic within her. Nothing to awaken. My stomach lurches as I realize the weight of my flippant thought. The absence feels inherently wrong, like the grate of an out-of-tune violin in a string quartet. It is utterly jarring and terrifyingly familiar. I've lived with that same absence this last decade and more.
Rosie, what is it?
Reuben's face is blanched as he looks at me.
What is it? What do you feel?
Lowering my hands, I turn to face him, trying to control the tremble in my voice. There's no magic, Reuben, I whisper. Her magic. It's gone. Chapter 6. Silence sweeps into the room as Reuben sidles up beside me, shaking his head in confusion but not in disbelief. I appreciate the distinction.
How?
He asks.
Magic stays with a person until they return it to Mortadam.
Right. My voice is a murmur as I stare at Nolene, even more certain of the emptiness I felt. When did you last see her use her magic? He looks towards his mother and rubs the bridge of his nose.
I don't know. She wanted a fire before I left, but I lit it with matches because she was struggling. I thought it was because she was tired. I don't know when she last made a flame herself.
He turns back to me, eyes pleading.
You can't just lose your magic, can you? Not unless you drain yourself. And there's no way she'd be foolish enough to even get close to that. No way.
I wish I could offer him some sort of reassurance, but I've got nothing. Maybe I was just reading it wrong, I say weakly. Magic is supposed to be passed to Mortadam at the moment of death in order to be given out again at birth. At the precise moment of death, not before it. Every Marathkian knows that. Which means I have to be wrong. That is the only option. Nolene's magic must still be there. I just can't sense it. I cling to the thought, as if insisting on it might make it true. But the way my stomach continues to tighten, slow and inexorable, tells a different story. I know what I felt, or rather didn't feel. Let me fix the tonic, I say instead, moving away from Nolene, not only to give Reuben and his mother some privacy, but also to stop him from seeing the anxiety that is clawing inside me. Back at the stove, I stir the contents of the pan, watching iridescent swirls glimmer within the liquid as the tonic thickens, colors catching and sliding over one another as coils of nacreous steam weave upwards. I stare into the opalescent air, allowing my thoughts to drift with the steam. And they definitely don't drift to Kyor. He doesn't deserve my thoughts, my love. I wish I could turn it off as easily as he has apparently done. Then again, if Thea is to be believed, he probably didn't ever truly love me at all. The rain that fills the sky is likely little more than show, a way to ensure I can't stop thinking of him. Yes, he's certainly narcissistic enough for that. Gods, my heart hurts. This is good to go, I say at last. keeping my voice steady despite the prickle of unease that refuses to leave me. "Can you fetch me a sieve to drain it?"
Sure.
Reuben replies, reluctantly leaving his mother's side to join me. In a matter of minutes, the tonic is drained and the final ingredients are added, at which point I pour it over the ice and take the cup straight to Nolene. Reuben wakes her gently. Just like with the water, Reuben holds the liquid up to his mother's lips and coaxes it into her mouth. But the effect is nearly instant. Her chest drops in relief at the ease of the pain. "Thank you, Rose," she whispers before closing her eyes again, the shadow of a smile still gracing her lips. Within moments, the soft reverberations of sleep rattle from her lungs. "If you want to give her some more, reboil it first," I instruct Reuben. "Then cool it the way we just did. She'll probably need a little more than we gave her just now, as the magic within it weakens with time."
Thank you, Rosie. She's definitely breathing easier.
I try to smile, but it's hard when I really don't feel like I've done much. Dulled some pain, eased her breathing, not exactly top-tier healer stuff. My mother would have barely counted it as the beginning of the consultation. I haven't found the source of Nolene's problems, merely treated the symptoms. But as new to my powers as I am, it's all I've got to offer. Maybe I'll be able to do more after a year or two of practice with my magic.
You could stay a little longer if you wanted.
Reuben says, closing the distance between us.
I've missed you.
I missed you too, I respond without thinking. As his eyes warm in that old way, I hurriedly correct myself. Your friendship. I missed your friendship. An easy smile lifts the corners of his lips and quickly turns into a laugh.
And there's that friend-zoning again. Like the tannery never happened.
He winks. This time, I can't help but laugh in response. Will you stop with the tannery? I blush. I still can't believe that. I break off, clearing my throat. I have to get back. His smile drops, but only by a fraction.
Of course. You've probably got all sorts of fancy balls and things going on up at the Highhold.
A chill settles low in my chest. What do I have to get back to exactly? A new maid, a large house, and a heap of loneliness. And as for balls, it's not like I have a great history with them. Not only that, but I expect Kay and Arthur will use the next one to announce their engagement. The thought makes me ill.
Let me gather your herbs and things,
Reuben says, moving back towards the kitchen. They can stay here, I offer. I've plenty back at the house. You keep them. Sell them if you want. He may have won big, but without a job, he needs a way to keep money coming in.
Thank you.
I pack Mother's notebooks and Dina's blade into my satchel. But as I go to lift it all up, Reuben helps as if it's heavy. When he slips it onto my shoulder, he grazes his lips against my cheek in the softest kiss. A sigh leaves my lungs as I close my eyes. The opportunity for someone to kiss me with such tenderness is something I believed I'd been stripped of. I'm just sad it's the wrong man doing it. With a surge of emotions I can't and don't want to face, I offer Reuben a half-flash of a smile before swiveling on my heel and disappearing out of the front door and into Kyor's damned rain. If nothing else, the Redderheld taught me that romantic love is a farce. I never believed I needed it before, and now I'm sure as hell not going to make the mistake of letting a man near my heart again. By the mother. If the Isen powers could just freeze that part of me instead, life would be easier. Thankfully, there are plenty of carriages waiting to take me back to the Highhold, though the trip is far slower than it was on the way out. It leaves me too much time to sit alone with my thoughts. Though for what feels like the first time in years, it's not Kay who's at the forefront of my mind. Nor is it William. And it's certainly not Kyor. No. It's Nolene's face that's seared into my mind. The frailty. The inability to even hold a smile. The inevitability that she will soon meet morterdom. I helped, but not enough. The god of death stalks her already. But her lack of magic? It doesn't matter how much I want to believe that I am mistaken. I know I'm not. Her body is devoid of the power that should have filled her veins. But how? I recall all too well when my own mother became ill. I don't know whether it was the same sickness that affected so many in the slums, but whatever it was, her daily health tonic wasn't enough to prevent it. With her, the pain came first in her stomach, then an icy cold that spread up through her chest and throat and down into her legs until every part of her was afflicted. She was in agony at the end, and I could do nothing. That same helplessness is riding me now, crippling me. I thought that helping Nolene would give me purpose, but it's made me feel more helpless than I felt before. More useless. More full of questions I don't have answers to. By the time I reach home, the weight of it is still lodged beneath my ribs, heavy and unmoving, and I'm more than ready for an evening meal, having eaten nothing since breakfast. I unlock the door on instinct alone, but brace for the quiet. Instead, the smell of freshly baked bread and a clean home greet me. Summer has been working. Hard. "Kay?" I call out optimistically, slipping off my shoes. "Kay, are you here?" A silhouette appears at the end of the hall, and my heart flutters for a split second before I realize who it is. Benny.
"She's not back yet,"
he says, and the weight in my stomach drops further. Kay and I argued, sure, and said things we didn't mean, but she couldn't seriously be avoiding me for this long. We've lived together in each other's pockets for years and years. The only time we've been apart was for the few moons while I was in the Retterheld. I assumed that she would at least want to ask me about meeting the goddess. About her powers, about anything, really. Has she changed so much that she doesn't even want to see me? Before she was desperate for me to win, and now that I have, she just left me. Like Kyor. The hurt is so fucking raw. And I said to myself I wasn't going to cry today. I'm not, damn it.
"How was Ruben's mother?"
Benny asks.
"Could you help much?"
I smile weakly at his less than subtle change of subject. Nothing like a good friend to see when you need a distraction. I don't think so, I admit sadly. I've no idea what to do, if I'm honest. I'm talking about more than just Nolene, and Benny senses it. He slings an arm around my shoulders.
"Everything is going to be okay, Rose. Really, it is."
Yeah, I agree, but it feels like I'm lying. I'm a ball of anxiety, worrying about Kay, about William, not to mention the magic that I still have possession of with absolutely no way to control it. With all of that, there shouldn't be room to think about the bastard of a prince who ripped my heart out without a backward glance. Shouldn't. But somehow there still is. Right now, okay feels incredibly far away. Without another word, Benny leads me into the sitting room and fills a glass with water for me, as if I'm the guest and not the other way around. I've barely taken a sip before the doorbell chimes. By instinct, I go to move, forgetting about Summer, but Benny is straight on his feet too.
"I'll go,"
he says.
"You warm up."
I suspect he's trying to give me space to work out if I want to talk, and if so, where to possibly start. So I don't object, sinking back into the sofa. The weariness feels endless. And while it's not the same as the exhaustion that came from life in the slums, or the endless battles during the Retterheld, it has its similarities. It's bone deep, all-consuming. It clouds my brain with a fog that only lets me see glimpses of my future. One that is devoid of hope, of family.
"Rose!"
Benny's shout breaks through my melancholy.
"It's Kay!"
Every other emotion I feel evaporates, and I'm up and running to her without thought. Sure enough, framed by the door is my beautiful little sister. Despite my despair and worry over her the last day, she looks radiant. She's still dressed in the ball gown she wore the night before, and next to her is Jonas. "Where have you been?" I ask, flying towards her, ready to crush her in pure relief. Yet as I move closer, something catches my eye. My fingers curl into my palms. Kay has only ever worn one ring, a simple band with an iridescent pale blue stone which belonged to our mother. She lost it when she was taken to the forest during the second trial. Yet at that moment, there are 3 equal-width rings placed across her middle 3 fingers, so perfectly aligned they look like a single sheet of metal, representing the past, present, and future. 3 rings, the symbol of marriage in Marathka. Oh, gods, what the hell has she done? My eyes meet hers, and there's nothing but pure stubbornness in them. Stubbornness and perhaps a hint of pride, too. As my gaze shifts from her to Jonas, I note that he is wearing matching wedding rings, and my jaw drops. What the fuck have you two done? Jonas. Kay has married Jonas. A man who only hours ago I almost murdered with a power I have no control over. A man who kept our brother's existence from us. A man I spent moons getting to know, or at least thinking I knew, in the crucible of the Retterheld, whose own father proposed to her, and Kay didn't even consider discussing the matter with me? Incredulity and hurt thrum in my chest, and in that split second, I wish with all my heart that I could be anywhere but here.
Rose?
Benny's voice reaches me, thin and far away. And then, before I can take another breath, the world tilts. Where I was and what I was doing no longer seemed to matter. All that exists is the here and now. This moment. I'm consumed by it. Though what it is, I have no idea. The blackness that I first disappear into lasts less than a heartbeat, as pinpricks of light before me grow ever larger. I'm soaring. Not metaphorically, physically. At least, that's what it feels like. I'm not in my own body. Instead, I'm miles above the ground, looking down on buildings and rooftops with veins of streets snaking between them. Everything small and doll-like, and feeling the rush of air as I sweep through it all. A sense of freedom I didn't know existed fills me. The rain is pouring, rain that falls from odd-colored clouds, but I don't care. The water slides off my wings without impact. Without warning, my vision swoops down and I plummet toward one of the buildings. For a split second, I think I'm going to collide with the roof, but I slow just in time, and the rush of air lessens as I draw to a complete stop. I'm on a windowsill, I realize, peering in through the glass. It takes me a moment to realize what I'm looking at. Or rather, who? Me, in Benny's arms. As I watch, he places me on a sofa.
Rose!
Benny shouts my name in pure panic as he jostles my shoulders, gently at first and then harder. When he moves to shake me for a third time, the motion ripples through my body and I open my eyes to find his face inches from mine. The weight is instant, as if my body is made of lead, when only moments ago it was feather light. And the pressure in my chest, the one that has refused to leave for longer than I can remember, returns. For a moment I felt free.
Thank the gods.
Benny gasps.
You're back.
I begin, but then fall silent. Rather than trying to respond, I turn my head to the great glass window that looks out onto the courtier's arc. Not sure what I'm expecting to see, but there's nothing. I'm okay. It was just the shock, that's all. I finally manage, as I push away from Benny and twist around so that I'm sitting up and looking straight at my sister. Your eyes! Kay swallows, her eyes wide and harsh with suspicion. They were white, Rose. What did you do? What did I do? Silence sweeps the room. So tense I can feel it burning into the marrow of my bones. Is she really going to start accusing me of things when she's the one who turned up here wearing bloody wedding rings? It doesn't matter how glad I am to see her. This side of my sister is getting harder and harder to deal with, and I find myself in desperate need of someone to interject before I say something I won't be able to take back. As if reading my thoughts, Benny steps into the void.
Rose, honey, I don't want to be the one to mansplain your own powers to you, but maybe you need to take a moment. Take a few breaths.
I turn to my friend, unsure what he's talking about until I notice his breath hovering in the air. The temperature has dropped to freezing, yet I hadn't noticed. The windows, I realize with a start, are all glazing over with ice. Fuck.
We need to talk about this,
Jonas interjects. But before I can tell him this is none of his business, and he needs to kindly fuck off, Summer appears in the doorway with a look of surprise on her face. "Lady Rose, you have guests. Is there anything I can do?" My sister swivels around to face the maid. "Who are you?" "This is Summer," I stress her name, "our new help. She's been wonderful, assisting me greatly, unlike some who just fucked off and got married." Offering the maid what I hope she knows is a genuine smile, I reply to her initial question. "Perhaps you could prepare us all some dinner," I suggest. I'm keen to get her out of the room before she spots the ice on the window. "Of course, milady. I'll clear the dining room." She bobs a curtsy that makes me grimace and then bustles off. Silence follows. Silence I have no intention of breaking.
"So we should probably talk about it,"
Jonas begins. "You think?" I spit, only for Benny to step between us.
"Actually, maybe now is not the right time to do this,"
he says softly, his eyes on me. "Sorry?" I snap back, eyes narrowing. Benny rests his hand on my shoulder.
"I'm saying this for you, Rose."
He murmurs to me so softly it's as though we're the only ones in the room.
"You've had a rough couple of days, and you were out all day today. You need to rest. You also need to make sure you don't do or say something you'll regret."
Would I regret killing Jonas? At this precise moment, I'm not sure. But I know why Benny's counseling caution. My magic is dangerous, deadly to those around me and to me if Corvain finds out about it. My magic has already gone haywire once this morning, and I can't risk another flare-up. Benny's right. Besides, if I'm going to kill Jonas, it's going to be a clear-headed, with my own bare hands type of murder. "I want him out of my house," I hiss, looking past Benny and straight to Jonas. Kay opens her mouth to protest, but Benny gets there first.
"I shall escort him out myself,"
he says.
"You need rest, Rose. Go upstairs. I'll bring you your food once he's left."
Kay glares at me, folding her arms across her chest. "If Jonas goes, I'm going too."
"No, you're not."
I'm surprised to hear the words grind out from Benny's mouth rather than mine.
"Your sister won the Retterheld yesterday, the greatest honor there is. She earned back your family's home, wealth, and powers. And yet, after everything she's been through, you let her spend her first night here in rooms full of heartache, on her own. You will not be leaving here tonight. And believe me, you do not want to test me on this."
When I first arrived at the barracks, I noted the way the other islanders defaulted to Benny, noticed his quiet leadership. But there's nothing quiet about this. It's pure command. And strangely, it reminds me of Kyor. The only difference is that it's my side Benny's standing on. Rather than responding herself, Kay looks to Jonas, as if she's expecting him to fight the future Duke of the Eastern Isles. It just shows how woefully little she knows about her husband. Jonas purses his lips.
"Perhaps it would be better if I went tonight,"
he says quietly, his tone conciliatory.
"I will return in the morning, and we will talk then."
Kay's disappointment shows in the pout of her lips. "Fine," she sniffs. "But I'm going to bed too. And don't worry about bringing me any food," she says with a withering glance at Benny. "I seem to have lost my appetite entirely." Her eyes linger on me for a moment longer before she turns on her heel and marches out of the room. As her footsteps pad down the hallway and up the stairs, I turn to Jonas, who immediately shrinks away, his hand on his chest, as if he's worried I might suddenly freeze the air in his lungs again.
"I'm going. Don't worry, I'm going,"
he says before scuttling away. Only when we hear the front door close does Benny turn to look at me and blow out a long sigh.
"Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm starting to think your sister might have got on scarily well with Zara."
I snort, but then the quiet closes in again. Chapter 7. Benny insists that I head upstairs and get some rest, and I don't argue with him. The heaviness from the last 2 days is bone deep, and as leaden in my limbs as it is in my mind. As such, I'm already lightly dozing when Benny steps into the room with a tray of food.
"I'll probably split some,"
he says as he places the tray down on the table in front of the fireplace.
Summer insisted she'd be the one to bring it to you. I basically had to sprint up the stairs.
Thanks. I offer a weak smile. A large part of me is tempted to stay in bed and sleep, but that's hardly fair given all the effort Summer and Benny have gone to. So I heave myself up and into the chair. Have you eaten yet? I ask.
Not yet. I've got a big bowl waiting downstairs for me, though.
And Kay? Her name causes a twist in my heart. She married Jonas without even thinking to discuss it with me. It's no different from her previous plan with Arthur, but it's just another confirmation of how fractured our relationship has grown.
Summer took her some food.
Benny reassures me. His eyes catch on something on the wall behind me and widen, and my stomach clenches. Shit. I already know what he's spotted.
Rose, honey, what the fuck happened there?
Twisted ivy vines weave through the decimated brickwork, holding the wall upright. To anyone else, the greenery might suggest the goddess's magic at work. But the gaping crack in the masonry is far wider than the vines. And with Benny's gift for spotting the fault line in anything, he knows some other force was behind the damage. All the same, I attempt to brush it away. Oh, that's nothing, just some old cracks, I say casually while scooping up a spoonful of hot stew, hoping my nonchalance will cause him to drop the matter. It doesn't.
No, it's not.
He walks over to the wall and brushes his fingers against it.
The dust is still settling. This happened recently. I'm guessing this morning or last night at the latest.
Damn Benny and his clever eyes. He looks at me somberly.
Another magical accident?
I give up the pretense. I'll get a hold of it, I tell him. I'm just tired, that's all. He purses his lips and doesn't say anything for a moment.
You're right. You will. And like I said when I arrived, I'm not Klinos, but I'm always here if you want to talk, you know?
He offers awkwardly. I nod. I do. And back at you, too. I know you must miss her as well. A weak smile curls his lips.
I miss them all,
he says sadly before moving to the door and blowing me a kiss.
Sleep well, Rose.
Sleep is fitful. I toss and turn, and more than once I get out of bed, leave the room and stand outside Acacia's door, not sure if I want to curl up in the bed next to her or scream at her for all her stupid actions. In the end, I do neither, instead returning to my own bed, wishing there was some way to make it feel a little less empty. I insist that I will not think of Kaior. Yet despite myself, phantom touches ghost around my body, as if he's holding me to him like he did so many times, and will never do again. I tell myself the tears are born from exhaustion. By the time I finally give up trying to eke out any more than a few feeble hours of sleep, the first slivers of light are creeping over the high-holds walls. With a robe over my shoulders, I head downstairs, the sound of clattering pans audible even from the top of the stairs. But while Summer's presence in the kitchen comes as little surprise, the items which cover the tabletop are definitely unexpected. Gifts for the gifted, Summer explains as she sees me staring at the hampers on the table in front of us. Some were dropped off yesterday after you left, and a couple came this morning. From whom? I ask, peering into one of the closest ones. The lords and ladies of the court. They each have name tags. A quick look around the one I'm already studying shows me she's right. An elegant cursive tag reads, "From Lord and Lady Ross." I've no idea who they are. In fact, I still don't recognize any of the names that I'm scanning through when Benny appears.
Wondered when you were going to get these,
he says.
You know, there's aquavit in a couple.
He reaches over and takes a bottle.
If you're not going to...
I drag a grin onto my face. Be my guest. Take anything you want. You too, Summer, I tell her. Take as much as you want. The truth is that the sight of these luxuries is enough to make my skin crawl. How stupid is it that when I was starving in the slums, unsure how I'd find enough food for Kay for the day, none of these lords or ladies were anywhere to be found. But now, when I already have everything I need, they're sending enough to feed a village. As I pick the bottle of spirits out of the hamper, I unscrew the top, take a sniff, and cough on the fumes. The sudden spasm causes pain to sear beneath my ribs.
You okay?
Benny asks, concern flashing across his face. Yeah, I reply, screwing the lid back on. I hate these things. Summer? The maid turns to look at me. I assume you have friends in the Highhold? Maids? Servants? She nods. Yes, m'lady, but I would never. I wave away whatever her comment was going to be. Please take anything you think they would like from this lot. We have no need for any of this. Her eyes widen. Are you sure, m'lady? Yes, absolutely. And the sooner the better. As much as I want to send food out to the slums, rich pâtés, expensive spices, and alcohol aren't what they need. But that doesn't mean there aren't deserving people who won't enjoy them more than the lords that sent them. Thank you, m'lady. I'll get them cleared after breakfast. Said breakfast is well underway. Muffins and rolls are already piled up on top of the oven. Eggs are boiling in a pan, and Summer has just started whipping what I assume is some kind of cream cheese when the doorbell chimes. My skin bristles. Jonas.
I'm guessing that's your brother-in-law?
Benny teases in response to my stormy expression. Don't, I tell him. It's not funny. I'll get the door, Kay yells from upstairs before her footsteps thunder down the steps, drawing yet another grimace from me.
I guess I should leave you to it,
Benny says, standing up. Part of me wants to ask him to stay. It would be easier to face the pair of them with him by my side to add a bit of rationality to the situation. But I can't. Because of William. I still don't know what, if anything, Jonas has told Kay about our brother. Whether he's risked Florian's identity further by telling my hapless sister exactly who's been living with her these past few moons. But if he hasn't said anything yet, I won't be the one to reveal the secret. My brother is alive because people don't know who he is. I intend to keep it that way. Summer, can you take those baskets now, please? I tell the maid as she douses the now-boiled eggs in cold water. And take your time with them. She meets my eye with a look of understanding. She knows that I'm asking for privacy, and given how she suggested taking Gladden route only yesterday, I'm confident that she will give it to me. Of course, m'lady. I will just put them in bags so that they are easier to carry. Ever the gentleman, Benny surges to his feet.
I'll help you.
I wish the Rohelm lords were raised as well as they clearly are in the Eastern Isles. I will not think of Kyor. Within a few minutes, they have packed up as much as Summer can feasibly carry in one trip, and Benny is heading out of the house with her. Meaning I have no choice. It's time I face the newlyweds. I can hear the chattering coming from the same room we spoke in the night before, the drawing room. I can't help but wonder if Jonas chose it because it's close to the front of the house, so he can make a quick exit if he needs to. The thought would be amusing if it actually helped him. The truth is that it doesn't matter how close he is to the door if the ice magic decides to rear its head again. Summer won't be flying into the room with a pan in her hand this time either. Though maybe now that Kay's magic has returned, she'll be able to stop me. Maybe. Nerves churn through my stomach. Has Jonas already confessed to his father that he stole his bride? Has William seen the rings on his fingers? Completely unaware that the woman he will now think of as his sister-in-law is in fact his actual sister? There's no way I can know any of those things until I go in there and speak to them. My hands clench and unclench as I stand outside the door, trying to make sure there's none of that now scarily familiar chill flooding through my veins. Not that it will make a difference when it comes on so fast anyway. Still, I'm as calm as I'm going to get, considering the fact I'm fucking furious, and hanging around in my own hallway isn't going to make it any better. So with one last sharp breath in, I step into the drawing room and find them sitting there next to one another, thighs touching. Jonas immediately jumps to his feet, and my eyes are, once again, drawn to those 3 rings on his hand. And here I was, hoping it was just a shitty dream. I say dryly, feeling weary. You wanted a solution that wasn't marrying Arthur, Kay spits without preamble. And Jonas found it. My back teeth grind. Marrying him instead. Exactly. She folds her hands primly in her lap, her wedding rings proudly on display. The absurdity of it stokes flames in my blood. You don't even know each other! The words burst out of me. Kay rolls her eyes. I thought your issue was with me marrying Arthur, because of his age. Jonas is significantly younger. Problem solved. I close my eyes and force myself to breathe deeply. When I open my eyes again, I make a concerted effort to keep my tone level. I entered the Retterheld for you, Kay, to give you a future. The future you deserve. I wanted you to have the opportunity to marry for love. Or not marry, if that's what you wanted. Not just marry someone because it fixes a problem. That's not what I wanted for you at all. But what about what I want? Kay snaps back. She closes her eyes for a moment, as if searching for patience. You and me both, sister. Kay takes a deep breath and opens her eyes, only to let out a long sigh. What I wanted was a place at court and a family of my own. And now I'll have both. I have a place here, and not just the sister of the gifted. One day, I'll be Lady Lorthin. She says it with pride, and I want to bite my tongue. She should be proud to be a cultivaris. I'll be happy, Rose, Kay says with the full confidence of the naive. With Jonas, I can feel it. With a smile so saccharine my mouth floods with bitterness, she places her hand in Jonas's and gazes up at him. He settles down next to her once more, and her eyes warm. The preposterousness of the situation is almost enough to make me laugh. Or cry. Unable to look at her any longer, I turn my attention back to Jonas. Who else knows of this sham? I ask. Did you tell your father?
He was asleep when I got back last night.
Jonas replies.
And left before breakfast, but William...
He falls irritatingly silent. But William what? I snap. He can't mention my brother and then just leave things hanging, letting my mind whir. What about William? He knows? Is that what you're saying? A gust of wind billows from outside, strong enough to blow the window ajar, but I make no movement to close it. I'm not going anywhere until Jonas gives me his answer.
No, he doesn't know. I don't think. I wasn't wearing my rings, but he could tell something was up at breakfast this morning. It's fine, though. I just gave some excuse about being tired after finishing the Retterheld, you know?
I don't know. What I want is his exact wording to our brother. But before I can say as much, Kay interrupts. I don't get what the issue is. We're married. It's a perfectly reasonable pairing, and people will find out about our nuptials soon enough. We plan to make an announcement at the next ball. Of course, she's already thinking of the damned balls. Did he tell you he proposed to me once? I spin to face her again. Did he tell you what he's done to our family? Kay's nose rises into the air. If you're talking about William, then yes. He told me everything. The window beats again as the wind rattles the pane, but I don't so much as glance at it. All my attention is on my younger sister, who is busy ruining her life. I think it was caring of him, actually, she continues. Kind of him not to tell you during the Retterheld so that it didn't upset your chances in the trials. What the actual fuck? Kind of him? Kay doesn't look shell-shocked by the fact that our brother is alive, nor does she look annoyed by the deception that has shaped the last decade of our lives. Her feigned casualness riles my anger to full-fledged fury. How can you pretend like it's no big deal? How can you say that so calmly? I snarl. You sit there with your hands folded on your fucking lap with your pretty rings like we're talking of the God's-forsaken weather.
Rose?
Jonas says, his tone a warning that I don't need. I can already see that my breath is clouding and ice crystals are forming on several surfaces. Maybe I should stop, back off, but Kay needs to hear this, and she comes first, always. We thought Florian was dead, Acacia. Mom and Dad, they died mourning him. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand how much this impacts our lives? What our lives could have been? Our lives, Dad drank himself to death because of his broken heart. I cut across her, refusing to hear another word from her mouth until she hears everything I have to say. His heart would have been perfectly fine if we'd known our brother was alive and well in the high hold the entire time. He thought, she breaks in weakly, but I give her no time to offer paltry platitudes. There is no excuse for this, and she needs to understand that. I plow on even as my breath fogs the air. You understand that William is our brother, right? You've been spending every day with our brother, and Jonas hid it from you, from us. The draft-riddled window strikes again, but this time it's not just a rattle. It's a full-on bang as the entire pane swings inwards with such force that the hinges are ripped from the frame. What the hell? Glass sprays around us, and I jump to my feet and stare at the space where the window had once been. Everything inside me sinks. My eyes fixed solely on the person who stands on the other side of the gaping hole. His eyes are wide and tear-filled as his lips tremble.
I'm your brother?
William whispers into the silence. Chapter 8. Kay's the one who goes to let William in. It's better than letting him run off into the high-hold with all his questions festering. Meanwhile, Jonas attempts to jam some of the larger shards of glass back into the window like a jagged puzzle, packing the gaps with whatever fabric and cushions he can. We have 6 other reception rooms in this house, not including the study and the library, and moving to one of those would be the easiest thing for us to do. But if Jonas wants to slice his hand open with a foolish endeavor, then who am I to stop him? He probably wants to feel useful, which he is assuredly not. As William enters the sitting room and stands only feet away from me, I struggle to know what to say to this 15-year-old boy, nearly a man. Up until a day ago, William was nothing more than Arthur's ward, and now he's my brother. My brother, whom the king condemned to death. And yet here he stands, his heart still beating, every breath an act of treason, and one I am so grateful for. Even if I can't find the words to say it. And I am not alone in my muteness. Rather than taking a seat, William stands frozen, his gaze flicking between me and Kay, as if he's trying to reconcile 2 versions of the world at once. His face is pale, his mouth slightly open, breath fogging faintly in the chilled air. He doesn't look angry. He looks stunned, lost. The silence stretches, brittle as the ice I recklessly wield. You were eavesdropping, I say finally, just to say something.
I was following Jonas,
He replies, not admitting or denying the eavesdropping accusation.
I was worried this morning. I could tell something was up at breakfast because he was acting oddly, and he got home so late last night.
So you followed him here and listened in on our conversation? I finish for him. He glowers in a manner that is remarkably similar to Kay's glares. Would I have noticed the similarities if I hadn't known? There's no way to tell. Everything in William now seems to scream family at me. Brother.
I'm glad I did.
He continues to pout.
Would you ever have told me who I am if I hadn't?
I chew my lip. I don't know the answer to that. I lie. I do. I would have kept it from him for his own sake, for all of our sakes. The more people who know, the more danger he's in. As much as I hate to admit it, Jonas was right about that. But then, there's not telling people generally, and not telling his sisters. That's a big fucking difference. William lets out a short, disbelieving laugh. There's no humor in it at all. Nothing but pain.
So this is it then? My entire life is a lie? And I only learned about it because I was stupid enough to worry about a person I thought actually cared about me? William.
Jonas starts, but William holds up a hand without looking at him.
No, just don't. I need them to explain this.
His eyes flick between Kay and me.
Both of you, I need to understand. I don't understand. I can't.
He drags a hand through his hair, pacing a short, restless circle on the rug.
My family are in Raoul. That's what I believed. But you're telling me that they're not, that I'm from here, from Rohelm. And yet, I was hidden here? It makes no sense.
I know it's a lot to take in. I get that. I'm not even close to comprehending it myself, believe me. I edge towards him, but he flinches like he's a scared animal. Not wanting to spook him any more than he already is, I shift back. We just want to help you, William, I say softly. We want to keep you safe. But you need to realize we're only just getting our heads around this ourselves. He stares at each of us in turn, nostrils flaring as his breathing quickens. Then he shakes his head in a rapid flurry.
It's not possible. Florian Cultivaris died. Everyone knows that. The king ordered it.
His voice falters as understanding dawns slowly, painfully.
My whole life,
He murmurs quietly as if to himself.
Arthur told me I was lucky. Lucky to have been given a future here.
His laugh is hollow.
Turns out I was stolen.
You weren't stolen, Kay says quickly. You were saved. This is a miracle, William, I promise you. He looks at me again, a sheen glistening in his eyes.
Do you know what the worst part is?
I shake my head.
I believed it.
His voice drops.
Every word. I built myself on the lie my father. The lie Arthur told me.
He presses a fist to his chest.
If I'm not who I thought I was, then who am I?
You're still the same person, I hasten to reassure him. You are. It's just your history that's changed.
My heritage.
He corrects.
How can I know who I am if I don't even know where I come from?
Finally, he stops his pacing and sinks onto the edge of a chair, elbows braced on his knees, staring at the floor.
I have sisters,
He says again, softer this time, as though testing the shape of the words.
I have a family.
His voice hardens as he finally looks up.
And you weren't going to tell me.
Guilt ripples through me, so I give him the truth he deserves. William, do you know the story of our mother? I ask, taking a seat on another of the chairs, still a distance away from him. Do you know the tale of the queen killer? His mouth opens as he looks at me warily, but he doesn't answer. This isn't a test, I promise, I assure him. There's no right or wrong answer here.
I know a little,
He admits.
By the time I was old enough to learn of the rumors, they'd died down. They started up again recently.
Since I entered the Retterheld, I reply.
Yes.
So what have you heard? I press. His lips twist.
I heard that she was jealous of the queen. That she thought she'd find a place beside the king if she let his wife and child die. And that's why she did it.
Great goddess, that's horrible. My jaw drops, and I lean forward to him. She would never, never. The thought alone is enough to choke me. She loved our father with her whole heart. She adored him.
Our father.
William murmurs. His jaw tightens.
I heard that he was an illegitimate bastard.
Bastard or not, he was a lord. I fire back instantly. He was also one of the strongest wind weavers the Morathians have ever known. And as for this rumor of Mother wanting to leave him for the king, it's nonsense. Mother loved Father and stayed with him even when he lost his mind to drink because he couldn't bear the pain of the death of his son. A son he adored. William winces at the words, and I curse my thoughtlessness. This is hard. Harder than I could ever have imagined. Not that I ever dared to imagine this moment. Even when it came to my gifting, I knew the goddess could not bring back those whose power had already been returned to mortaldom. I truly thought Florian was dead and gone. This last part of the goddess's gift is a miracle I never dared to dream of. Even if Kay and I knowing of William puts him in greater danger. I draw in a lungful of air, which I exhale with a shudder. I don't know the details, William. I tell him truthfully. All I know is that Florian Cultivaris didn't die the way we were all led to believe. That the king's order to put him to death was somehow ignored. And a couple of years later, you, were returned to Rohelm and given to Archer Lorethan to raise. The only thing I know for sure is that you are alive. And it is a miracle. A surge of love, of pure joy I hadn't allowed myself to feel in years floods me. But it falters at the sight of my brother swallowing nervously, his hands opening and closing.
A treasonous miracle.
Despite his obvious devastation, I'm pleased that he grasps the severity of the situation. William may not have evaded the king's order by himself, or even known that such an evasion had happened. But if Corvain found out, he would certainly correct the mistake and see my brother put to death. This time, for real. Yes, I reply simply. The word tastes like ash in my mouth, but I cannot soften this for him. He needs to know the danger he faces now. Only then can he guard himself as he must. William turns to Jonas.
Is all this true?
He asks, eyes wide.
Tell me it's not. Tell me this is some sick joke.
He pleads. Jonas lowers his head ever so slightly.
It's no joke. I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
He says.
I should have as soon as I knew, but I couldn't put you at risk. If you had told anyone, the wrong friend, a mentor you believed you could trust, you would have been killed, William. Please understand that all I wanted was to protect you.
William's lips disappear as he presses them together into a tight line.
And how long have you known, brother?
The way he leans on the word causes Jonas to flinch.
A while.
William's jaw clenches as a waft of unnatural air rushes in from behind the open door, hissing as it escapes through the cracks in the broken window. I shiver as the air rushes against my skin, realizing that William has cyclone powers, just like our father.
How long?
He repeats. The wind is a quiet threat, and Jonas knows it. He pales.
I was 15 or 16. Little more than a kid myself.
The pain on William's face is so raw, I fear for the rest of our windows.
Over half my life.
His words come out as a near sob.
And all that time, you called me brother, knowing I was actually theirs?
Jonas swallows.
I did what I thought was right.
He offers quietly. With another scoff, William turns back to me.
You only found out at the gifting?
He asks. Even later than that, I tell him. Compelled by the goddess, Jonas told me the truth after the ball the night before last. I feel no qualms about throwing Jonas even further under the carriage. After all, if the goddess hadn't insisted, then who knows how long it would have been before we learned the truth. If indeed we ever would have.
Well, brother.
William uses the same inflection again, his tone sharp as glass.
You may leave us now. I wish to speak to my sisters alone.
Rather than responding to William, Jonas's eyes fall to me, as if seeking my approval. But Kay is the one who replies. It's fine, husband, she says firmly. You can leave us. With one last glance back at William, Jonas exits the room, leaving Kay and me alone with our brother. Our brother? I can hardly think the words without a complex mix of sheer joy, utter disbelief, and unrelenting fear binding me. From outside comes the constant drumming of rain, yet I don't even care what color the clouds are now. All I care about is William. How will he respond when the truth has had time to sink in? How will he feel about me after all I've been through? All I've done? Kay certainly hasn't approved of my actions and makes no bones about showing it. I also wonder what Kay is thinking. After all, she knows William far better than I do. Maybe she can tell what his carefully blank expression means? Because I can't read a thing into it. Not for the first time. I wish I had Benny's powers to see to the heart of things. Nervousness, anger, fear. I'm sure it's all there, whirring around within William, even if I'm not able to pick up on it. Only when my eyes dart to the broken window do my brother's lips finally part ever so slightly.
Sorry about your window,
he says quietly.
I'll see it fixed.
My heart balloons within my chest, and something eases. His first words aren't angry accusations. Not calling us liars, not refusing to believe us. Tears prick my eyes. Windows can be replaced, I tell him. Brothers, on the other hand? My voice wobbles despite my best efforts to keep it steady. A smile flickers on his lips before disappearing.
It makes sense,
he whispers.
Arthur was always so vague about my birth parents, about what they did their magic, why they thought it was best for me to be here with him. When I was 7 or 8, I noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying. But when I challenged him on it, Arthur got serious. And honestly, a little scary. He told me I was lucky that he had taken me in, that I was lucky I wasn't dead, and that if I knew what was good for me, I'd stay quiet. I never dared raise it again. But I made a note of things, like conversations where he introduced me and shared my history with people, memorizing the contradictions, trying to see if there was a pattern, a way for me to work out what the actual truth was. I'll be honest. I thought I was his son, a bastard. That is why I have always referred to Jonas as my brother and Arthur as my father, because I believed they were. But now, knowing what our parents, did?
They did nothing. The anger unexpectedly surges through me. Kaior was a broken child who had lost his mother and lied because he needed somebody to blame. He'll tell you as much now if you ask him. Even as the words spill from me, I doubted them. Will Kaior tell my brother the truth? A knot twists in my gut. I believed so deeply that Kaior would tell his father the truth, but when the moment came, he didn't even try. But William, surely he'd tell him what actually happened. But that would mean trusting Kaior with this secret. And there's no way in hell I can do that. Not when the consequences would be so much worse than just a broken heart. William offers only the smallest nod in response. I can't tell if it's a genuine sign of agreement or simply designed to mollify me. Either way, my bitterness does not fade entirely. The fact that he ever thought badly of our mother, even for a tiny fraction of time, breaks my heart. She didn't deserve that. I try not to find his quietness unnerving. It's so different from either of the outcomes I envisioned after Jonas's confession. I imagined either angry accusations of lying or overwhelming gratitude at being united. Instead, he's almost silent, contemplative. This news will take time to adjust to, Kay says with an insight that startles me. But that is fine. We have time.
So what now?
William asks, interrupting my stream of thoughts.
Do I go back to Arthur's? Confront him?
No, I reply instantly. He can't find out that you know, I say urgently. Not until we're certain of who took you and concealed you and why. We can't be rash. Not when there are so many things to consider. And there are other matters at play that Arthur will likely be upset about. Jonas and Kay's marriage, for one. I let out a sigh. As overwhelmed with joy as I am to have William alive and with us, it doesn't change the constant buzz of anxiety that this new development has caused. Do you have friends you can stay with for a couple of days? I ask. Friends you can pretend you're just spending time with after the ball?
Yes.
He nods.
Good friends. People I trust. And Arthur won't think it odd as I do it regularly enough.
Good. That's good. I lean forward and take his hands. Tears throb behind my eyes. This is the first time I have held my brother's hands in 14 years. But I swallow the emotions down. I need him to listen carefully to my next words. No matter how much you trust your friends, you cannot tell them this. Do you understand? Not yet. It's for your safety. Rather than responding immediately, his eyes shift ever so slightly. Please, William, I beg. It's not just your life at stake here. It's ours too. His lips tighten in displeasure, but he drops his chin in a nod.
I won't tell anyone,
He says finally. Thankfully, I believe him.
May I ask you something?
He queries, looking at me. Of course.
That magic that you did earlier.
He drops his voice.
I saw the windows coated with ice. Is that from our parents? Something they could do?
Of all the questions he could have asked, this is probably the one I wanted the least. No, I admit. wanting to start the relationship with whatever truths I can offer. I am truly not sure what it is, but I intend to find out. Chapter 9. William begrudgingly allows Jonas to accompany him back to Arter's to pack his things, meaning I am left to spend my first full day with my sister in our family home. It should have been a joyous occasion, one spent wandering through the different rooms, recalling memories and moments from our childhood, and talking about our parents, discussing our next steps, our future. But she's already claimed a future as a wife and mother, and I have no idea what mine contains. Though I doubt it will be a long one if I can't get my powers under control. The way William mentioned the ice on the window causes me to shudder. Does he know that what he saw was enough to get me killed? Surely he must. So is that why he mentioned it? To show he has a secret of mine too? After all, that is the Rohelm way. But the way he questioned, it felt more intrigued than threatening. Did Kay even notice what I did? Does she realize what dangers I'm harboring within my veins? Either way, I need to get answers, which is why I start in our family library. The last time I was here, there were shelves that I wasn't allowed to touch. Ancient tomes stored behind glass, or on the topmost levels that my parents promised they would look through with me when I was old enough. Well, I'm old enough now. As I reach up and take the first one down, I can't help but think how different it would be to have them here with me now, flicking through these pages together. A knot rises in my throat, and I swallow it down with effort. Wallowing won't get me any answers. Moving forward is all I can do. I work my way methodically, scanning through the pages as quickly as I can, and I'm more than a little relieved when Benny turns up.
Hey, how did it go with the newlyweds?
He asks.
I couldn't hear any creaking beds upstairs, so...
Erg, don't. I gag. Jonas isn't here, thank the gods. Here, make yourself useful. I toss him one of the books, and he catches it despite the terrible throw.
What am I looking for?
Anything that might be useful. You know, to do with my ice powers. I figure I might as well start here before I head to the Highhold Library and bother Caroline. The scribe's name causes a deep throb behind my ribs. I know I need to see her. Now that I'm out of the Retterheld, there's really no excuse not to. Apart from the guilt, that is. I'm still here, but the woman she loves is dead. Because of me. The knowledge eats at me. Benny immediately tosses the book aside and grabs another. With his power of being able to see the truth, see to the heart of things, I don't know why I even bothered to start reading myself. It's easier having him do it, with his speed-reading ability. And no doubt more accurate, too. Anything? I ask impatiently as he moves on to his fourth book.
Well, I've got an interesting blood vow here, if you want to stop people from ever spilling a secret. And that first book had a whole section of myths and folklore, including Miakas, Krakens, and Vata.
Krakens? I reply. In a myths section? Krakens are very real, as the Retterheld taught me. But I guess there was a time when people weren't so sure. What does it say about them? He shrugs.
Big, scary. If there's one in the water, you should stay out of it.
Yeah, well, we already know all that, I snort. I try not to remember waking up in bed after my Kraken encounter. Try not to remember the love and heat between Kyor and me. Lies. All lies. I guess we just keep reading.
By we?
He teases. Oh yeah, I mean you. This is all on you. We keep going for another couple of hours, and I do read through some books myself, even though I'm infinitely slower than Benny. My mind goes back to the blood vow more than once. Maybe I could put one on Jonas to ensure he doesn't mention William to anyone. And then a darker thought whispers, maybe I should use it on Kay. My parents taught me to protect my siblings no matter what. I've spent my life protecting Kay. So what does it say of me that I'm actually considering making her take a vow? I guess it tells me that I don't trust her judgment right now, which given everything she's done seems fair enough. And William? He deserves my protection too. Should have had it this whole time. Every time I hear a creak in the hallway or a noise from the floor above, I jolt and then move my eyes to the door, wondering if perhaps Kay will walk through it and offer an apology for everything she's put me through over the last 48 hours. But it never happens.
You know, you could always go and talk to her,
Benny says. I immediately shake my head. I can't. If she can't even see why she needs to apologize, then there's no way I'll be able to keep my temper. Besides, as long as she's upstairs, I don't have to worry about her.
At least the house is big enough to make it easy to avoid one another, although I still haven't gotten all the gossip on you and Reuben. You kept him quiet for a reason.
My mind flickers to Nolene, to her lack of magic, to her fading state. No, not really, I say firmly to Benny. He's just a friend. A smirk rises on Benny's lips.
So if I were to shoot my shot there, you wouldn't mind?
A pause.
Would he mind?
As a real laugh rattles from my throat, I can't help but be grateful for Benny being here. Somehow, whatever shit is going on, he still makes me smile. You know, I do think he's dated a couple of guys in the past, I say of Reuben. But he's going through a lot, and he doesn't need to be messed around. Besides, he lives in the third, and you're a future duke with obligations. Benny arches an eyebrow.
I'm still not hearing a no there.
Just read, will you? I say, throwing him another book, which he lets hit him squarely in the chest. When he catches my eye, I see the love that's in them, and I realize that all he wanted was to make me forget this crap, of which he only knows a fragment. For just a minute. Thank you for never letting me down, Ben, I say softly.
I do my very best.
He winks. By the time we're done in the library, dinner time is upon us, and we've learned nothing of use. Summer already asked where we'd like to eat, and given that the dining room table seats 20, which feels a little excessive, I told her the kitchen. I'm surprised to find only 2 places laid when we arrive. Kay hasn't gone out, has she? I ask, feeling a sudden lurch in my chest, thinking again about that vow. No. She requested her food in her room. I've already taken it up to her. Of course she has, I think, gritting my teeth. Her family home's been restored, and we have our brother back, and yet she chooses to sulk on her own. Still, when I go up to bed several hours later, I can't help but knock lightly on her door. When there's no answer, I push it ajar and see her there, sprawled like a starfish on her bed. I have never seen her sleep like that. Normally, we're huddled together, and despite everything that's currently wrong between us, I cherish the sight. Her chest rises and falls softly as she sleeps, warm and safe. Exactly how I want to keep her. How I want to keep both my siblings. But doing it on my own feels like an impossibility. So maybe it's time I reach out for some help with that. The next morning, I awaken before dawn with one goal in mind, to learn more about my magic. And there is only one person I can go to do so. Once again, I check in on Kay, and once again, she's fast asleep. But I'm not too disappointed. I don't want to start the day with an argument. And right now, that feels like it's all we're capable of doing. Still, I tell Benny that she isn't to leave. Maybe it's unfair of me to put that kind of responsibility on him, of holding a grown adult hostage in her own home. But I can't have her wandering about, not until I know what I'm going to do. Leaving the house early and alone, I grab a carriage without issue. No longer do I need to hitch a ride or cling desperately to the side of a passing vehicle. Instead, the leather seat hums faintly beneath me with the rhythm of the horse's hooves, and the simple fact that I am inside the carriage, paid for with my own coin, sends a thrill of satisfaction through my spine. Thanks to the speed of the horses, it's barely mid-morning when I arrive in the third, and am dropped off directly outside my intended destination, Edda's temple. Rather than heading through the temple doors, I move around the back towards a lightly colored brick wall. Other than one incident where I snuck in via the sewers, this is how I have always called for Dina in the years both before and after my mother's death. Not that I called on her that often after Mother was gone. The memories were like old wounds that would open up whenever I glimpsed this part of Mother's past, and so I struggled to visit. Still, Dina visited us, even in the slums. More than once, her arrival was nothing short of life-saving, coming right when we were the most desperate, having run out of food, resources, and options. Maybe someone else would have thought that Dina was the goddess's way of watching over us, even then. Back in those dark days, I assumed we'd been forgotten by all the gods, and it was merely Dina's kindness and love for our mother that brought her to our door time and time again. But now I wonder, did Etta know, even then, that I would become the gifted? The idea is an unsettling one. No, surely not. It was my choice to enter. Mine and mine alone. As my hand hovers beside the brickwork, I think about the last time I came here, when Dina gave me the dagger that is currently strapped to my thigh, a blade with unknown magic of its own, just like me. No wonder we're so well matched. Two weapons, equally as dangerous and unpredictable as the other. I press my hand against the stone wall and speak the priestess's name. Dina Paltic. How long it takes her to come to the calling varies, but within minutes I'm pacing, anxiety creeping up with every footstep. It's only been a matter of days since she was the avatar of Etta, hosting the great goddess in her human body. And while it is an honor, it comes with a toll. As time passes, I cannot help but picture Dina in my mind, frail and weak, lying upon her bed, still ravaged by the goddess's presence. What if she's hurt? What if being the avatar of the gods causes something worse than mere weariness? What if it's not an honor one even survives? The thought tightens my chest, making each breath feel shallow and labored. Rose? I spin around to find Dina standing behind me. She's dressed in her usual blue priestess's garb to match the blue stone embedded in her forehead. Her eyes are tired but warm. A smile lifts her lips at the sight of me. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. I was performing a blessing in the temple. I could not leave. She wraps her arms tightly around me, drawing me in. Is everything all right? You're stone cold, she says, clucking her tongue at me. I need to talk to you. Is there somewhere we can go? I ask her. Somewhere private? Of course. She releases me from her warm embrace. Follow me. Dina parts the stones of the wall with a sweep of her hand and ushers me through the divide and into the goddess's garden. Being in the priestess's presence is enough to ease my anxiety. Dina will have the answers. She always does. Inside the garden, I can't help but get distracted by the beds full of herbs and flowers. The goddess's garden was my mother's favorite place, and it was from here that I once pilfered a deadly poison without Dina's knowledge or consent. I still don't regret my actions, nor do they haunt my conscience. Rula, who ran one of the slum's protection rackets, used the poison to kill a rapist and murderer, the victims of whom included one of the few friends Kay had in the slums. Not that Kay ever found out the true cause of her friend's death. Back then, I told her Talia was killed in a bar fight, and she believed me without a moment's doubt. I've always protected Kay, even from the truth. But now, 3 rings adorn her hand, and I have learned what I should have known all along, that I can't protect her from herself, from her own poor choices. Part of me still refuses to accept that this marriage has taken place, although I can admit to myself that Jonas is a far better choice than Arthur. The fact that he has kept William safe all these years should earn him more of my respect, even if it's the very same reason that anger bubbles in my veins. I don't know how to forgive him for his deception. It's only when I see the way Dina is looking at me that I realize I have stopped walking, rooted myself to the ground, mired in my own fears. With a nod of my head, I force a deep breath in and expel the fear that only moments ago had gripped me. It's not possible to live that way, anticipating danger around every corner, always imagining the worst, always primed for attack. It was the way of the slums and the Redderhild. But now that needs to change. Whatever perils may await me in my future, I will fight them head-on when they arrive, but I will not give them the space in my mind before then. I owe myself that much. After all, if being the gifted can't save me from the unraveling of life, then being stuck inside my own head surely won't. As we continue through the goddess's garden, I spot the hemlock plant that I stole leaves from before another plant grabs my attention. Slowing slightly, I look at a deep purple bud, trying to recall its use. Cravenwort, my magic whispers to me. The berries are toxic, but the leaves can be steeped in milk to make a tonic to cure inflammation, and with a little magic, it can calm a blistering infection in minutes. Did I know that before? I'm not quite sure, but I don't believe so. It's clear that this magic, my mother's magic, holds far more power than I ever realized. No wonder she adored these gardens. To her, it must have been a veritable catalog of rare plants and herbs and their myriad uses. Just through here, Dina says as she opens a gate into a small courtyard. The space offers a degree of privacy, with no one else around, but the fence is relatively low, only about 7 feet, and made of thin wood. Someone could easily stand behind the feeble fence and overhear our whole conversation. It's warded. Dina effortlessly reads my dubious expression. You don't need to concern yourself, Rose. No one will be able to hear what we say. What about C? I ask. I have heard of those who can read lips. She shakes her head. The courtyard always appears empty, she explains. That is part of the ward. For all we know, there may be plenty of other people here at the same time as us, also discussing private things. I reach out and swing my arm around me, twirling in place to see if anyone is within arm's reach. Thankfully, no one is close enough for me to make contact with, and my nerves settle a little further. Come, Dina says with an indulgent smile at my antics. Sit with me, Rose. A smooth bench appears where I swear there wasn't one before. I hesitate only a moment before taking a seat beside her, enjoying the impossible warmth of the stone. Dina watches me with a cautious look I recognize all too well, the kind reserved for situations that must be handled carefully, delicately. Does she know what I'm going to ask of her? If so, then she must have some knowledge to impart, and that gives me hope that I may walk away from this encounter a little wiser than when I first entered it. I study the older woman, her face still clear of lines, making her appear ageless. She raised my mother, yet her appearance remains almost as youthful as my own. Her eyes are open and ready, but the warm smile has been tempered. She is the goddess's servant first and foremost, and my faux grandmother second. It is a truth always worth reminding myself of. Something troubles you, she says as an opening gambit. I can feel it. Your worry, your concern. What is it, my child? You may speak freely here. I draw in a long breath, and despite all her assurances of privacy, I still cannot help but drop my voice low. It's about my powers. The ones the holy goddess restored. Those, I admit, and others. Powers that returned to me before the gifting. Powers that I discovered during the Retterheld, given to me during one of the trials. Powers I should not have, but which are still here. She stills. She's not startled by this admission. She's never startled. But she is alert in a way that tightens the air around us. She knows. Which trial? She asks, and I suspect she's giving herself time to think. The third, on Fallen Lake. Dina exhales slowly. Where the Issen spirits roam. I instinctively lower my voice further still. This secret could see me dead. Kay and William too. But I have known that since I killed Oki. The only way to keep us safe is to control it. Yes, my new powers. One of them is ice, Dina. Chapter 10. I've done it. I've shared the secret that could kill me. A secret that no one knows beyond those from whom I couldn't keep it hidden. Now I just have to pray that I made the right decision. That Dina will not choose to throw her goddesses gifted to the king's direwolves. My eyes scan her face for any sign of movement. But she doesn't react the way I expected. She doesn't rear back. There's no shock, no denial. Only a long, searching look, as though she is measuring the safest possible response. She knows something. I'm sure of it. I hold my silence and pray that she will fill it with the answers I desperately need. Then we must speak of your mother, she says at last. I frown. What? Why? My heart thunders in my chest. What has my mother got to do with the Isin powers I possess? It makes no sense. Dina's gaze flicks away, her magic brushing the courtyard like a careful hand smoothing water. She's laying further wards around us. Despite her earlier reassurances, she does not think the existing protections in place are sufficient. When she speaks again, her voice is barely more than a breath. Because, my child, some legacies do not sleep as deeply as we hope. Legacies? My frown intensifies. I don't understand. Mother's magic was green. Always. She dealt with healing, with flow and growing. Not once did I ever see the slightest hint of ice. You raised her, I began. Did you see? We must not speak of it baldly, Dina warns me. Even here, within this warding, there are those who can hear. I think of poor Locke's power and nod grimly. Riddles and half-truths it is, then. The national speech of Rohelm. She never spoke of it. I begin, hurt to think she might have kept something like this for me. She would not, Dina interrupts gently. And not because she wished to deceive you, but because she was unable to. With a slight sigh, she presses a hand to her temples and clearly tries to work out what is safe to say. Your mother was brought to the temple as a child. Yes, as a baby, I say, reminding her that I already knew this. She shakes her head. No, not as a baby. She was a child, old enough to speak, old enough to remember a little. A chill creeps into my spine. Remember what? Dina's mouth tightens. Enough to be afraid. My throat dries instantly as questions form in my mind. Questions I'm not certain I want answers to. Afraid of what? I whisper. Of being seen too clearly. Dina presses her lips together, disapproval in every line of her face as she whispers the next confession. Your mother. She took Gladdenroot. My jaw drops open. My mother made herself forget? What could be so heinous from her past that she wanted to wipe it from her own mind? More than once, Dina continues. Not because she was in pain or ill, but because remembering frightened her more than forgetting. My chest is so tight that each breath is an effort against the cage of my ribs. You're saying she erased her own memories? Yes. Dina's voice softens. And each time, when I told her again what she had decided to forget, because I thought it was safer if she knew, she chose to forget it all over again. My stomach churns. Why would she do that? I brace for the answer. Dina meets my eyes at last. Because some truths attract attention. She moves closer, her lips almost touching my earlobe as she whispers, and some powers are not forgiven when noticed. Silence stretches between us. The only powers in Rohelm that are not forgiven. My ice, I say slowly. It didn't come from the spirits of Fallen Lake, did it? A cold nausea coils low in my stomach, As if my body has understood something my mind is still resisting. Dina does not answer immediately. When she does, she chooses her words with care. What surfaced in you was never given, Rose. It was uncovered. And once such things wake, they do not respond well to being pushed back down. A prickle skates along my arms, as though my magic agrees with her assessment. Then what am I meant to do? I ask in rising panic. If the ice powers cannot be put back in the box whence they came, then what options do I have? In my mind's eye, I see Jonas, bleeding from cuts caused by my shards of ice. I see him clutching his throat, choking. Tina, I nearly killed someone, I confess in a panic. I can't control it. I have to learn. You have to help me. Dina's expression tightens with regret. The temple cannot teach you control of this. I cannot teach you control of this. My stomach drops, hope draining out of me. I was so sure Dina would have the answers. But if she can't help me, then what am I to do? I cannot let these powers run rife or my life will be forfeit. And not only mine. Who? I ask desperately. Who can help me? She hesitates. There are those who understand forces born of cold, she says finally. Not the lake's spirits, she says pointedly, but the people who wield such power. My pulse stutters. The Isin. I do not say their name aloud, but I mouth the word at her. She nods once. If anyone can help you learn restraint, control rather than mere suppression, it will be them. I'd take suppression, I admit. The priestess shakes her head. I do not believe that is an option for you any longer, she says grimly. If it is as strong as you say, then it will not be fettered now. You must learn to control it. They are the only ones who can show you how. Fear floods me. She's serious. She truly believes that seeking out the Isin is my only chance of survival. My voice is a near sob when I speak. Dina, they will surely kill me before I can even ask for help. Perhaps, she says with brutal honesty I would prefer not to hear right now. Or perhaps they will recognize something of their own within you. I let out a shaky breath. Perhaps is not much comfort. No, she agrees. But it is the truth. And that is what you are asking of me. I swallow hard. Why tell me this now? Dina's gaze drops to my side, to the dagger. This should always have been yours. Your inheritance. It was your mother's once. She reaches out a hand and touches it carefully before instantly whipping her fingers back. A small smile of satisfaction appears on her lips. No other may wield this blade now. That is good. A single inhale and exhale completes her pause before she continues. This blade was not singular, but one of 3. I believe you have seen one of the others. Mila now wields its power. I wonder if the omission of the High Priestess's title speaks of familiarity or disdain. And the third, I question? Has been in its current location for centuries now. I do not believe the one who received it ever learned of its true power. Or true origin. Origin? It feels like she's telling me it's an Isin blade. But before I have a chance to confirm that with a question, she continues. You and your people are bonded by this item, and such things have a way of opening doors that wards cannot. Remember that. I try to keep my indignation hidden. It sounds like she's basically telling me to go and find the Isin, wave a tiny blade at them, and hope that's enough to stop them from firing ice through my heart the moment they see me. I close my eyes, trying to quell the myriad thoughts that threaten to consume me. If you go, Dina continues, go seeking understanding, not answers. Be wary and be sparing with the truth." "That's it? That's all she's giving me? Some loose, riddlesome words?" I open my eyes and look at her. "And my mother? Her powers? That is all you can tell me of them?" Dina's expression softens. "She chose silence so that you might live freely. Whatever you decide now, make sure it is your choice, not one born of fear." "Choice?" I think bitterly. "I have no choice. None. I must learn to control the magic within me. If I do not, Corvain will kill me for it, or I will kill someone else by accident." I rise slowly, my legs unsteady. "My siblings. Sibling," I catch myself. "Kay, she will carry this within her too? Or is it just me? Just the eldest?" The priestess draws a slow breath. "She is of your blood. Of your mother's blood. It's as though I've been wounded by a physical blade." "Yes, that is Dina's answer. Yes, my siblings carry this same curse in their blood." Trying to draw back the fear that claws through me, I look at the priestess. "Thank you for telling me what you could." She stands with me and pulls me into a brief, fierce embrace. "I only ever wanted to keep you safe," she murmurs, stroking my hair in such a loving maternal gesture that I feel my eyes sting. I let myself be held by her for longer than usual. Here in her arms, I can believe I'm safe for a moment. That like a parent, she will protect me from the world. But she is not. And she cannot. I withdraw reluctantly, and we walk in silence to the edge of the courtyard where we say farewell with a squeeze of hands. A lump blocks my throat, as I wonder if this will be the last time I see her, and I cannot help but wonder if she has the same thought. As I step outside of the garden, truth settles cold and heavy in my chest. There are no options for me here, no alternative means by which I can find tutelage for this power that grows stronger without restraint. I have to go to them. To the Isin. The clear sky, a sign of Kyor's waning pain, barely registers through the fog of my mind as I stumble forward, searching for a carriage to take me back to the Highhold, to my siblings. They need to know what we are. Oh, gods, poor William. The emotions that must be roiling through him today. What if they're too much for him to handle? What if they erupt from him in a power he shouldn't possess? Just like mine did with Oki. William ripped the window from the wall with his cyclone powers when he was eavesdropping. What if the next time anger possesses him, it's not that magic that tears from him? As my panic surges, I break into a sprint. But barely 50 feet from the temple, I find my route blocked. It's a carriage of sorts, but it's not the type I'm after. It is whitewashed wood, pulled not by horses, but by priestesses wearing the same clothes as Dina. I want to push past, but it's not possible. Not with people crowding around it, paying their respects. I wait, desperately willing it to move faster, and use the time to mutter a weak-willed prayer for whatever soul it is carrying to the temple. For it is a carriage with one purpose: to transport a body, one ready to take their last breath, to the temple of Edda. When I am level with the carriage bed, a gasp leaves my lungs. Because it is not just anybody within, it's someone I know. Nolene sits propped up by a priestess. Her skin is pallid and her eyes are vacant. Though her chest still swells and falls, I suspect it will not do so for long. As a fresh fissure forms in my already fractured heart, the sight that I see next is enough to break it entirely. Reuben, walking behind the carriage as they roll his mother to her death. Goddess, no. Reuben! I rush across to him. His eyes are red and glassy with shock as he looks at me.
Rose? Rose.
I go to embrace him only for his full weight to fall on me, as though he no longer has the strength to hold his own body upright. Thankfully, I'm a lot stronger than I was back in the slums, and I hastily shift my footing so that he can rest his head on my shoulder as tremors rattle through him.
They said there's Nothing they can do.
he says, his voice catching.
They said it was best that they take her now, so she can take her last breath with the goddess.
Reuben, I'm so sorry,
I should have acted sooner.
he mutters.
I should have found a way to get her out of those slums.
You did all you could. You know you did all you could. I see my words aren't getting through to him, though. His guilt drowns out all else. I stroke his hair back in a gesture that mirrors Dina's earlier comforting. Come with me, Reuben. Come back to the Highhold.
I can't. I need.
I step back, forcing him to stand upright. As his eyes meet mine, I hold his gaze. Reuben, there's nothing you can do right now. The cloaks won't let you stay with her in the temple. You know that. I don't want you to be alone. Come with me, please. Finally, he dips his chin in agreement.
Okay. Just for a little while. But can we just...
He doesn't need to finish the sentence. We stand together, watching as the carriage draws to a stop, and Nolene's feeble body is gently lifted out and laid upon a pall-covered bier. Reuben's breath trembles as he curls his fingers into my sleeve, gripping the fabric as if it might hold him together. Sadly, I know from experience that it won't. This will be his last memory of his mother. Nolene, somewhere in the ether between life and death, too weak to even recognize him standing there. Fuck. Tears prick my eyes, but hastily I wipe them away. She deserves so much more. I should have done more to help her. Silently we stand as the wailers and spectators move on. This moment is just a brushstroke in the painting of their lives. Not for us, though. Not for Reuben. We remain there, watching until the temple doors creak closed and the carriage is drawn away. Only then does Reuben break down into tears. Chapter 11. Reuben doesn't say a single word on the journey back, and I don't press him. It's not like I'm in the mood for conversation either. Summer opens the door when we reach the house, but despite her offer of aid, I help Reuben upstairs by myself. After removing his furs, I gently lay him down onto my bed, then pull his shoes off his feet. I tuck him beneath the quilt as he stares at the wall, lost in a maelstrom of emotion that I know so well. I even see the guilt festering within him, the same way it festered within me for so long. I should have done more to help Mother, to stop her illness advancing. I should have stopped Father's drinking. Yes, I know grief and guilt well. Two unwelcome bedfellows that shoehorn their way into your life without invitation. Leaving him there, I slope out of the room.
Thanks.
He murmurs softly just before I close the door. I nod, and the latch has barely clicked when the sound of his sobs fills the corridor. The choked echoes of loss tear at my heart, stirring my own remembered grief anew. Still, I do not go in to offer him comfort. He deliberately waited until I left before letting go, and so I will respect his choice. On soft feet, I make my way downstairs, hesitating momentarily in the hallway before heading to the orangery. There is a suspicion that has been rippling through the back of my mind since I spoke to Dina, and here is the place I hope to find the answer. Damp air fills my lungs, the irrigation system watering the plants and creating an unprecedented humidity in Rohelm. It's warm enough here to strip off all my clothes and dance around naked if I wanted to. But I don't. I'm here for a reason, and frivolity has no place in it. Just as when I was searching for plants to help Nolene, I cast my gaze around the space, focusing my thoughts on one singular idea. Something to suppress Isin magic. Around me, several plants begin to glow, each selected by my magic's instincts. But as I walk the lines of the orangery, harvesting ingredients, my stomach churns more and more as I recognize plant after plant. When I'm done, I feel sick. The highlighted plants are, without exception, the ingredients for Mother's so-called health tonic. All this time, It was not our health that she was promoting, but our magic she was suppressing. An idea flickers within me, and with it the slightest glimmer of hope. I could brew it again, take it as I had before. Yet even as the thoughts form, Dina's pointed words echo, "What surfaced in you was never given, Rose. It was uncovered. And once such things wake, they do not respond well to being pushed back down." She was warning me of exactly this. Fuck these riddles. Couldn't she just come out and say it? I can't take the health potion. Not now that I've used the powers. My annoyance has barely taken root when another thought pushes it out. One far more fearful. I brewed Kay a vast supply of the tonic before I left for the Retterheld, wanting to keep her healthy in the slums in case Arthur didn't come for her. But did she take it with her once she knew she was heading to the Highhold? Has she continued to take it every day, the way our mother insisted? With every fiber in my body, I pray that Kay has maintained her habit. At least, if her powers have not surfaced, she'll be spared this new level of fear and torment that I now have to live with. And what of William? Dina didn't say at what age our mother started manifesting these powers. Perhaps at 15 years old, he's still young enough to keep them at bay? Maybe it will not be too late to stop them growing within him. With the ingredients for the suppression potion laid in a wicker basket, I leave the orangery and stride towards the kitchen. Smells of cooking eddy through the air. Yet despite the aromas, I'm still shocked when I walk in and see a ridiculously full spread laid out on the table. I will have to speak to Summer and encourage her to curb this excess. I cannot bear it when I know of the starvation others suffer beyond the rings. I'm also taken aback by the fact that the room is far from empty. You came back. My voice hitches as my eyes fall immediately on William, though as a red tinge colors his cheeks, I realize how intently I'm staring.
It's not a problem, is it?
He asks, his tone worried. No, of course not. No, I'm pleased to see you. You're always welcome here. Always, I repeat, only to sense that I'm now rambling as well as staring. As such, I turn my attention elsewhere. Kay and Jonas are sitting next to each other at the kitchen table, knees touching a little under the table, like they're about to play footsie. It's a trite act of a young couple in love, not one already bound in marriage despite barely knowing one another. And to think that only days ago Jonas actually expected me to say yes to his proposal. Summer cooked, Kay says unnecessarily as Jonas reaches for a pasty. Though she's gone upstairs to clean some more rooms for us now.
Her cooking is incredible,
William comments.
The meat pasties are the best thing I've ever eaten.
Jonas agrees before taking a bite of a second one. So, Kay says impatiently, looking directly at me. Where have you been? I went to speak to Dina. And? Did you find out anything helpful? Sort of. My eyes shift to Jonas. But perhaps we should speak alone. Her nostrils flare and she straightens her back. Whatever you have to say, you can say it in front of my husband. It'll save me repeating it again later. We have no secrets from each other. She beams up at him, and it takes every inch of my willpower not to gape at her. No secrets from one another? I doubt he has told her dozens of things, like how he was going to let Zara kill him at the end of the Retterheld because he was too afraid to use his power again. Does she really think he's told her everything? If so, she's even more absurdly naive than I thought.
This is about family, right?
William says, breaking the tension with his question. Yes, it is. Family, I repeat, with a glare at Jonas.
Well, if you try to make me leave, I'll just eavesdrop again.
William shrugs as he speaks matter-of-factly.
I deserve to know the truth, too.
You're right, you do. For a moment longer, I consider whether I should insist Jonas leave, but I can't deal with another fight. Not with what I'm about to tell them. And it's not like he doesn't know part of it already. Besides, this affects William too. And Jonas has already proved he'll go to any lengths to ensure my brother's safety. After all, If the goddess hadn't told him that I had to learn the truth about my brother, he might still be holding that secret. Whatever my reservations are, he has proved he can be trusted with William's secrets. And so, reluctantly, I take a seat and tell the group everything I learned from Dina. I speak slowly, trying not to miss a single word from her whispered suppositions, including her hints about our mother's heritage and the details about the dagger. Kay's cheeks pale, and her hand slides down to rest on her abdomen. Her child may be partisan too, I realize. But is the blood diluted enough that they won't show it? The health tonic Mother made us, that I carried on making us in the slums, it suppresses Isin magic. I tell them when I reach the end of my conversation with Dina. When I stopped taking it in the Retterheld, well, it showed up. I draw in a breath, trying not to reveal that my sister's entire future might rest on the next answer she gives me. I made you plenty of the tonic before I left. Did you take it while I was in the trials? Please, the word echoes in my mind. Please, please say yes. She nods. I just thought, I may as well, you know. So I did. Relief floods me and my shoulders loosen for the first time all day. When was your last dose? A few days ago? Okay, that's good. I can brew more. I pat the laden wicker basket. Lots more. If we keep your powers from ever showing up, then you can't lose control of them.
What if...
William's voice is small, drawing my attention to him.
What if you already have them?
Dread knots within me. William? I leave the rest of the question unspoken, and it is Jonas who finishes it for me.
William, you can tell us. If something has happened, you must tell us.
My brother chews on his lips. Rather than continuing to speak, he reaches for the glass of water before him, and we all watch as ice forms in it. As William's eyes meet mine, a deep ache rolls out through my chest. If I ever doubted that he believed he was our brother, that feeling is long gone. What he just showed us could get him killed, which means, in spite of everything, he trusts us. Pride and happiness flood me, tempered with anxiety and fear. He has Isin magic, just like me. How long have you been able to do that? I ask carefully.
Since I was old enough to know it wasn't a good thing.
He admits.
Something told me I had to keep it hidden.
I wouldn't have thought it possible, but my sympathy and grief for my baby brother deepen even more. Not only was he stripped of his family and raised by a man who lied to him day in and day out, but he was also forced to keep this a secret. He must have been terrified living with this. And no one else knows? I press.
Not a soul. William, you should have said something to me.
Jonas's voice is tight with hurt. Evidently he wasn't lying when he said he thought of William as a true brother.
I wouldn't have told anyone. I did consider it.
William confesses quietly.
But I didn't want to put you in a bad position. And, well, I thought my mother...
He shrugs the words away.
It doesn't matter.
Well, he was never truly Lorathan's bastard son. He was, however, correct in suspecting his ice magic came from his mother. Thank you for showing us this, William. I try to smile, but my lips don't seem to work. Thank you for trusting us. Still chewing on his lip, he rubs his thumb into his palm before looking at me with new nervousness. Given what he just showed us, I can't possibly imagine what he might still be reticent to tell us. But I wait until he finds the courage to keep speaking.
I explored the house alone a little earlier. I found a painting in one of the rooms here. I look just like our father.
His voice cracks.
I could see myself in his eyes, his jaw, the shape of his face. I knew then, really knew. I am your brother.
I swallow. You are, and you do look like him. My voice wobbles. So much. I can't believe I did not see it before.
You weren't looking for it. Why would you?
I suppose. A small spark of hope ignites within me as I look at the still frozen glass of water. Maybe I don't need Dina's advice after all. Maybe help is far closer to home. Can you teach me? I ask, trying to keep my voice level. Can you teach me how to control it? If he can, I need not travel to face the Isin at all. Need not endanger myself with a trip that can't possibly end well. But as William's face falls, I know he's not going to give me the answer I desperately want.
I'm sorry,
he says, and I can tell he means it.
I wish I could, but that's all I've got. I can cool a drink for you, but none of what you did. Jonas told us how you stopped him from breathing. I can't do that. Nor the ice flung everywhere thing. Your powers are different. Stronger, far stronger. And honestly, I can't even tell you how I do this. I did it by accident once and practiced a couple of times. But then it occurred to me that practicing was a very bad idea. After that, I tried hard to never, ever use it. I didn't want to encourage the magic to grow.
It's sensible, though utterly disappointing. We both look at Kay. She shakes her head. I've still got nothing. Not just ice magic. I've still got no magic at all. I frown. That shouldn't be so. When Etta returned all of my magic, she was supposed to return Kay's too. Everything should have been as it was. Maybe the pregnancy is affecting things, I guess. I've heard it can do so. Maybe, she says. She shrugs one shoulder as if she couldn't care less about magic. And maybe she doesn't. She doesn't know what it's like with magic. Doesn't know the hole it left when it was ripped from us. She was so young that her magic hadn't come in when we were stripped and cast out. Reuben is upstairs, I say, changing the subject. I quickly explain his change in fortune and standing, and Nolene's subsequent downward spiral in health, leading to today's admission into the temple. Poor Reuben, Kay murmurs, eyes soft. He deserves so much more. She turns to her husband. You'll like him. He's a good man. Jonas offers a stiff smile.
I'm sure I will.
He needs to sleep, to rest. But I need answers. Benny and I looked through the library here yesterday, but there was nothing to help. But maybe in the main one.
You're going to ask Caroline? Can you trust her with this?
Jonas says, as if I had actually invited him into this conversation rather than allowed him to remain in order to keep the peace. She doesn't need to know the details, I tell him. Just enough, and I'm not going to tell her about William, I say with a glance at my brother. The fewer people who know about him, the better. When Jonas nods, I just about manage to stop myself from rolling my eyes, as if I need his approval. Kay lets out a sigh. You're going to the library now? Straight away? She says in exasperation. I was hoping we could talk about the ball. You know, where the king will announce our marriage. She pointedly laces her fingers with Jonas's. Fucking hell. Unless she wants to know exactly what alcohols I'll be drinking to get through the night, I'm not really sure what she thinks I'm going to add to the discussion. Later, I promise. I need to go to the library now. See if I can find out anything about our powers.
Be careful,
Jonas warns. This time, I do roll my eyes at him. I survived the Redderheld. I think I'll be okay with drawing a book. The ground around me is littered with deep puddles as I head to the library, although it's not until I'm outside of the courtier's arc that I realize something is different. It's no longer raining. There's not a hint of peridot cloud in the sky. Instead, it's a blazing azure, bright, pure, and cloudless. So it took the prince all of 2 days to get past his broken heart. Well, fuck him. It's not like I've been weeping into my coffee with everything I've had going on. Pushing him back out of my mind, I fill it instead with thoughts of where to start my research. So much so that I don't see him until he's there, standing right in front of me. Kaior. My feet stop on the soaked earth, my body not sure if it wants to run to him or away from him. Instead, it chooses neither. It's as if he has the power to paralyze me utterly. He's not seen me yet because his eyes are very much elsewhere, on the petite redhead who has her arm threaded through his. As I stand there, frozen and mute, she throws her head back and laughs as though the prince has said something hilarious. I scowl. Kyor is many things, but funny isn't one of them. My breath catches at his answering smile. So that explains the end of the rain clouds, if they were even for his broken heart in the first place. No, it was probably just another of his fucking games, a way for him to toy with me without even being close. I would laugh, but I've lost the ability to breathe properly. He's not even trying to pretend what we had was real. But maybe that's because it never was for him. Not the way it was for me. It's only when the redhead's gaze shifts away from him that he finally looks in my direction. The effect is instantaneous. Clouds boil in the sky, and lightning flashes overhead, the bolts so bright they light up the sky. And the roar of thunder that follows is enough to shake the ground beneath my feet. Water pours. Perhaps he's not so unaffected after all, I note smugly. And yet I still don't move. As a second low rumble follows, I'm suddenly aware that the pair are not alone. Elska pads down the path by his side, huge and dripping from the sudden onset of rain. That second rumble wasn't thunder at all. It was a growl, and one almost certainly directed at me. Nice to see you too, Elska, I think sarcastically, only for the direwolf to continue her growl and then bare her teeth at me. With a sniff, I turned back to look at her bonded human, wishing my eyes weren't drawn there so instinctively. Kyor's dark hair is loose around his ears, falling in artful waves. His shirt is open to an obscene point on his stomach, exposing hard, cut muscles that look as amazing as I know they feel. The clear expression on his face suggests that the rain he's summoned since our separation is nothing more than an artful performance, and I doubt my certainty that seeing me has affected him. Surely his face would show some evidence of heartbreak, if that was truly what he felt. Dark eyes, sallow skin, something. But he is perfection, just as he has always been. Physically, anyway. Angry and hurt swell in my throat. He said he loved me, and then he left, just like that. He towed the line set down by his father without a hint of hesitation or remorse. Maybe moving on to the next woman was as easy for him as walking away from me had been. I'm still glued to the stones, unable to move, when I realize he and the woman on his arm are heading straight towards me.
Gifted?
Kyor greets me evenly, and his use of the title makes me feel as though he spat in my face. Never have I wanted to hear Thorn fall from his lips more, and I hate myself for it. Hate myself for still wanting him when he tossed me aside like everything we had was nothing. I can't make myself reply. Can't utter a response. Can only watch as he walks away for the second time in as many days. Elska prowls closer. Her white-ringed eyes lock on mine, and I try not to look away. Try not to show just how nervous I actually am. But I know I've failed when her top lip curls upward, exposing a flash of pearly white teeth. As she trots past, the side of her hip knocks against me. It's not a barge as such, just a reminder of her presence. But the stones underfoot are treacherously slippery, and my foot catches on a loose edge. Before I can right myself, I tumble to the ground. My hands smack against the stone, the sting reverberating up my arm. Too much celebrating, do you think? The redhead says loudly, most likely for my benefit, as the only other person near us is the prince. I hear her father was just the same. Bitch. My head snaps around to look at them, just in time to see Kyor's step falter, his eyes glancing briefly in my direction before they turn back to the redhead, and he continues on. Tears sting my eyes. Tears of anger as much as humiliation. How? How could I think he actually wanted to be a better person? How could I have believed that I was the only person to really see who he truly was? I fucking hate him for this. And I hate my traitorous heart for breaking all over again. Swallowing down tears that I refuse to let fall in public, I pick myself up and force myself to turn away from him. I am here to learn about my magic, and seeing Kyor flaunting his latest lay isn't going to derail that. Seeing Kyor isn't going to derail anything ever again. But why did the bastard have to look so damned good? As another flash of lightning crackles above me, I push my shoulders back and march towards the library. I manage a strut that lasts long enough to get me safely inside the building, where I turn down the first empty aisle and promptly dissolve into tears. Rose? I recognize the voice even over my sobs. Caroline? I look out through the glaze of tears to discover that my hiding place isn't quite as private as I hoped. There, at the end of the aisle, my friend sits at a table with Rohan, the elderly blind man who frequents the Highhold Library, normally with Caroline scribing his ridiculous fantasies. At the sight of me, crumbled and broken, Caroline casts him a glance before pushing back her chair and standing. "We're finished for the day, Rohan," she says, sliding her books across the table towards him before rushing to my side. "Rose, what is it? What's happened?" I offer a watery smile. Same shit, different day. There are no more questions. Not here. Instead, she slings an arm around me and walks me to a quieter part of the library. Among the tomes and the tables, she sits me down and takes a seat opposite. "Talk to me, Rose," she entreats. I scrub my eyes. There are so many things I could complain about. Kyor breaking my heart. Kay ruining her life. My brother being found, yet being in so much danger. I can't. Not here, I manage. She nods. "Don't worry. I know somewhere we can go." Chapter 12. Caroline wraps an arm around my shoulders and guides me through the rows of books. "I'm sorry," I stutter out between the tears. "I shouldn't have—" "It's fine. You don't need to tell me now. Just give it a minute, okay? We'll be there in a minute." Given how each word results in a fresh torrent of tears, I take her advice and remain silent, becoming vaguely aware that we're heading out of the library when she takes me to a back staircase. Still, I don't know where we're going until she pushes open a door and leads me into a simple dorm room. With one window and only 3 beds, it's far smaller than the ones I stayed in at the barracks. Only one of the beds has any sheets on it. The others don't look like they've been slept in for a long time, if ever. Towers of books are stacked against the walls to various heights, some of which are precariously tall. "Scribe quarters," Kaz explains when she follows my gaze. "Some of the other rooms are nicer, but I got one on my own as a trade-off for taking Rohan." "It's lovely," I say. And it is. To get your own space, your own books, there are far worse fates. "Yeah, it's not bad. Now sit down. I want to know what's going on." I can't tell her everything. I can't tell her about William, and I still don't know whether I should tell her about what I learned from Dina. But I tell her about Kyor, and I tell her about Kay and Jonas deciding to marry one another without a single word to me. I don't give the reason for the shotgun nuptials, but I suspect she's smart enough to work it out for herself. By some miracle, despite my anger and hurt, her room remains intact at the end of my confession. Nothing is frozen, and I haven't slipped out of this moment, my vision remaining normal the whole time. "Wow, that is a lot for anyone to deal with after everything else you've been through," she says, letting out a sigh. "That's only part of it," I admit. She offers a sympathetic smile. "Well, you can tell me the rest if you want, or you can hide away here if you prefer." Hiding away is definitely preferable, but it won't solve anything, and that's what I came to the library for. Solutions. Still, I don't answer immediately. If Hlyn were here, I would have told her about my Issen heritage. I know I would. And Hlyn trusted Kaz with her life and her heart. As far as endorsements go, they don't come better than that. I think I have Isin magic, I whisper. Her eyes snap wide. What? Fucking hell, Rose! I know, I sigh. Did Clyn know? She hisses. Does Benny? Clyn didn't know. As for Benny, he's seen me do some things, and he tried to help me find a reason for why my powers have been playing up, but he doesn't know for certain yet. He wasn't at the house when I got back from seeing Dina, who confirmed it. Things? Caroline arches an eyebrow. You said you've done things? What sort of things? What can you do? A dry scoff huffs from me. Firing ice at people is one of the key features. And I seem to be able to stop people breathing. I don't mention the visions I've had twice now. The first time before facing the Kraken and then again in the house. Of me sweeping through the air like I'm a bird. Because by anyone's standards, that's weird. You've got to keep it hidden, she says unnecessarily as she bites her thumbnail. I know, but I also need answers. And I don't know how to get them on my own. Besides, it's easier said than done. When my emotions flare, bad shit happens. I lower my voice further, even though we've been whispering this entire time. I need to know everything there is to know about Isin magic. Can you help me find some resources? Her brow pinches as she shakes her head. I'm sorry, Rose. King Corvain banned everything Isin-related years ago. All that remains are maps of the territories. Fuck. I lean back against the wall. The library was my last hope. Some texts, some guidance, hell, even some stories or half-assed anecdotes or folklore. I'd take anything to help me learn to control the magic. Anything. Anything that gives me any other solution than the one Dina urged. Going to the source itself. I'm going to have to leave, I whisper dully. I can't stay here. I'll put Kay in danger. If anyone sees me use my powers, they'll execute both of us. Caroline licks her lips and doesn't disagree. I didn't really expect her to, but the silence still stings. It's confirmation that I'm out of options. Where will you go? She asks finally. I blow out a breath. I've been considering that since the moment Dina and I spoke. Without any resources or other ways of gaining help, I've got no choice. Before I can speak, Caroline sees the answer in my eyes. No, Rose, she gasps. They're savages. They're just as likely to kill you as help you. I know, but staying here will definitely kill me. She grimaces, but once again she doesn't deny it. I'll find you some maps, she offers instead. I'll come by later with what I can gather. You're a good friend, I say, knocking her knee with mine. I don't deserve you. Not after. Don't. She stops me. Her face is momentarily stony before she sighs and shakes her head. When she looks back at me, her gaze is far softer. Rose, do you know what my powers are? I blink as I consider the question, only to realize with surprise that I don't. Caroline wasn't in the Redderheld. She didn't need to use her magic to survive the way we Retlings did. And as such, I've had no reason to see her powers in action. Or at least I don't think I have. No, I tell her. Actually, I don't. Well, it's not as impressive as some, but I can tell when you speak the truth, when anyone speaks the truth. Her haunted eyes meet mine. Every time you say how much you loved Klinos, every time you say you wish you had died instead, I know it's the truth. I'm angry at her death. She closes her eyes. So fucking angry. I don't know when I won't be. She opens her eyes and looks at me. But I'm not angry at you. Not anymore. It wasn't your fault she died. It was Holden's. And he's dead. Rose, it was never your fault. Never. But if you need my forgiveness, you have it. Something sharp and jagged within me eases, and a fresh wave of tears threatens to escape. I had needed it. More than I knew. Thank you, Caroline. A single tear falls down my cheek, and she brushes it aside. Kaz. Call me Kaz. And you're welcome. Now go, get yourself home, get ready. I'll come by with maps as soon as I've found them. Home. It hurts that the place in which I was raised has barely had a chance to become that again, and already I'm planning to leave. God, I don't want to leave. Don't want to leave Kay and William, but what choice do I have? If I stay, I'll endanger them, and I won't do that. Not for one single moment. I only realize exactly how long I spent with Kaz when I step into the courtyard and see the stars littering the sky. Part of me expects to find Kyor waiting there, Elska at his side, ready to torment me with his presence again. My masochistic streak is sad that he isn't. Still, it's later than I thought it was, and it's only when my stomach growls that I realize that other than a muffin I grabbed from the kitchen first thing, I've not eaten all day. Not only that, but I've left Reuben alone at the house. I'm sure if he got up and went for a wander, he would find Kay, and he's met both Benny and Summer before, but it hardly feels like the best move on my part, not when he's already grieving and alone. Which is why, when I arrive home, I head straight upstairs to my bedroom. Although when I reach the landing, I stop. Laughter is coming from Kay's room. Her laughter, joined almost instantly by Jonas's. I fight the prickling along my skin. She's alone in her room with a man. Yes, technically they're married, but that's only to cover the mess she got into from being alone with another man. I hesitate. What I want to do is storm in and tell Jonas to get the hell out of there. But things are fraught between Kay and me, and I need to pick my battles with her wisely. This isn't something I need to fight about now. After all, they are married, and I can't protect her from her bad decisions forever. So instead, I turn around and head to my room. Inside, I find the bed empty and made, though Reuben's bag is still on the floor, so it's safe to assume he hasn't left yet.
I thought I heard you come back. Reuben's downstairs.
The voice causes me to spin around on the spot. William, you're still here? Maybe it's the dark of the evening, but I swear my brother has never looked more like our father. There's something about the way he's standing, and the cut of the expression across his face that make him the spitting image of a younger version of our sire. As I continue to stare, his expression drops slightly.
That's okay, isn't it?
Always, yes, I tell him.
Yes?
His smile is so nervous it makes my heart hurt, and I hate when the sound of Kay's laughter causes it to fade into a frown.
I know you're mad at Jonas,
he says.
I am too, but I think he really did hide it from you to keep me safe.
I know, I admit. And I'm glad you've had somebody there to look out for you like that. Truly I am.
Me too,
William replies. A pause threatens to claim the conversation, but before it can, he speaks again.
Have you decided what you're going to do? About, our mother?
I think so, I say. But I want to do something else first, and for that, I need your permission. A blood vow. Even as I look at the words on the page in front of me, I debate what I'm about to ask my friends to do. There are no details beyond what is required for the spell. No explanation as to what will happen if it's broken, though I can assume that whatever it is, it won't be good. Death, either instant or excruciating, would be my assumption. Summer is fetching Kaz from the High-Hold library for me, while Benny and Reuben wait in the drawing room for me to come and explain exactly why I've summoned them there. The rest of us are in the kitchen, the hub of the home.
It's the only way,
Jonas says, as he, Kay, William, and I sit around the table. We're family now. All of us. By blood or marriage. And it's more than I thought I'd ever have again, that's for sure.
I wish I'd thought of it with you both, if I'm honest.
Really? I give him my most withering look, only to shake my head and sigh. He was just protecting William, that was all. Just the same way I want to do now. I don't see why you need to tell them anything at all, Kay says. If it's that much of a risk, why not just keep it a secret? Why suggest a vow? It's a valid question, but one I can't answer without telling her what I have planned next. And that's not something I plan on doing right now. So instead, I offer her a different truth. I would not be alive without these people, Kay, I tell her. I owe them my life. Reuben, too, for the gift he gave me. Not to mention, they're all smart as hell. Whatever happens next, Having them here to help plan can only be a good thing.
And you're sure that this blood vow will work?
William asks, worry etched on his face. Not 100%, but confident enough. Still, it's your call. It's your secret as much as it is mine.
I trust you.
He says slowly.
And you trust them.
Trust them so much she needs to make them do a blood vow. Kay mutters beside me, but I ignore her. A silence starts to settle when there's a knock at the door. "Milady, I have shown your guest to the drawing room with the others," Summer says as she steps inside the room. I push back my chair and stand. "Thank you. You have the evening off. Please stay away from the house for a few hours." She drops me a curtsy. If she finds my order curious, her face does not show it. I wait until she's gone before turning to the others. I'll give them the chance to leave first. They may not choose to take the vow. Either way, I'll fetch you when it's done. My hand is trembling as I weave my way down the hallway to the corridor. I've barely said 2 words to Reuben since he woke up, and at some point, I'll need to see how he's doing. But this is not that moment. Inside the room, the 3 are chatting. Presumably, Benny has already made introductions between Kaz and Reuben, and seeing them together like this causes my throat to go dry. Rapidly. Several cups of wine sit on the table, probably poured by Benny. I could do with a sizable glass myself, but I need to be clear-headed for this, and I need to do this now.
So, this is all very cloak and dagger?
Benny says drolly as I walk in.
You want to tell us what's going on, Rose?
I rub my hands on the seat of my trousers, trying to dry the sweat that slicks my palms, trying to find the words to start. You know that I trust you guys with my life. It feels like as good a place as any to start. And I make sure I look each of them in the eye as I talk. I wouldn't be here without you. Or without Hlyn, I add to Kaz. But what I have to share now, it's not about trusting you with my life. It's about trusting you with something infinitely more precious, and I can't risk anyone outside this house ever knowing what I'm about to tell you. I watch as Benny and Kaz exchange a worried look. "Is this about what you told me before?" she asks. Partly, but not completely. This is even more treasonous. 3 sets of eyes widen, particularly Kaz's. And I get it. After all, what's more treasonous than having the blood of our enemies flowing in my veins? Having a brother who was supposed to be killed by order of the king. That's what. If you want to leave now, then please do. I continue. I will understand completely, and it will make no difference to how much I love and respect every one of...
Amen.
Reuben's answer comes before I can finish, and I can't help but smile as my eyes meet his.
Whatever you need, Rosie. I'm in.
Thank you, I whisper. But you should know that what I'm going to request of you is very serious. I'm going to ask each of you to join me in a blood vow. And I don't know what the effects will be if you break it.
Good job I don't spill secrets.
Benny says simply.
Like Reuben said, I'm in. I wouldn't be here without you. That's not something I'll forget. Ever.
My heart swells with love for these 2 men. Would I have answered so quickly to help them, not knowing what it was they were going to share with me? I'd like to think the answer was yes, but I can't say for sure. With their 2 answers given, I look to Kaz. There's no pressure here, I tell her. If you want to walk away, then you can absolutely go. But I had to ask you here. I had to give you the choice. For Hlyn? She asks, causing a tug behind my sternum. For you. As my friend, I say, holding her gaze fixedly. Hlyn may have been the past that brought us together, but any future friendship we have will be built on bricks we forged together. Well, Kaz says slowly, as your friend then. I'm with these guys. I'm in. Now what do you need? Oh, not much, I say, trying to ignore the prickling that raises the hairs on the back of my neck. But it's going to start with a little spilled blood. We leave the dining room half an hour later, all a little paler.
Is it me, or do you feel different?
Reuben asks quietly.
Like you can feel the extra magic in you. It's not finished yet.
Benny reminds him.
Rose still has to do the final part. I expect the sensation will settle after that.
I'm just grateful I wasn't given healing magic, Kaz comments, carrying 2 glasses of wine with her and taking a hefty gulp from one of them. There's no way I could deal with seeing blood every day. I'm grateful for the way they're trying to act like this is all normal, trying to make out that what I just asked of them is entirely reasonable in the realm of friendship. I'm also aware that now the blood's been prepared, I have to do the final part to seal the vow, and that includes telling them the secret they will never, ever be able to share. When I reach the door to the kitchen, I push it open with my hip, my hands full with the small glass dish that holds my friend's blood, which flashes with a sheen of magic that sits like an oil slick on water. Jonas and William jump to their feet, while Kay remains seated, as if this is all just a load of unnecessary fuss.
It's done?
Jonas questions as his eyes scan the group.
All of them?
All of them, I reply, flashing my friends a smile as Benny heads over to the counter and grabs another bottle of wine. And it's almost done. Just the final bit to go. I place the bowl on the table, then take a scrap of paper and write the secret on it. When I place it into the blood, a stream of red smoke billows into the air. A low, collective gasp rattles around the table as I look at my friends, all 3 of whom are clutching their chests in exactly the same spot on the right-hand side. If I wanted confirmation that the spell worked, I think I just got it. Their eyes are expectantly locked on me, and I know there's nothing more to do but trust. Trust my magic. Trust they will choose not to forfeit their lives to share this secret. Benny, Kaz, Reuben, I'd like to introduce you to William, also known as Florian, my brother. Chapter 13.
Your brother?
Reuben is the first to break the silence. He sits by Kaz with William on the other side of him, and the way he looks at my little brother, it's like he's scouring his face for evidence of what he just learned.
I thought he was...
Killed by the king, I answer for him. Yes, we all did. But it turns out that's not the case. He was hidden away somehow, then placed under the care of Lord Lorathan, Jonas's father. As part of my gifting from the goddess, Jonas told me the truth of my brother's existence. A little detail he knew for several years but kept to himself.
What?
Benny sits at the end of the table next to me, though he looks as if he's about to leap up from it to throw Jonas across the room.
You knew? You knew Rose's brother was alive when we were in the Retterheld, and you didn't tell her? All that time, when you were trying to get into her pants. You knew this then? You're a fucking shit.
Jonas shifts in his chair, and I fight the urge to smile. I shoot Benny a look of thanks. I don't think I'll ever get tired of having someone in my corner the way Benny always is. Jonas did what he thought was best, Kay responds coolly, raising her chin. Though I wonder if she's annoyed most at Jonas being called a liar, or hearing from someone other than me that her now husband wasn't exactly subtle about his wishes for something to happen between us. Then again, she's convinced there are no secrets between them, so perhaps she knows it all.
Sure he did. Best for himself.
Benny mutters into his glass.
No, that's not what happened.
Jonas tries to defend himself, but Reuben joins in too.
Do you have any idea how much Rose mourned her brother?
He glares at Jonas.
How every night she...
Enough. I call the argument to a halt. We're less than 2 minutes in and the bickering has already started. It doesn't bode well. Besides, as much as I hate to admit it, I know why Jonas made his choice. I might not agree with his decision to keep me in the dark, but it's better that he avoided telling anyone, including me, than spread William's true name like gossip among anyone willing to listen. With the room quiet again, I continue. Jonas kept William's secret safe. That deserves recognition. I pause and look at Benny and Reuben, both of whom simmer down a little. You are all also aware that Jonas and I are officially family now. I gesture to the happy couple, given that he and Kay thought it would be a good idea to get married. My little sister lifts her hand and flashes the rings, as if it's a normal marriage worthy of a normal celebration. Gods help me. Sometimes her naivete hurts. Yet I only have myself to blame. I worked hard to protect her from the realities of the world, and now it's biting me on the ass. Neither one of them has thought of the potential repercussions. From Arthur, from Hugh, from Corvain. Reuben, I turn my attention to him. What you don't know is that I manifested some unexpected powers during the trials. Magic that I had never encountered before. I learned today from Dina that those powers came from our family. Our mother. Apparently, we're a little bit Isin. A quarter, I suspect. He gapes for a beat.
Isin?
Reuben lets out a low whistle, and for a second I pause, waiting to see if he has any more of a reaction. Fear? Disgust, even? After all, I'm sure that's how plenty of people would react if they found out one of their past fuck buddies was the thing we've been taught to fear and despise. But there's no disdain in his eyes. He sees me, not my heritage, and I'm insanely grateful for that. I shift my gaze to Benny, but he doesn't look the slightest bit surprised. He's a smart man, and with his magic he's able to see to the heart of things, so I suspect he already worked out the truth of my heritage. If I'm honest with myself, even though I pinned all the new powers on the Isin spirits, a creeping suspicion was crawling through my mind, even back in the Retterheld. I just refused to acknowledge it. Kay lets out a choked sob. "It's a nightmare come true," she whispers. Her hand once again lingers protectively on her stomach. If she planned on keeping the pregnancy a secret, she's doing a piss-poor job. It's a good thing I have friends I can trust.
I won't tell a soul.
Reuben promises, locking eyes with each cultivarus.
I promise you that.
The ghost of a smile lifts my lips. I never doubted his loyalty. If I had, he wouldn't have been in the room in the first place.
So is it just you who got the powers?
Benny asks, glancing at my brother and sister.
A first child type thing?
I am completely normal, Kay says with a haughtiness that makes me clench my jaw. Benny looks at my newly rediscovered brother.
William, what about you? Have you seen any evidence of these powers?
William grimaces and looks at me in question. I nod encouragingly. We can trust him. All of them, I swear to you. Show them what you can do. A hint of excitement glimmers in my brother's eyes as he reaches out and places his hand on Reuben's wine glass.
You mean like this?
A second later, ice crystals appear on the outer edge.
Dude.
Reuben extends the syllable into a groan.
That's red wine. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be served warm. Sorry,
William says, but his sudden wide grin is unrepentant and reminds me just how young he still is. I want to kiss my friend for his casual reaction. It was exactly what was needed to break the tension of the moment. And I'm once again reminded that Reuben's power to warm goes well beyond that of a physical nature. Yet as I turn to Benny, hoping for the same easy, laid-back demeanor on his face, my hope is shattered. Instead, a tight frown clenches his face. Benny? Nervousness coils within me. What is it? What's wrong?
What was that?
He asks sharply, but he's not looking at me. He's looking solely at William, who shrinks back a little. Benny, it's our power. It's nothing to be afraid of. My pulse is racing, an unexpected fear gripping my ribs. William is...
I'm not talking about the ice.
He cuts in.
I'm talking about the pain William just felt across his stomach. The wince he didn't quite hide.
What? I question. I didn't see a wince. I look between the two men who are sitting opposite one another. William, does it hurt you? Does doing that magic hurt you?
No.
William's answer is immediate, yet it's too quick to be believable, so I look to Kaz. He's lying, she confirms.
I think he's still in pain.
Benny continues.
It did something. His entire body reacted.
I turn back to William. His face is pale and his eyes avoid meeting mine. Benny can see things, I tell him, trying to keep my voice soft and calm. And Kaz knows when you're lying, so there's no point trying to hide things from us. Tell me the truth. What does it do to you when you use that magic? Does it hurt? The thought of my little brother being in pain makes me want to wrap my arms around him and shield him from the entire world. But I get the feeling that's not something he would accept from me right now. He's nearly a man grown. He doesn't want a sister's protection. Yet he will get it all the same.
Sometimes it hurts, but...
William's voice trails off.
But?
It's Jonas who presses him this time.
You're safe here, Will. No one around this table is going to say anything about you to anyone, ever. You know that. Please tell us the truth.
Still, he remains clammed up and silent. And I don't need Benny and Kaz to tell me there's more we need to know. William, my friends just took a blood vow to make sure you stay safe. I try again. And I get that this is a lot for you, but I've been honest with you from the very start of this. Now I need you to do the same. You understand? It's the only way we can guarantee everyone in this room stays safe. That includes you. Please help us do that. Finally, William dips his chin in the most minuscule of nods. But rather than speak again, he reaches down to the hem of his shirt, which he pulls out, then unbuttons the bottom before lifting it higher. Every pair of eyes in the room is on my brother. Every breath held, and my heart is hammering against my ribs so hard I can hear the pounding in my skull. With one final movement, William's stomach comes into view. A gasp escapes me. His skin is covered with the icy lace pattern characteristic of the Isin. Fear and dread war for supremacy. He cannot have a normal life with these marks upon him. He won't be able to marry, not unless he binds his wife with a blood vow. How far the delicate pattern extends, I can't tell. On the left side, it stretches out across his stomach and disappears under his shirt, which he holds at the bottom of his ribs. White, translucent, pale. It's the very skin we have been taught to fear for our entire lives. Good gods! Kay recoils, covering her mouth. It's...
Growing.
Benny finishes her sentence. My eyes snap to his, then back to William. Is he right? I ask, unsure why I'm even asking the question. If Benny says the pattern is growing, I have no reason not to believe him. Other than I simply don't want to. I really don't want to.
The expansion slows down when I don't use the magic. Or at least most of the time I think it does.
William's voice is so quiet, I wish I had Locke's power to hear him.
Sometimes it flares up and grows for no reason. But it hasn't done that for a while.
Did you know about this? I say, spinning around and snapping at Jonas. Did you know?
What? No, of course not. No one knew.
William insisted.
I kept it hidden when it started. No one's ever seen it. Not Arthur, not healers, nobody. Ever.
Good, I say, trying to take a steadying breath. My mind is in turmoil, churning with panicked, half-formed thoughts. With the control he has over his power, and the way he slipped by unnoticed for so many years, I thought William was safe here. But if those patterns become visible, if they reach his neck or his hands, if he takes an injury that requires a healer's help, there'll be no saving him then.
So, what now?
Jonas's voice cuts through the silence. If getting to the Isin to get my powers under control wasn't a priority before, it sure as hell is now. This just confirms what I already knew, I say, looking between the group members. I need to leave. Leave? No! Kay shakes her head. No, you can't! Rose, you've only just got back! We've only just got our lives back! I nearly scoff. The truth is that there's been no we since I won the Redderheld. No sisterly shoulder to cry on when my heart was broken. No asking how I was doing after my best friend's death. Kay's not even asked about my magic. But this isn't just Kay and me anymore. It's about William, too. If I stay, sooner or later, I'm going to fuck up, I say simply. I can't control my magic, and I'm going to use it in the wrong place, and you're all going to die for it.
If this doesn't get me killed before then.
William adds with a gesture down to his stomach.
It seems to have been spreading faster the last couple of moons.
My heart clenches. The last couple of moons when he was living with his sister? Could family proximity be what's causing it to worsen? Or has he just reached the age where his Isin magic is maturing? Either way, it means we need to act. Now. My baby, Kay whispers, as if that's the only matter that actually makes her take stock of how serious the situation is. Benny, Kaz, and Reuben exchange glances but don't say anything, and for that I'm grateful. All color has drained from Kay's face as she fumbles for her husband's hand.
I won't let anything happen to you.
Jonas promises fiercely.
Either of you.
She takes some deep breaths, looking sick. So what's next? Kay asks into the brittle silence. What do you plan on doing, Rose? Fear continues to claw at my insides, but now more than ever I need to push that aside. I need to quash it. Focus on finding an answer and staying alive, for all our sakes. I scan the table, taking in every single person sitting there. I clear my throat. I'm taking the Harathian path. I need to find the Isin. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupts.
You can't be serious.
Jonas is first with his thoughts on the matter.
Rose, that's insanity. Suicide.
They're monsters, Kay cries.
You'll never make it.
William says, face ashen.
You'll be killed well before you get there.
Their votes of confidence are overwhelming. I hold a hand up, and they fall silent. I appreciate that there's no objection from Benny, Kaz, or Reuben. They have my back all the way, and that matters. We need a solution. I gesture between William and me, and they are the only people who can give us one.
You can stay here and stay hidden.
Jonas pleads.
Just remain in the high hold and out of sight.
Out of sight? I scoff. You mean live my life locked up in this house, never able to wander outside?
Yeah, fuck that.
William agrees. My eyes spin to meet his, my sisterly instinct making me ready to rise and chastise him for his use of a swear word, but I swallow the urge. I don't have the right to speak to him like that. Not yet, anyway. Our relationship is only just beginning. It's not like there isn't room here, Kay continues. Jonas and I could make sure you have everything you need.
It's the safest option.
Jonas joins in.
We can protect you both.
Jonas and Kay? Our keepers? Our saviors? Our jailers, more like. The thought of being kept in the house is claustrophobic, closing in on me from every side. It presses, overbearing and relentless, until my chest tightens and my breath turns shallow. Power surges within me in a wild, panicked rush, unbidden and unstoppable. It is too much. Far too much, and I cast around desperately for somewhere, anywhere to force the unbidden power into. My gaze snags on the plant pots scattered around the dining room. I thrust the burgeoning magic into them without thought or finesse. The plants explode into life, leaves unfurling with violent speed. One creeps along the walls, thick vines clawing for purchase, wrapping around the decorative trellis Mother loved. The walls groan beneath the strain, and the sound sends a fresh spike of panic through me.
Deep breaths, Rose.
Benny says, suddenly next to me, rubbing my arms, his voice low and soothing.
It's okay. Just take some deep breaths, honey. We need you to calm down. There's only so many cracks in the walls this old house can take.
The gentle humor helps, and I do as he bids, gulping in air like it's my first breath. I breathe in and out, over and over again, letting my chest rise and fall until I feel calm again.
She'll end up tearing the house to pieces, if not the city if she stays here.
Benny says.
Imprisoning her isn't the answer.
Exactly. I agree once I'm back under control. I give Benny's hand a grateful squeeze. I need to go, I reiterate. It's the only way to find out what's happening to me. To us, I add, nodding at William. A slight pause perforates the room.
I know I'm not your favorite person right now.
Jonas begins anew.
But have you really thought this through? Or do you just plan to walk north until you find one of these monsters and pray you can kill them before they kill you? And that's assuming you don't bump into any Terralians on the way. They're both feral peoples, you know, the Isin and Terralians. Way they fight. They have armies in the tens of thousands, bigger even. Have you thought about what will happen if you come across one of their battalions?
My back teeth grind together. I ignore his negativity the same way I've done many times before. Jonas not believing in me isn't something new. Obviously, I have a plan, I seethe. I'm going to explain my absence from court by saying I'm going on a pilgrimage for Edda. I'll say that I plan to visit all her temples and express my gratitude to her for the gifting. No one will think anything of it, and it will give me a legitimate reason for my disappearance. Not to mention, Corvain will simply think I am running from Kyor's rejection, slinking away to lick my wounds. I fold my arms. As for bumping into Terralians, I plan on staying as far away from their territory as possible. And even if I do stumble into them, they're hardly going to see one lone woman as a threat. All I need from you all is to propagate my lie for me. Spread the story that I'm visiting the temples.
Fuck that.
Reuben snorts.
And fuck being a lone woman. I'm coming with you. It's not like I have anything holding me here now.
My chest tightens at that. At the void Nolene will leave for him. Me too, Kaz chimes in, shoulders square, daring me to argue. I have to make sure you don't accidentally wander into hostile land. Tension drains from me, replaced by a warmth that makes it feel like my entire heart might swell to bursting. I won't be doing this alone. Thank you. All of you. My voice warbles with emotion, but thankfully it doesn't break.
I can travel as far as Galrak,
Benny says quietly.
I'm sorry I can't go all the way. But the Isles, my mother.
It's fine. I wasn't expecting you to be able to come, I reply truthfully. Benny has far more important obligations than babysitting a liability of a friend.
But I can come to Galrak,
He repeats.
I have people I could do with seeing there anyway.
The thought of him accompanying me warms me. And perhaps I'm weak, but I do not try too hard to dissuade him. Only if you're sure.
I am.
Thank you, I murmur. The words are hardly enough to express my heartfelt gratitude.
I'll come with you as well,
Jonas says, then downs the glass of wine in front of him. No, I say sharply. Your place isn't with me. Not anymore. It's with Kay. I'll come too, Kay says. But her voice is weak, and everything in her body language is screaming that she would rather do anything than travel with me to meet the Isin. I grin at her. Your magic isn't an issue, Kay. Thanks to Mom's tonic, it's still suppressed. And William's marks are still hidden. For now. I look at him. You need to do everything in your power to keep them that way. I'm the only liability. You can both stay here, safe in Rohelm. I'll learn what I can and come back and teach you. I'll find a way to stop the pattern spreading. I look at Kay. In the meantime, you just stay here and concentrate on keeping my nephew or niece safe and healthy. Her bottom lip trembles. Nephew or niece. It's the first time I've called the baby that, and it lands not just on her, but on me. I've been thinking in terms of Kay being pregnant, and somehow my mind hasn't yet accepted that she will have a baby, that she will be a mother. I already know what a good mother she will be. She's utterly brilliant with kids.
I'll come too,
William says stubbornly. But unlike when the others offered to join me, it's not relief I feel, but fear. And judging by the way his jaw locks, in an expression that is uncannily familiar, he can tell.
I'm just as much Isin as you are. I have the right to go. And I'm the one with this.
He lifts his shirt again, and it takes all my strength not to grimace. Not at the sight of it, but at what it means. The added risk it places him under. No. I shake my head. Only once, but with absolute certitude. I am not willing to negotiate on this. It's too dangerous, and you're too young. And most importantly, we can't explain away you going with me, not without exposing who you really are. And we can't risk that. If Corvain finds out that you didn't die, that his orders weren't carried out 14 years ago, then he'll rectify the situation immediately. I hate to spell it out for him like this, but he needs to understand the depth of the danger he faces. Frustration flashes in William's eyes, and I'm cruelly relieved to see fear there too. Fear is good. Fear keeps us safe, and fear will keep him safe.
I'm not finally finding my real family only to lose them again,
He protests. You're not losing your real family, Kay promises. You'll still have me. She pauses. If I'm enough. There's vulnerability in her eyes, and William can't help but offer her a gentle smile.
Of course you're enough, Acacia.
She nods, but she doesn't look convinced. That's it then. Apparently it's all been decided for us. Her voice is bitter. William, Jonas, and I will remain here and paint a picture of how normal life is, while Rose and her little gang go north to face the Isin. She stands, and her bottom lip trembles as her eyes meet mine. You go off on your adventure, Rose. Fight your monsters. And once again, I'll stay here, praying you come back alive. With that, she turns on her heel and stalks out of the room. To my surprise, I don't even blame her. She's right. About all of it. I have to find the Isin, and hope like hell that they're not as barbaric as we've been told our whole lives. I have to go and risk my life again. But I don't envy her staying here, waiting in fear. Gods know I couldn't do it. As the hard echo of the door slamming resonates around the room, Jonas rises to follow her.
I should make sure she's all right,
he says. Rightly so, I think, as I watch him leave, though none of us respond. Jonas shuts the door with a gentle click, but it feels like he closes something else between us. His position in my life is no longer by my side. He is no longer my friend, my once paramour. Instead, he is now and forever my sister's husband. Some lines, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. My mind remains with my sister, with Kay. It isn't right leaving her again, not when I promised the Redderheld would be the last time. But it's either leave or be the reason we all lose our lives. There isn't a third option here.
So, when do we go?
Benny asks. Soon, I reply, before I can lose my nerve. Chapter 14. There's a massive part of me that would like to get going that very night. But it would be foolish. We need to be prepared. Horses, food, and whatever maps Kaz can find for us. And then there's the other issue. The one that Jonas reminds me of when he comes back downstairs an hour later and finds me alone in my father's study.
I was speaking to Kay,
he tells me as he takes a seat.
Can you at least wait until after the ball to leave? Until King Corvain announces our marriage? It would mean the world to Kay to have you there for that. And we can use the opportunity to plant the seeds of your Edda pilgrimage. It'll only delay you by a couple of days.
So now he's an intermediary between my sister and me. Wonderful. It irritates me that he thinks he needs to add in the pilgrimage as a sweetener. Like Kay's request alone isn't enough. I entered the Redderheld for her, risked life and limb for her, so yeah, I can wait 2 days for her. Fine, I tell him stiffly, though I hope Kay knows I'll be doing it for her, and her alone. Just thinking about being in the same room as King Corvain is enough to make me feel nauseous. But hopefully Kyor will have the sense not to be there. Not at an event that will include the announcement of my family's news. I continue before he can burble on. When I'm gone, you're going to need to move William in here. I don't care what you have to tell your father as long as it's not the truth. I need to know he's safe. He nods.
That's all I've ever wanted too, Rose. To keep him safe. Perhaps I went about it the wrong way, and I know technically he's not my blood. But he is my brother. In all ways that matter.
As much as I want to remain mad at him, I can hear the truth in his words, even without Benny or Kaz there to confirm it for me. You should head home, I tell him. It's late.
Right.
He bites down on his bottom lip, his gaze shifting to the floor.
The thing is, Kay and I are married.
Yeah, I scoff. I remember.
Well...
He scratches at the back of his neck.
It'd be strange if I was sleeping back at my father's, don't you think? Unless she was there too. So maybe it's just...
You are not having sex with my sister while I live here, I snap. A flurry of ice encircles the chandelier above him, causing the glass to crack and creak.
No!
Jonas jumps from his seat and moves away from the light fitting, his eyes warily darting upwards.
I thought I'd just sleep down in one of the reception rooms, or a spare room if Summer can make it up. The pregnancy's going to start showing soon, so I wanted to make it look like, you know.
He's right. Of course he is. For this to be believable, people need to think there's actually a relationship between them. So much for thinking there were more rooms in this place than we'd ever fill. I'll get Summer to make you up one of the guest bedrooms on the second floor, I tell him.
Thank you. And I can tell Kay that you'll be here for the ball? Like I said, I think it'll really mean a lot to her.
I suppress a sigh. We'll leave after the ball, I confirm. A slight smile flickers on his lips as he moves towards me, almost as if he's going to hug me. But he steps back at my icy glare. We're not there. Not yet. But maybe one day. The next morning, I find I'm the last one down to the kitchen. Benny and Reuben are helping themselves to food while Kay is sitting next to Jonas. From the bright smile with which she greets me, it's clear Jonas has conveyed the news about the ball. Jonas and I have already spoken about it, and though I was going to go with periwinkle blue, I think you'd look really good in that color, she adds as she looks at Jonas, then back to me. But he prefers slightly darker colors, so we've made a compromise. More of a cornflower blue instead. It's hard to hide my irritation, but I try. She's fussing over colors while I'm fussing over illegal magic that could see William and me killed. I dredge up a smile. Cornflower blue. Lovely. It's just the accents and things, Kay continues. But we were thinking perhaps you might wear something in a similar shade. You know, family colors. William could wear the same color too, and it would be fine. People would just think it was because of his relationship to Jonas. No one would suspect it's because of us. Matching colors, I say faintly, trying to outwardly give a fuck. This is an important day for her, and no matter my own woes, she deserves as much of my enthusiasm as I can muster, no matter how little that transpires to be. I always hoped that one day I would be there to see my little sister get married, to watch her have the day of her dreams with the man she loved. Now I'm feeling rather grateful to have missed the event.
Kay didn't get the wedding ceremony that most people would have,
Jonas says, seemingly reading my thoughts.
It only seems right that she should get the ball of her dreams. Don't you agree, Rose?
There is a hardness to his voice, and the way Jonas holds my gaze, fixed and unblinking. It's almost as though he's threatening me not to say anything to upset my sister's good mood. Like he's actually her genuine husband. I suppose now he is. I nod my head dutifully. I don't know the difference between cornflower blue and periwinkle blue, I say. But tell me what to wear, and I'll wear it. Just make sure there's room for me to have my leathers underneath. We'll be going straight from the ball. 3 hours later, I'm regretting my choice of words, because while Benny, Kaz, and Reuben are sorting things for the journey, I am standing in front of a mirror with a seamstress, sticking pins in the fabric around me. She's shown me various fabric swatches, and I've come to the conclusion that there is zero difference between cornflower blue and periwinkle blue. Or if there is, my eyes aren't skilled enough to see it. Kay and I are now standing in dresses of identical color. They are, however, very, very different in style. Do you think it's too much? Kay asks as she spins in a circle. The blue hue of her dress is accented with silver beads that glimmer like snowflakes. The sleeves are wide, draping around the wrist, and there's an array of flowers embroidered along the hem and under the seams. Do you like it? I respond. I think it's marvelous. There's so much awe in her voice, so much light in her eyes. She has honestly never looked more beautiful, and that's saying something. Something in me softens. Then it's not too much, I reply with a smile. Not at all. It's absolutely perfect. You look incredible. Beautiful. And so like Mother, it makes my heart hurt. Her face beams as she gazes at her reflection for a moment longer before shifting her attention back to me. I only wish I had Mother's ring to go with it. It would match perfectly, don't you think? It would, I agree sadly. It wasn't Kay's fault that she lost the ring during one of the trials, but I miss it all the same. Still, we have plenty of Mother's belongings now that we have the house back, and I'm sure if I looked, I'd find plenty of pieces of jewelry. But that was the one ring, other than her marriage bands, that she brought with her when she was stripped. The one item of jewelry she always wore. "And what about your dress?" Kay asks. Hope hitches in her voice as she interrupts my musings. "Do you like yours too? I wanted something to match the dress you wore at the Redderheld ball. They suited you so well." The sentiment goes deeper than she knows. Klinos altered my Redderheld dresses for me. They were all unique, but with a signature style. The cutout at the front and black leather shorts underneath. Kay has kept those elements and paired them with a flowing black skirt and a loose cornflower or periwinkle blue top. It's not something I would have picked out myself, but I have to admit, the colors work really well. I like it. I like it very much. You're not just saying that. Trust me, I don't think I could have picked better myself. It's hardly a great compliment, given my complete lack of personal style, but Kay beams. "Thank you," I say to the seamstress. "We'll take these off now. Our maid will see they get to you." As the seamstress departs, I try, as casually as I can, to steer the conversation in a different direction. "I assume you still took the tonic this morning, but do you feel any different? Any hint of Edda's magic returning?" She shrugs as she works out the creases in her dress. "No, but that's fine. Pregnancy can do strange things to magic. Still, maybe you should spend some time in the orangery. See if it sparks anything in you." "How about right now we just focus on one thing," she says sharply before fixing a fraction too tight smile on her lips. "Our announcement. Do you know if Benny's back yet? I was hoping to make sure he's dressed appropriately as well." I want to snort. Benny is a future duke. He surely knows how to dress better than Kay does. Kay smiles and claps her hands. "Oh, it'll be so fun." Fun? I wonder if she remembers the ball where the rebels showed up, where Zell fought and was killed and the king insisted we continue with the frivolities as if it were nothing. Or whether she remembers the one where we lost Klinos, where I handed my best friend a glass of wine intended for me, and watched on as the love of her life wept at her side while Hlyn took her last breath. Yeah, those parts of the balls are definitely not something I'd ever consider fun. On top of that, there was the one where Zara humiliated me, and another where Kyor walked away from me, forever. Thinking about it like that, balls are possibly one of my least favorite things. "I think balls are more your thing than mine," I reply, expecting the comment to simply wash over Kay, the way it was intended. But instead, her face hardens. "I'm not vacuous, Rose." Kay snaps suddenly into the silence. "Sorry?" "I know the way you look at me sometimes. You think I'm just being blind, ignoring the negative. But I'm not. I just don't want it to define every part of me. I don't want the fact that my magic isn't showing up to be a reason for me to constantly be down on my life. Or for some bad things that have happened at balls to dictate the way I treat every single one in the future. And I could have seen this pregnancy as a disaster, the worst thing that's happened to me. But I chose not to. Jonas is a good man, and this has given him a chance to repair the friendship he broke between you and him, a chance to do something good for this family. And his being connected to us makes it easier for William to accept us. And that feels worthwhile to me. I'm not vacuous. I'm just trying to look forward. Trying to make a future for myself that includes happiness, not just fear and pain." I pause, contemplating her words before I carefully reply. "I don't think you're vacuous, Kay." "Don't lie. I saw the half-suppressed eye roll when I mentioned the color of the dresses." It's hard not to respond to that one without outright lying, particularly as I still can't see any difference in the colors. But I know that's not the right thing to say, and so I draw a breath. "You're right. I worry that you don't seem to be concerned about your magic, and that you and Jonas seem to be treating this marriage like it's the real thing." "It is," she spits back at me. "Marriages have been determined by much less than this. Plenty of people have married partners they've never met before. And some of them fail, of course. But some of those marriages last, Rose. Some even grow into love. Are you saying that I shouldn't develop feelings for Jonas? That you'd rather he and I were estranged our entire lives when he's literally my only chance at love? You understand that, right? Because if it's not Jonas, then there's no one for me. I stand there, trying to think of a response to give, only to find I don't have one. She's absolutely right. Happiness is a choice you make, and I should respect her for choosing it this way. Gods know she has as much reason as anyone to see the darker side in her life right now. You're right, I admit softly. I'm sorry. You're right. And then, because I know it's what she needs, I brush a strand of hair behind her ear before taking her hand. I'm sure I saw some of Mother's other jewelry in a box the other day. Why don't we see if we can find something that matches the dresses? For both of us. She offers a tremulous smile. I'd like that. Well, you only announce your marriage once, right? Chapter 15. We've attended a hell of a lot of balls in the last few months, but this one is different. Maybe it's because this one has nothing to do with the Redderheld. Or maybe it's the fact that Kay started fussing the moment she woke up. Not that I haven't been fussing too, just about different things. We've spent the last 48 hours poring over maps and sorting supplies, but it still feels like there's so much more to do. One task that falls on me is sorting out tonics and tinctures that might come in handy on the trip. To start with, I focus on raiding my parents' belongings, specifically my mother's cupboard of healing potions, pulling out anything my magic says will still work. Once I have stripped the cupboards of all they have to offer, I set Mother's tonic to simmer on the stove for Kay, then head to the orangery, keen to make the most of whatever is on offer in here too. There's a whole section that Summer will be able to utilize for food, and with a slight dose of magic, I ensure that the plants will produce more than enough to feed not only her, Kay, and Jonas, and hopefully William too, but also any other visitor they might have. We have the coin for food, but despite everything that has happened between us, the urge to make sure Kay is looked after is deeply ingrained, and to have fruits and berries on hand like this if cravings start is the least I can do for her. With the suppression tonic simmering away, I decide to make another supplement, this time for pregnancy. I find I'm surprised by how calming the process of harvesting the seeds, leaves, and roots can be. The linden blossom cannot tell I've got Isen blood in my veins, and there's no difference in how I pluck nettle and dock leaves now that I am rich compared to when I was in the slums. Nature doesn't care who or what I am. If only the rest of the world were so tolerant. I'm collecting a hefty handful of fenugreek seeds when a throat clears behind me. William? My voice rises with surprise when I turn to find my brother at the door. Is everything okay? Do you need something? Are you... Images of that icy, white-patterned skin rise in my mind, but I struggle to find the words. Yet as his hand touches his stomach, it's clear he understands what I was trying to say. He shakes his head.
No, I don't need anything. I'm fine. I was just wondering...
He cuts himself off, once again shaking his head as he hesitates. Panic strikes. Has it spread further? I scan his hands, his face, his neck. There's no sign of it there. Not a hint of the death sentence that hides beneath his clothes. Maybe it's just that talking to his newly discovered sister still feels awkward. I get that. Every time I see him, I'm struck with overwhelm. A mixture of disbelief and awe that tightens my chest and causes my eyes to prick, combined with a mind-numbing fear that he might somehow be taken away from me again. Getting to talk to my brother is a gift I never thought I'd get. And now I'm going to throw it all away by leaving so damned soon. But if I don't, then I'm sentencing us all to death. At least this way I might be able to find him a way to stop the spread.
I know you're leaving soon, and I understand why I can't come,
he says.
You're right. I know you're right, but I was wondering,
His voice trails off, his eyes flicking to the plant I'm in the middle of harvesting.
I know I don't have the same power with plants that you do, but maybe you could show me some things? Stuff our mother used to do?
I don't need to contemplate. The way my heart hitches answers for me. Yes. Yes, of course. Always. A sudden thickness obstructs my throat as my heart fills with the knowledge that my little brother wants to spend time with me. Sure, I'll be leaving in a matter of hours, but if anything, that makes it all the more precious. I'd love to show you a few things. I stand and start to show him around the maze of plants, telling him stories of our family's time here when he was just a baby. They were good parents then, I say, when we've collected all we need and are headed to the kitchen to begin the pregnancy tonic. Always thinking about us first, always pushing us, but just the right amount.
Can you tell me a little more about Father?
William asks.
Not much good is said of him.
Given how we were around the plants, so much of my conversation was focused on our mother, and it makes sense that I would talk about her with more ease. She tried to do her best by us, even when her world was crumbling, whereas Father allowed himself to get lost in his grief. Even now, I have a hard time reconciling that with the love I still hold for him. What do you want to know? I ask, pushing my own pain aside. William's brow furrows.
I know he was born out of wedlock. Was his mother stripped for carrying a child outside of marriage?
No, I assure him with a hand on his shoulder. Those strict rules only tend to extend to the named families in the Highhold. His mother was from one of the outer rings. I don't know which. The 4th or 5th, perhaps? His father was Lord Cultivaris, but like you said, he was a bastard. So grandfather left him in the rings to rot. It feels like more of a crime now that I know what it's like to be cast out. I can't help but think of Kyor and Thea, and the babe she supposedly bore. The thought of them together makes me shudder, and I push it down. I'm not thinking of Kyor now. Not when this is one of the last pieces of time I will get to spend with my brother before I leave. Grandfather and his wife never managed to produce an heir themselves, so when they learned how powerful Father was, Lord Cultivaris decided to recognize him formally so he could be brought into the Highhold to carry on his father's title and lineage.
Wow.
William's horror is replaced by a look of awe.
That must have been an amazing opportunity for him.
I'm sure he was grateful for the chance, I agree. But life wasn't easy for him. There were a lot of people who despised him for his roots. People who thought he didn't deserve his place among the lords and ladies, despite his father and his power. He had to work twice as hard to get half the recognition. Memories of my father stir, ones long forgotten. The late nights, the meetings, the constant attempts to appease everyone around him without betraying his own morals. Yet somehow, he walked that tightrope with precision and a smile on his face. Always gracious, always grateful. He had a skill, a way of getting even the sternest heart to soften around him. Charisma, I suppose. My heart fills with an unexpected heat. I spent so long with the other version of Father, the drunk so consumed by grief I doubt he would have recognized his own reflection, that I almost blocked out the memory of who he was before. And now that I'm remembering, now that my brother is here, I would give anything just to tell him Florian is safe and well, and to feel the strength of his arms around me in a hug. He used to give such fierce hugs. As the heat in my heart threatens to burn, William clears his throat, and I pull myself back into the moment. Sorry, I say, forcing a smile to my lips. I was just remembering how powerful he was. I lie. Although now that's exactly what I do. And so skilled. Nobody could ever sneak up on him. I grin as a memory stirs. We had this game where we would blindfold him, and we'd have to creep up and touch his shoulder before he could turn around and catch us. But he always won. Always. If he hadn't been such a formidable wind weaver, I could have sworn he had the power to see through the blindfold. I laugh as the memories rush in, as fresh as the days they were made. Those days were joyous, and I wish I had truly appreciated them at the time. I smile at William, grateful to him for bringing old memories to the forefront.
He was strong, though, right?
William asks.
You said he was powerful, too.
Just a little, I grin. Once, he lifted an entire battalion up. He held them a foot above the ground with the power of his wind alone. William's jaw drops.
He did not.
He did. I saw it myself. As I drift into the memory again, my smile fades slightly. I think he was secretly hoping Kay's powers would match his own.
Do they?
Not yet, I say simply. I take the potion off the heat, smiling in satisfaction at the bright cerulean mixture. He would be so proud to know you followed in his footsteps, I say softly. And then I steel myself, for William deserves to know the whole truth of his parents. The good, the bad, and the downright ugly. Maybe it won't be so bad for him, though. After all, he didn't have to live through it. It broke him when he thought you'd died, I admit. It broke all of us. But Father, he never managed to put himself back together. I don't think he even wanted to. He didn't want to live in a world that didn't have you in it. A shadow crosses William's face.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I put him through that. And you too.
You did nothing, I say, gripping his shoulders firmly. Absolutely nothing. Do you understand? I pause, swallowing the knot forming in my throat. Then I take a breath and deliberately shift my tone. Come on, Kay's brew is done. Let me show you more plants, I say, brightly brushing away the cloud that's settled over us. What else would you like to learn? It's a clumsy diversion, but thankfully William doesn't push further.
Well,
he says, the corner of his mouth lifting.
I wouldn't mind if you made me some arrowroot concoction. I've heard it can be useful.
He says with a guileless smile. Arrowroot tonic is known to dilute the effects of alcohol entering the body, in some cases, preventing people from getting drunk at all. Great for lords trying to have the upper hand when they're in negotiations over a nightcap or two. Of course, incorrectly brewed, and you've got a highly toxic compound in your hand. I offer him my most withering big sister glower. You're too young to know about that. And just because you don't get drunk doesn't mean it doesn't cause the same damage to your liver and the rest of your body.
I'm not saying I'm going to use it,
he protests.
But I know some people who'd pay over the odds for the tonic, especially one made by the gifted herself.
He shakes his head.
I can't believe my sister's the gifted.
The pride in his voice causes a glow of warmth to burn within me, although it's extinguished far too quickly. You do truly understand why people can't know, don't you? I ask him, needing to hammer the point home, to see it for myself that he understands the severity of his situation. William, the king believes you're dead. He cannot learn otherwise, not ever.
I know,
William replies, and a sadness glazes his eyes. It makes my heart hurt, and I'd do just about anything to make that look disappear from his handsome features. Anything, including going against my own better judgment. We'll make a small batch of arrowroot tonic, I tell him. His eyes light up the way I hoped they would. Pick me some of that. I point to an umber-colored plant with iridescent leaves. And be careful, the sap can sting. 30 minutes later, we have another basket halfway with a range of plants from vetiver to galangal. William followed every instruction to the letter and asked many questions as we worked. I can already tell he's a boy who loves to learn.
Does your magic work the same with all plants?
He asks now.
You can just touch plants and flowers and make them grow?
With some, yes, but it varies. Sometimes the growth is not immediate, but my extra magic ensures they will become fruitful and healthy in time. Sometimes it's that my powers allow me to access something in the plant that normal folk wouldn't be able to, or at least not at such a great intensity.
So is some of it spell work?
Plant and spell work go together hand in hand. They're infinitely stronger combined than they could ever be alone.
Then maybe I should learn it too, to honor her, if you think that would be all right. I could learn the spell work, couldn't I?
You could, and I can't think of anything she would have liked better, I reply.
I know that you're going to be as safe as you can be on this trip,
he says, his voice suddenly quiet.
But if you do meet the Taurelians...
I'll be careful. I promise, I interrupt. He blushes.
Oh, yes, I know, but that's not what I was going to say.
He clamps his mouth shut, and I wish I could take my words back. What were you going to say? What were you going to ask me? I press, only for the color in his cheeks to deepen.
Well, I've heard before that they have these arrows that go wherever you want them to, that you don't even have to aim them. I was wondering if you did see them, if you'd be able to get one for me.
Oh. My lips remain parted for a moment as I work out how to reply. On the one hand, it's great that my little brother thinks I'm capable of surviving a confrontation with the Terralians, and could even come out of it with a souvenir. But, on the other hand, the Terralians are well documented as not having magic, and if their arrows don't miss, it's likely because it's a skill they've spent a lifetime honing. They also haven't been seen, let alone fought, in decades. But that doesn't feel like something he wants to hear. If I meet and survive any Terralians, I promise I will bring you back one of their arrows, I tell him. And from the way he grins in response, I almost want to trespass into their territory just to fetch him one. Almost. Chapter 16. When we're done in the orangery, William heads off to get ready for the ball, something Kay has been doing since she woke. And evidently, it was worth it. As she walks down the steps into the hallway, the sight of her is enough to take my breath away. "You look stunning," I tell her honestly. "I feel beautiful," she admits, taking my hand and squeezing it tightly. "Like a proper bride." I'm reminded of her words from yesterday, about how she needs this marriage to work, not just for the safety of her child, but because this is her only chance at love. "You are a proper bride," I tell her. "Come on, I'm sure the king won't want to be kept waiting." Especially not for my family, I think to myself, although I do not say as much. Besides, Kay isn't a cultivaris anymore. She's a Lorathan. Acacia Lorathan. It still sounds so odd to my ears, but I suppose I'll get used to it with time. We enter the ballroom, and though the king's ego is on show in full force, from the size of the orchestral ensemble to the gratuitously overindulgent banquet, I try to keep a smile on my face. This is meant to be a happy day for my family. "It's beautiful," Kay murmurs in awe. "The florist told me the theme for this ball was blue, and we match perfectly. It looks as if it was created for us, doesn't it?" "You picked the outfits perfectly," I respond, offering the smile I know she needs to see. As I scan the crowd, I spot William at the side of the room. As Kay requested, he is also in a pale blue waistcoat. It's subtle enough to be passed off as a coincidence, but heartwarming nonetheless. I instinctively make a beeline towards him, but his gaze narrows as he offers me a small shake of the head. Only then do I see Arthur approaching him from the other side. Of course. He has not told Arthur that he knows the truth about his parents. To him, I am still nothing more than the gifted and now sister to Jonas's wife. It will have to be a masquerade ball, minus the actual mask-wearing. I think of the marks on William's stomach, the sign of the Isin. More than once over the last 2 days, I've considered asking Benny how fast they appear to be spreading, and if he can tell how long it will take before they're on visible parts of William's body. But I knew there was no point. William himself told us that it spreads more quickly when he uses the magic, which he's done twice over the last couple of days. Besides, our plan is to get to the Isin as fast as possible. That's all that matters. "You will need to be the one to present me to the king," Kay says, pulling my attention back to her. "Sorry?" I twist around as if she has slapped me. "I have to present you to the king?" "That is what Jonas told me. Normally it would be a parent. It's only necessary for the bride, not for the groom." "That isn't a problem, is it?" she asks. "You are the gifted. He should be honored to speak to you again." The way she says it, as though she genuinely believes it's the truth, only shows how naive she remains, despite everything. Gods no, if Kay and Jonas weren't already married, Corvain would probably turn me away just on principle. "No, that's not a problem," I lie, my stomach twisting. Then again, maybe this is good. It's a chance to look him in the eye, hold his gaze, show him that he and his lying son haven't broken me, even if that was his plan. Drawing in a long breath, I look around for the monarch. only for my eyes to fall on a far more welcome face. "She got you to wear blue, too," I say as I hug Benny.
"What can I say? You cultivarus women can be persuasive."
He grins.
"You ready for this?"
"Presenting her to Corvain?" I ask. It can't be any worse than facing a Jotun, can it? I question, expecting him to offer at least a half laugh at my joke, but instead his face is stony.
"Honey, Corvain's not here,"
he says grimly.
"It won't be him you're presenting your sister to."
Not Corvain? Then who? But I know the answer before the words have even left my lips. A sweeping headiness wafts through me. "No, please, gods, no," I groan. And as Benny's gaze shifts, my eyes follow. There, standing at the end of the ballroom, drink in his hand, redhead on his arm, is Kyor. Fuck. Whether he noticed my arrival or not, I cannot say. But now, as I look at him, his eyes lock on mine with an intensity raw enough to stop my heart from beating. Without so much as a single word to the woman at his side, he slips his arms out of hers and strides across the room to me.
"Gifted,"
he says.
"I hear your family has a reason to celebrate tonight."
The clipped tone of his voice makes it sound as if he's talking to any member of the court. A stranger, not someone who shared his bed, not someone who risked her life diving into an abyss for him. Beside me, I feel tension radiating from Benny. If this were a private situation, I don't doubt my friend would have more than one choice word for Kyor. But this isn't a private situation. It's very public, and to the public he is the prince and I am the gifted. I am also the queen killer's daughter. That is all we are to one another, all I am to him. A meaningless moment for him was everything to me. One that stole my heart. Fool that I was for letting it be taken. "You're right, we do," I reply eventually. "And we've got beautiful weather for it, too." My eyes are unblinking as a cold smile graces my expression. Clear blue skies, not a cloud in sight. I thought after the Retterheld the storm might linger, but apparently not. Something flickers across his face, almost too fast for me to catch, and I'm tempted to look at Benny to see if it was just my imagination, but I refuse to be the first to look away.
"My father wished for me to be the one to make the announcement,"
he says, his voice a fraction quieter. "And whatever your father wants, he must surely get," I reply, that polite smile of mine still fixed in place. This time, there's no denying the way his jaw locks.
"Rose, please."
He's shifting, as if he's going to move closer when Benny speaks.
"Your Royal Highness, I believe you have a marriage to announce?"
he says. Kyor's eyes flicker to Benny, as if he only just realized he's there. His forehead furrows before he glances back at me.
Yes, I do."
He agrees before striding away and plucking a glass of champagne from a waiter.
"Sorry for interrupting,"
Benny whispers to me.
"but I figured this wasn't the best place for you to have one of your little turns. Suffocate the prince and all that."
I wince. Yes, you're right, thanks. And he is. Who knows how my magic would have flared up if Kyor had been near me for much longer. Glass in hand, Kyor strolls to the dais before retrieving a dagger from his belt and chiming it against the flute. I find I can't pull my eyes away from him as silence falls over the ballroom, the courtiers ready to hang on his every word.
"Lords and ladies,"
The rumble of his voice sends shivers down my spine.
"after the festivities of the Retterheld, we are pleased to announce yet more blessings bestowed on the family of the gifted. A union between Lord Jonas Lorthin and Lady Acacia Cultivarus has been granted by Edda. Tell me, who is to present the bride?"
My temper flares within me. Who the fuck does he think is going to present her? His actions saw to it that I was the only person she had left. Before Florian was returned to us, that is. Kyor and every person in this god's-forsaken palace knows the former, but this is all just a role to him. The words and their meaning don't matter. The hurt they cause me? Irrelevant. I present her, I reply, locking my eyes on his. If he wants to make it a game, I'll play. Rose Cultivaris, the Gifted. I use my title like the weapon it is. Murmurs threaten to steal the silence, but Kyor does not give them a chance.
Very well,
He says.
Then let this union, blessed by the goddess of life, be seen and honored by all within this court and kingdom. Jonas and Acacia Lorathin, one now and always. Members of the court, will you please join me in raising a glass to the newly married couple?
Married? I hear the word rise in surprise all around us. Not engaged? Applause and polite chatter fill the room, but it is not loud enough to drown out the muttering. If I can hear it, I'm sure Kay can too. There must be a reason. She was staying with his father, was she not? The engagement must have happened in secret first. Assuming the sister won, that must be why they took her in. I'm surprised by the relief that comes with such gossip. Let them think it was a condition of Artur offering her sanctuary. It's better than them knowing the truth. Pregnant before wedlock. It's a sin in Corvain's eyes that would see her stripped and back in the slums. Not that she appears to have any magic to strip just yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jonas's voice cuts above the chatter.
Your kind words are more than I deserve. My wife and I truly appreciate it.
He glances down at Acacia, his eyes gleaming. A perfect act of love and devotion. They're certainly going to have most of the court fooled. I can't help but look at Kyor, only to find his gaze locked on me. Suddenly, the rest of the room falls away. This moment is all that exists between us. The thunder of my pulse rushing in my ears, the hot flash of desire that is absurd, and the ache of my broken heart. In the end, it is the latter that breaks the spell he must surely be weaving on me. I refocus on Kay, who looks radiant. She's raising her own glass. May the goddess's blessing follow us through our generation and beyond. Kay beams as she stares at her husband, her words ringing out over the assembly. Your generation and beyond. A cheer goes up around the room, and it's only when the noise dims that I remember I was meant to join them, meant to be watching them instead of Kyor. But it's hard with the way I can feel the buzz of his gaze flitting across my skin. Tuning him out the best I can, I lift my glass, ready to echo the words of Kay's toast, only to stop. Jonas is still looking doe-eyed at Kay, but rather than simply standing there and accepting the toast, he leans in towards her, wraps his hand around the back of her neck and kisses her. Really kisses her. Whatever dregs remain of my drink are quickly gone. Of course a kiss makes sense. Kissing is what couples do. But would it have hurt to be a peck on the cheek? Instead, it's a full-on, oh my gods, they're using tongue, I don't need to see my sister do this type of kiss. It's certainly less awkward and more, sexual than the first kiss Jonas and I shared. My stomach somersaults. Not from jealousy, but from sheer discomfort. Is this not their first kiss? Have they practiced for this moment? Or worse still, kissed just because they wanted to?
Just a word of advice. Looking like you want to vomit when your sister announces her marriage isn't a great move.
Benny whispers in my ear.
Try smiling.
Right. I pull my lips upward into something I think resembles a smile, and force my eyes to meet several of those looking at me. Thankfully, with all the fuss they're getting, Kay missed my response, and I'm able to slip further away.
I have to admit, they make a dashing couple.
Benny says, still sticking to my side. Let's not think about it right now, I respond. I search for a fresh drink, only for my eyes to fall, as if pulled by magnets, on Kyor yet again. Somehow, after the toast, he has crossed the room and is once again standing only a few feet away from me.
Gifted?
He says, his voice just loud enough to be heard.
Will you do me the honor of a dance?
Chapter 17. No, is the answer to his question. What the hell is he playing at? I don't want to dance with him. I want to scream at him, claw at him, run a sword through his cowardly ribs so he can feel just a fraction of the pain that my heart is suffering. Only I can't do any of that. Especially Not here at my sister's wedding announcement. And he knows it. Manipulative shit. It's the very reason he asked me. It's a fucking test of the cruelest type. A reminder that whatever I once thought we were, I am now nothing but his royal subject. That he has always held every inch of power in this farce of a relationship.
I actually just asked the gifted to dance myself.
Benny says, trying to give me an out.
I'm sure she'll make time for you later.
Kyor doesn't so much as blink in Benny's direction.
She promised me a dance. One dance.
I did. Back when I thought he loved me.
One dance, gifted. Unless you find yourself wanting more.
A dry scoff breaks from me. Unlikely, I tell him. Fine, one dance. And keep your hands to yourself.
When dancing, it is customary to touch.
He says dryly.
I'll have to put my hands on you somewhere.
I wish the thought didn't fill me with adrenaline, but my damn body's a traitor. It always has been with him. And it's even worse now than it knows what those hands can do. Even worse than when I just imagined the feel of his fingers against mine. Fuck, why is it impossible to keep my thoughts straight? Leaving Benny watching on, I allow Kyor to lead me across to the dance floor. He's dressed formally, yet his sleeves are rolled up, exposing his forearms in a way that makes me think he could be ready to fight at any moment. Fight, or maybe something else. He knows I love the sight of his muscled forearms. The prick is playing dirty.
So?
He whispers as he interlocks our fingers and presses his palm against mine.
Is this touching okay?
I stifle the urge to hold my breath. We're just holding hands, I remind myself. People hold hands every day. But with the feel of his skin against mine, my mind all but disintegrates. All I can think about are the best parts of us. Lying with my head against his shoulder, laughing as we descended a cliff together in the 4th trial. How is it possible to still love someone so much, even while knowing all the hurt they've caused you? I am a fool. It'll do, I say shortly. He frowns.
Really? I'm not sure this is the most comfortable position to dance in. We'll draw attention, cultivars. And we don't want that, do we?
Annoyingly, he's right. I jerk my head in a nod. Fine, I spit.
How about I just slip one hand around here?
He releases my fingers and slips his arms around my waist. With his hand on the small of my back, he pulls me into him. There's no stifling my gasp as it flies from my lungs.
Gods, I miss hearing you gasp like that.
He whispers, voice husky.
Gasp, moan, you have no idea how much I've missed you.
His breath grazes my lips in the most intoxicating almost kiss I could dream of. A millimeter closer, and I'm not sure I'd be able to resist.
I've missed breaking you in ways you can't imagine.
His choice of words whips me out of the moment, and a bitter scoff cracks from my throat. Believe me, I know well all the ways you can break me. Speak to me inappropriately again, and audience or not, I will knee you in the bullocks. What little you have. Regret consumes his expression.
Rose, I didn't mean.
He shakes his head.
Forget I said anything. We're dancing, right?
He pulls me in closer still, so that every inch of my chest braces against the hard contours of his body. It would be so easy to fold myself into him, to place my lips against his, and taste him like we're the only people in the room. But my last thread of common sense is still there, holding the fractals of me together, and so I hold myself rigid, as unmoving as a plank of wood. His hand moves to the base of my spine, but I remain tense and unhappy in his arms. The moment is agonizingly atrocious. It's as if time has no place here. The music continues on and on in the longest dance of my life. I am begging Etta to make the misery end when a figure strides towards us, a man of similar age to Kyor with striking dark skin and vivid eyes.
Your Royal Highness.
He dips his head politely at Kyor before turning his attention to me.
Gifted. I was wondering if you would do me the honor of the next dance.
Oh. My mouth opens in surprise as I struggle to respond while he stretches his hand out to me. Scars stretch up his forearm, And I have no doubt that this isn't just a pretty courtier I'm faced with, but someone who has actually fought. Someone with balls. I'm about to accept his offer, if only to spite Kyor, when the prince answers for me, domineering asshole that he is.
No.
Kyor's voice is as icy as his eyes.
The gifted will not be dancing with anyone else tonight.
With my jaw now hanging loose, I turn and look at the prince, only to feel the static raging from him. And I'm not the only one. The lord, whoever he might be, begins to shuffle away awkwardly.
I understand. Sorry for the interruption,
he says before scurrying backward. Okay, maybe he didn't have balls after all. My attention snaps back to Kyor. You don't have the right to do that, I snarl. You don't get to tell me what I can and can't do. And you can't just send courtiers away because you don't want them to speak to me. A dry scoff cracks in his throat.
I believe you'll find that in my palace, Lady Cultivaris, I can do exactly as I please with my courtiers.
Indeed, I snap, even cast them aside. Regret instantly clouds his eyes, and I have no time or patience for it. It's good to know where we all stand. It's important to know one's place, I say. I step back from him and offer a deep curtsy, the type I know he despises. His eyes flash, and a grim smile curls my lips at the sight of his fists being clenched. He's upset. Good. He deserves to be. I believe I have given you the one dance I promised, Your Royal Highness. I sniff. Now, if I have your royal permission, I would like to celebrate my sister's marriage. His eyes widen, and his lips part as he readies to respond, but whatever he's going to say, I don't want to hear it. And so I turn around and head back to Benny without another word.
All right?
Benny asks as I rejoin him. Fuck him, I snarl.
I believe that's what got you into this mess in the first place.
I level a glare at my friend, and he winces.
Sorry, too soon.
Despite the urge to drink my way through the night, we plan to escape from Rohelm while it's still dark. And so I stick to water and try to focus on Kay and William and the fact that these are the last few hours I'm going to get with them. It's tough. An intricate balance. The last thing I want to do is draw attention to William by spending too much time with him, especially given how much I basically ignored him at other balls before now. And Kay is clearly reveling in having her moment. I don't want to ruin that, but I still manage to snatch precious moments with them both. Moments I emblazon into my memory for the coming moons we'll spend apart. A little after midnight, Benny disappears, and I pull my siblings and Jonas into one of the anterooms. I change out of my ball gown, handing it to Kay, and stand ready in my leathers. It's only when I look around that I realize which room I'm in. The library. The one where I finally gave in to the need to feel Kyor's lips on mine. It was the same room in which I first told him I trusted him. And I truly had at the time. Fool. It was also the same room where I heard Kaz scream out before Chinos took her final breath. Maybe it's an ill omen, being in here to say goodbye. Maybe this trip is already cursed. Stifling the tears that threaten to fall, I look back at Jonas. Keep them safe. All of them, I demand of him. Kay, William, the baby. Swear it. Jonas nods.
I swear it. With everything that I am, I will protect them.
There's not the slightest hint of doubt in his voice. And mortadom take me, I believe him.
It won't be forever,
William replies. His youthful optimism stings between my ribs. No, it won't be forever, I agree. Because that's a nicer note to leave things on than talking of me dying on the Harathian path. Because deep down, we all know that's what is most likely to happen. Soldiers don't come back from the north. Knighted guards with their bonded direwolves lose their lives to the barbarians that roam the lands. Barbarians I'm actively going in search of. And who am I? Certainly no bonded warrior. I am the gifted, part Isin, part Morathkian, and wholly an emotional wreck. Not exactly a hero in the making. Yet as I look at William, I force myself to match his optimism. And then, because I desperately need to, I wrap my arms around him and squeeze him so tightly that I feel myself doubting whether I want to leave at all. My little brother is alive. I have him with me, and yet here I am leaving him. It goes against everything I believe in, everything I want to do. But it is the best way to protect him. And Mother and Father would have wanted me to do that. It's what they would have done. Anything to keep us safe. Finally, I look at Kay. I love you. So much. Take care of that baby for me. I've made you tonics. Summer will tell you where they are. I need the little one healthy for when I meet them. Tears glisten in her eyes. You will meet them, won't you? There's no denying the quaver in her voice. I will, I promise. Glad she doesn't have Benny or Kaz's ability to see right through me. I will see you all again. I hug both my siblings to me, clinging to them fiercely before whirling around and striding out of the room, hoping the speed of my movements will hide the tears cascading from my eyes. As I stalk out, I swipe the wetness from my cheeks, thankful that they're not icy. Outside, silver moonlight casts watery shadows on paving stones as I head towards the gate. Benny, Kaz, and Reuben are already mounted, and the horses are laden down. I asked Summer to prepare rations for us to take with us, and given the meals that she's cooked over the last couple of days, I should have known better than to expect a couple of bread rolls and cold meat. There's enough to feed an army here. Bread and meats, yes, but also stewed fruits, canned to keep their freshness, dried vegetables that we can rehydrate to create broths, salted fish, biscuits, oats, and dried milk. You name it, she's packed it. At least it means we won't have to worry about food, which, given how much we actually do have to worry about, is a blessing. One mount is lacking a rider. A jet-black mare with a thin white blaze of hair on her forehead. Blaze. Seems like as good enough a name as any. Last chance to back out, I say as I pull myself into the saddle of my newly named steed. Benny shrugs.
Not really. I'm pretty sure we can abandon you at any point we fancy.
Without a change in expression, Kaz moves her horse next to his, reaches out, and hits him over the head. Thanks, I say to her. Public service. She shrugs. With Benny's power, he surely saw Kaz's intention as she approached. Yet he let her swipe at him all the same. He's a good friend. Reuben grins for the first time since we watched his mother disappear into Edda's temple.
This is going to be fun. That's the spirit,
Benny says.
It's best that we're all delusional from the start.
We ride through the city in silence, passing through the rings effortlessly as tired knights wave us through checkpoints with no issues. Sometimes conversation creeps into the group, but mostly we're quiet. There are times, though, like when we reach the third ring and Edda's temple, that the silence becomes even more pronounced. I wonder whether we should stop and allow Reuben a moment at his mother's final resting place. But I know that if he wanted to do that, he'd have asked. So I respect his tacit wishes once again, and we continue on into the outer rings. Stars litter the sky above us as we slip out through the final wall and find ourselves in the deprivation and stench of the slums.
Is it strange that this smell feels like home?
Reuben says, inhaling a lungful of the undeniably putrid air.
Extremely,
Benny says. But I get it. Somehow, there is something comforting about it all. In the slums, you know where you stand. As I throw Reuben a smile, a child runs beside us.
I know you! You're the gifted!
He shouts, his mouth hanging open as he stares at me. Shh! It's late, I chastise him. The last thing I want is a crowd. Not when we've got this far unnoticed. You should be in bed. He has to be able to hear me, but he doesn't listen. Instead, he yells,
It's Lady Rose! The gifted! She's come back!
A corkscrew of nerves twists within me as the first few figures appear around us, attracted by the noise only to add to it.
It's the gifted!
She came back! People start to pour out of their makeshift houses and lean-tos gathering around us. Are we about to get robbed? Kaz mutters behind me.
I'm looking, don't worry.
Benny replies, scanning the area. His ability to see things is normally enough to spot anyone who's out to harm us before they can actually do so, but before long we're surrounded. One of us! Someone shouts. One of us! The cheer comes again.
She'll always be one of us. Right, Rose?
The warm use of my name catches me by surprise, but when I twist my head around and see the figure standing there, I understand. Coram, my old neighbor, is looking up at me, pride beaming from his face.
Always one of us,
He says quietly, as if it's just the two of us. Tears fill my eyes as the chant starts up again. Any apprehension I had is long gone. These people aren't going to hurt us, even if our horses are laden with more wealth than they'll see in a lifetime. The thought causes another to stir within me. I'm going to do something stupid, I warn the others. Benny sighs.
Aren't you always?
Next to me, Reuben grins.
Let me guess, we're not going to be quite as well fed as we thought on this trip?
I reach back and loosen the bag filled with my share of the food Summer made up. You've got one too, right? I say to Kaz, while beckoning Coram over. As the bag slides out of the saddle straps, Coram reaches my side. Share it out, I tell him as he grabs the bottom. That one too, I add with a gesture to Kaz's bag. Coram nods, his eyes shining.
I will, Lady Rose.
The use of my title causes my heart to twinge. It's Rose, Coram. Just Rose.
No, it isn't,
He says gently. He opens the pack and starts passing the rations out.
There's more here.
Reuben says as he slings his pack down and hands it to Coram as well. Benny sighs loudly.
You guys are absolutely idiotic,
He says, but he's undoing the straps to his own saddlebag as he speaks. Just so we're clear, Kaz says, we're probably all going to starve now.
Yeah.
Reuben shrugs with his trademark grin.
What's new?
We leave the slums with significantly less than we rode in with. But my heart is lighter too, and for that I'm grateful.
The horses could do with a couple of hours' rest.
Reuben says on a yawn a few hours later when we reach an area of sparse trees that shelter us from the worst of the wind. The stars are fading, and only the brightest continue to show against the brightening sky. In a few hours, dawn will be upon us, and we'll need to keep going.
We can take turns keeping watch. I don't mind going first.
He offers. Sounds good, I agree, ready to curl up and catch some much-needed sleep. The excitement of leaving Rohelm has faded like the stars, and all that's left is a bone-aching tiredness and a fair bit of hunger. But I don't regret giving our rations away, not even when my stomach lets out a grumble and Benny's tummy gives an answering groan.
Just so we're clear,
He says, as he lays his roll mat on the ground.
It's your fault I'm hungry.
You think not having one meal makes you hungry? I scoff. That's how you know you're a future duke, I shoot back. He responds with a huff as I stretch out onto my mat with him on one side and Kaz on the other. Reuben moves a little further away, presumably to get some higher ground and watch over us. Almost immediately, Kaz begins to snore.
They were so thin.
Benny whispers into the night.
No child should ever be so thin.
I know, I murmur back. The words feel useless and small against the memory of hollow cheeks and wrists thin enough to be snapped like twigs. I close my eyes as if darkness might erase it, and sink into the hard ground, letting sleep drag me under. When I wake, an unexpected aroma fills my nostrils. What's cooking? I ask as I sit up, noting the fire and the plumes of smoke spiraling into the air from roasted meat. Reuben continues snoring lightly next to me.
Kaz caught a couple of rabbits,
Benny whispers happily, trying not to disturb Reuben. Kaz? I say in complete surprise. She grins. Not just a pretty face? Never thought you were, I say before realizing how my comment sounded. I mean, I never thought you were just a pretty face, not that I never thought you were a pretty face. She laughs, waving my babbling away. I got it. While we're eating, I thought we should have a look at the maps, make sure we're still on track. I snort. We can't have gone wrong already. We've barely done a few hours' travel. You'd be surprised, she says dryly. She gets out her maps and fusses over them while Benny and I share a rabbit. When we're all done, we wake Reuben so he has time to eat before we get on the road again.
How did everyone sleep?
He asks as he stands up and stretches.
Anyone want a warm hug?
Benny looks amused.
What?
Reuben's a furnace, I explain. He can heat his body to nice and warm. It's lovely, especially when you've been lying on the cold, hard ground all night in freezing temperatures.
Say no more.
Benny says.
Hot man with hot hugs? I'm in.
Reuben grins, not offended in the slightest by Benny's flirting. The others each have a warm hug with Reuben while I tamp down the fire and make sure the horses have all been watered. Then, when the camp is cleared, I go in for my own cuddle. It seems strange, hugging him for warmth again. Sure, I hugged him when he first turned up at my house, but that was different. I didn't need it then. I just wanted to. This is somewhere in between. Having his friendship back in my life is a gift I won't take for granted. And I already know his power is going to be a lifesaver on this trip, especially as we get further north. As I stand with my head against his chest, a happy sigh escapes my lungs as the cold of the night is swept away in his arms.
Watch out!
Benny yells, and without any form of warning, the horses explode into panicked whinnies, rearing high and fighting their ropes. As adrenaline surges, I reach for my blade, determined not to fall victim to whatever has them so spooked, only for one of the horses to pull free of its tether and bolt toward us.
Fuck!
Reuben cries, yanking me back into him as it gallops past. Fucking hell!
What the fuck caused that?
Benny calls to us as he holds the reins of two of the remaining horses, which are continuing to rear against their restraints. The sounds of the hammering hooves of the escaped horse fades with distance. I don't know, I start to say, still sprawled against Reuben. A reaction like that feels worthy of Mortadem himself. And yet as I stare through the trees, a static prickle rises on the back of my spine. Hot, familiar, and utterly unwelcome. I know exactly who I'm going to see before he even steps into the light. Not Mortadem. Worse than Mortadem. Kyor fucking Naven. His eyes meet mine, and they are hard and angry.
Well, Rose, it doesn't look like your heart stayed broken for long.
Chapter 18. My disbelief lasts for less than a heartbeat before it's replaced with something a whole lot hotter. Pure fucking rage. How dare he say that to me? He was the one with the goddamn redhead. What the fuck are you doing here? I spit as I push myself up and move away from Reuben. The horses are still whinnying, but by some miracle, Benny and Kaz are keeping them calm. A real fucking miracle, because the sight of Elska should be enough to send anyone running. And yet my eyes barely flicker to the wolf. They're fixed entirely on the icy irises of the prince. What are you doing here? I repeat, a tingle of magic thrumming in my fingers.
Following you?
He says simply, as if that makes sense. I don't know how I don't laugh at the absurdity of the statement. Instead, I shake my head in disbelief. What? Why? You abandoned me. I wish the words didn't sound so pathetic, that the hurt didn't tremble in my tone. I wish the ice would come from my fingers and slice his skin, just so he could know a fraction of the pain he caused me. And yet none comes. As I stand there, his eyes lock on mine. Soft. Unwavering.
Not willingly. Never willingly, Rose.
And the pretty redhead on your arm? You didn't willingly have her there either, I take it? I bite back.
She is new to court. My father bade me show her around.
And you were just being a great prince? Taking a nice stroll under a beautiful, clear sky? You couldn't even pretend to be heartbroken for more than a couple of days.
Those clear skies were at my father's command.
Kyor interrupts me.
He was worried people would notice I was emotionally compromised, that I was showing weakness.
His jaw is tight. I try to scoff, but the sound gets trapped in my throat. Across the way, Benny coughs loudly.
Ahem. I think us three need to take the other horses over there. You know, away from the wolf. And, yeah. See if we can chase down the other one. Well, probably not chase, but you just...
He shoots Reuben a look.
Are you coming?
It takes Reuben a second, but then he's striding towards Benny and Kaz. A minute later, the three of them are gone, giving Kyor and me some semblance of privacy. Not that I'm sure I even want it. It hurts to look at him. To see him like this, relaxed among nature like we're back in the Redderheld, rather than clutched in the poisonous bosom of the Highhold. It hurts to meet those bright blue eyes, staring into the heart of me, to feel the pull to run to him as if nothing has happened between us. But it has. Everything has changed. What are you doing here, Kyor? I snap. You made your choice. His eyes flash.
And I'd make the same one again. I know you can't understand it, Rose, but there is more at play than you know. Far more, even for you. I cannot defy my father.
No, of course not. He's made that perfectly clear. And yet he seems intent on making me relive the pain of our revocation again. Then why are you here? Your father will never approve of me, and you will never defy him, as you made it so eminently clear. We're done.
We'll never be done.
He takes a step towards me, and I can feel the static buzzing in the air between us. Static that he rolled over my skin time and time again. Static that I know I should run from.
You and I are as inevitable as the rising sun. Tell me that you did not feel it as we danced together.
I didn't, I snarl, pushing away the delicious sensation of his magic that threatens to consume me. All I felt was my broken fucking heart. We're not inevitable. Just because you can spout pretty lines, it doesn't change anything between us. We're done. So done. A relationship needs trust, and I sure as fuck don't trust you now. I hate the words falling from my lips, but they're true. I deserve someone whom I trust, with unfaltering certainty. Someone whom I know will fight for me, for us. And evidently, that man isn't Kyor Naven. As his jaw twitches, he folds his arms across his chest.
We'll rebuild it. We can. What we have is real.
How? The word bursts from me with such force that even Elska flinches. How can it be real? You lied to me, Kyor. You loved Thea. You loved her. And you lied about it. You lied to my face. He grimaces.
It's not that simple.
Really, because it's pretty fucking simple from where I'm standing. I don't want to be having this conversation. I don't want him here, muddling my already addled thoughts. And yet he's not leaving, and I can't draw myself away from him, even now. Even with my heart torn out and trampled, I can't walk away from him.
The Thea I knew.
He starts.
The Thea I planned to marry, she...
You planned to marry her? A gasp flies from me, almost loud enough to muffle the sound of my heart breaking all over again. With pursed lips, he rubs his hand along the back of his neck.
I thought I loved her. Truly.
A wistful gaze crosses his expression.
This fierce, strong woman who wrote music just like my mother once did. I thought we had a connection. We liked the same foods, the same drinks, and the same dances. It was all I hoped to find in someone, and so I picked out 3 rings for her.
Tears fill my eyes. I need him to stop. If any part of him ever loved me, then I do not understand why he would keep speaking, pulling me apart word by word. And yet he doesn't stop.
Then, 2 days before I intended to propose, Layla caught one of the serving girls spiking my drink.
What? I say, unable to help myself.
Zell was the one who questioned her. It didn't take much for her to break. The maid confessed that the king had ordered her to do it, to spike my drink with an infatuation potion.
I gape despite myself. Such abhorrent magic is illegal throughout Morathka. Luckily, the ingredients are rare, but I suppose nothing is too rare for a king. As my mind tries to slot the pieces of the story together, my thoughts can't help but wander to the maid. I have no doubt she suffered more than just Zell's interrogation when the king found out she had been caught. The thought makes me shudder.
It turned out that Thea and my father had conspired together. He wanted me to settle down and establish the next heir for the security of Morathka, and when I told him I wasn't ready, he took things into his own hands. Told Thea things about Mother, that she used to form a connection with me. So yes, I told her I loved her, and yes, I believed it. But it was all based on lies and potions.
My heart is pounding, and part of me is desperate for this all to be revealed as a fabrication. Because if it's not, I sniff back the tears that threaten to fall, though for once they're not for me. Kyor's own father helped to drug him and tried to force him into a marriage he truly didn't want. That's foul by anyone's standards. But it doesn't change the fact that Kyor never told me about Thea, that he actively lied about their relationship. Trust doesn't work like that. Despite myself, I want to know more. Even though it feels like I'm willingly tearing my own stitches wide and worsening a wound that has not yet had a chance to heal. I hear the question leave my mouth all the same. What happened when you found out the truth? His lips twist.
I confronted Thea, told her that if she ever came near me again, I would kill her.
He pauses, letting the depth of the words linger in the air.
And I meant it. Utterly. I truly thought myself in love. She betrayed me.
Join the club, I think darkly.
When my father realized his machinations were foiled, he stripped Thea of her power and banished her from the court. He couldn't have evidence of his failure lingering.
Kyor's blue eyes hold mine.
I still do not know the truth of a baby, whether one ever lived or not. I suspect it was nothing more than Thea's last-ditch attempt to save herself from my father. An effort to get him to show mercy, to stay his hand. I have had people watch her since, and there has never been any sign of a child, stillborn or otherwise. But I doubt I will ever know the full truth.
As angry as I am, my pathetic heart still hurts for him. I'm sorry, Kyor. The words leave me as a whisper. I am no monster of Rohelm, and I am sorry. What he has been through is more than anyone should have to suffer. With a single nod, Kyor accepts my sympathy, but the tension remains in his frame. I know what he's waiting for, but I cannot give that to him. No way in hell. All I can offer him is the truth. I'm sorry for what you went through, but it changes nothing between us. I continue with effort, wishing my voice didn't tremble, that I didn't feel weak again. You broke my heart, Kyor. You looked at your father and you lied about my mother. Again. She deserves absolution, and you stole it from her for a second time, and then you chose your crown over me. His jaw works.
I do not deny that I chose my duty over you, Rose, but I swear I had no other choice. I cannot explain other than to say there is more at stake than you know.
Frustration tears through his words. Because you don't trust me? My torn heart hardens.
No, it's not that. It's because I can't.
His eyes plead.
Do you understand? I can't tell you.
Slowly it dawns on me. A vow, I say. You're bound by a vow. Relief floods his eyes. He can't even nod to confirm it, but I see it. Beside him, Elska lets out a rumbling growl that makes the hairs on my neck stand on end. So what does that mean? He was able to speak of Thea, so his vow, if he truly has taken one, relates to something else. I shake my head. This changes nothing.
When you understand, it will change everything.
He says with a confidence that infuriates me.
But in the meantime, I'm going to earn back your trust.
He promises, and his tone brooks no argument. My head moves before I can stop it. No, he won't. You have your duty and I have mine.
I know your duty too, Rose. I know where you're going. You travel to the Essen.
He says, keeping his voice low. I do not deny it, and he continues.
To learn of your ice magic.
He meets my eyes.
As you should.
I want to be shocked, but I'm not. Like Benny, he's smart, and if I weren't so determined to deny the truth to myself, I'm sure I would have come to the obvious conclusion even without Dina's help. That Kyor not only knows, but also approves of my choice to leave in search of answers, actually warms me. And I fucking hate that. He knows of my magic, has deduced my plans, and has not told his father any of it, even though it's treason. It feels as if we're back on the ice of Fallen Lake, sliding forward step by step, waiting for the ice to crack and for us to plunge to our deaths.
My father is sending me to the Harathian Pass to retake command there. That's why I left this morning. But when Elska picked up your scent, I knew it was a sign from the gods. Rose, I'll travel north with you. That way I can protect you.
I stiffen. I don't need your protection, your royal highness. I use his title like a slap, knowing how much he hates it.
Yet you cannot stop me from giving it to you, Lady Cultivaris.
He tosses back my own title with a smirk. There is no way I want to have him on the journey with me. No way I can deal with the distraction. But before I can tell him to fuck off, Benny clears his throat behind us.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a problem.
He looks at me as he speaks, utterly ignoring Kyor in a manner that makes me love him a little more.
We found your horse, Rose.
He grimaces.
It was hurt. It was kindest to put it out of its misery.
Well, fuck. R.I.P., Blaze. That'll teach me to name my horse. I look at the remaining horses. 3 left for the 4 of us.
We've sorted out the supplies.
Benny continues.
But as for riders, Rose will ride with me.
Kyor says, his tone brooking no argument. I bristle. The fuck I will! There's no way I can endure being pressed against his body for hours, the scent of him all around me. You're not in charge here, I snap. I am, and if you don't like it, leave. Taking a leaf out of Benny's book, I ignore Kyor entirely and return to conversing with my friend. It's fine, I can double up with Reuben. Even from the corner of my eye, I can see Kyor's eyes narrow dangerously.
Who the fuck is Reuben?
Reuben steps forward.
That would be me. Rose and I go way back. Right, Rosie?
He offers me the slightest of grins before turning back to Kyor, a leisurely confidence in his movements that, combined with the comment, tells Kyor exactly what Reuben and I did back in the day. Kyor's nostrils flare as the air is suddenly thick with ozone. Don't you dare, I snarl. You strike him with lightning, and I will never forgive you. The prince's jaw works, but slowly the thickness in the air fades.
If you won't ride with me, then share with Benny.
Kyor growls.
If I see his hands on you again, I will be responsible for my actions.
He glares long and hard at Reuben, but my friend doesn't wilt under the heat of it. If anything, he straightens his shoulders more.
I'll scout ahead.
Kyor grunts as he mounts his direwolf. With that, he and Elska surge forward and away. Well, Kaz says into the resultant silence, that wasn't awkward at all. She leans towards Benny. Flynn said their chemistry was insane, but I actually think she downplayed it. Benny squints after Kyor.
You think they'll sort it out?
Kaz laughs. Not before they make the rest of us deeply uncomfortable. I can literally hear you, I complain. She flashes me a smile. I know.
Let's mount up.
Reuben says, ignoring us all.
We've got a long way to go.
He extends a hand to me. I hesitate and finally shake my head. I'll ride with Benny. Safer for everyone. Reuben's nostrils flare.
Then he's calling the shots already. I didn't know you were so easily controlled.
With a shake of his head, he turns away. It hurts a little that he's disappointed in me.
Oh, good.
Benny murmurs to me as we settle on the horse together.
Another love triangle.
He presses his thumbs and forefingers together to make a triangle with his fingers.
I was worried I'd miss Jonas.
Asshole, I gripe.
You love me,
He replies, pressing his heels to the horse's side so we break into a trot. Above us, the sun is partway into its ascent, but we've got a good few hours to go until we hit midday. Something tells me today is going to be an extremely long day. Chapter 19. We break for camp after close to 10 hours of riding through the jagged hills that surround Rohelm like shark's teeth jutting from the earth. This is the most temperate climate we're likely to face on our journey, and yet despite my furs, the cold seeps into my marrow. Judging by the way Benny, Kaz, and Kyor have also flocked around the fire, I'm not the only one. Tomorrow, I'll need to layer up even further. Either that or ride with Reuben's warmth, but something tells me Kyor won't take kindly to that. As Kaz continues stoking the impressively large fire she built, Elska slinks towards us and flops down directly in front of the flames, hogging a good portion of the heat for herself.
Bunch.
Kyor instructs, his look flat.
You don't need it. You've got all that fur.
She shifts a token few inches, and I struggle to suppress a grin. Kyor may be a prince, but to Elska, he's just her bonded, and she's not afraid to remind him of that fact. While the rest of us rub our hands in front of the flames and try to ignore the rumblings in our bellies, the prince opens his travel bag and pulls out a loaf of bread, some cheese, and a couple of other paper-wrapped items.
Food!
Benny says eagerly.
Kyor brought food.
He grins wildly at the prince.
You know, I've always liked you.
Kyor pauses midway through slicing off a chunk of bread.
You didn't bring food with you?
His tone is incredulous.
Of course we did.
Reuben grunts back.
We're not idiots. Then where is it?
Kaz grimaces. We gave it all to the starving urchins. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
It did not.
Benny mutters.
We did it for the kids who starve every single day in the slums.
Reuben joins in, his attention solely on Kyor.
You know, your subjects.
Reuben's eyes go distant, and I know he's thinking of the slums. From the way his lip trembles, he's thinking of his mother, too. Her loss, still raw, still cutting. Kyor ignores Reuben as if he hasn't spoken, and looks at his provisions. It's enough for one person for a good few days, but not enough for all of us for very long. Still, he finishes cutting off the slice and then hands the bread and knife to Benny before proceeding to do the same with the rest of the items. As a packet of ham reaches me, Elska gets up and stretches, but rather than repositioning herself in front of the flames, she stalks off into the trees. Where's she going? Kaz asks.
To hunt.
Kyor grunts.
Apparently, we're going to need more food.
When we've finished eating a good portion of Kyor's supplies, Kaz once again returns to her maps. While the rest of us are struggling with the cold, Kyor stands up and removes his shirt, which he folds neatly before placing it on the log he was sitting on. What are you doing? I snap, fully aware that he's staring at me because I'm having to use every bit of willpower I have not to stare back. How has he grown more physically perfect since I last saw him topless?
Get up.
He instructs me with the same tone he used with Elska. And just like his wolf, I pay very little attention. You're blocking the heat, I say instead. Rather than responding, he turns around and kicks dirt into the fire. The flames stutter and cough, spitting and crackling as they try to stay alight. What the fuck is wrong with you? I spit. We need that.
What you need, sweetheart, is to train. So get up, or I'll put the fire out for real.
My back teeth grind together at his stupid, petty action. But he's not bluffing. If I don't get up, he'll put the entire fire out. And relighting it is just a hassle we don't need. Reluctantly, I drag myself onto my feet.
Did you bring a sword?
He asks me. I give him a flat look. Obviously. Only a fool would take the Harathian path without adequately arming themselves.
Good.
He grunts. With a single swivel, he turns on the balls of his feet, then moves over towards a tree where a couple of bags, including one big enough to hold several weapons, are propped up against the trunk. While I know he's expecting me to follow, I linger a moment. Not because I'm planning to refuse again, but because there's something about seeing the ripples of his muscles in the firelight. The way the shadows of the now muted flames dance across the carved contours of his shoulder blades and back. It makes my entire body forget it's meant to be walking.
We'll use mine to train,
he says, swinging back to face me, two swords swaying in his grasp. With a reluctance that comes as much from moving away from the fire as it does from being close to Kyor, I finally amble across to join him.
You're a fighter, Rose. A survivor.
He says, handing me the sword.
But what you'll have to face on this trip will make the other Retlings look like pussycats. You need to be ready for anything.
His voice is tight, and I wish his obvious tension didn't worry me, but it does. He knows better than any of us what we're about to face. If he says I should train, then maybe, In this situation only, I should believe him. He hands me one of the swords, and his fingers brush against my knuckles. It's the most minuscule of touches, and yet it sends my heart racing.
Sort out your footing.
He commands, only to simultaneously strike at me. I've not even recovered from how much I miss the feel of his skin against mine, let alone had a chance to think about my feet, and yet his blade is heading straight for me. Instinctively, my hands swing upwards as I move my sword to meet his. The first clatter catches me by surprise, but it also brings me into the present. Reminds me what I'm meant to be doing. At certain points, it feels as though I've been transported back to the early days of the Rudderheld, to when Kyor and I would spar as Zell offered tips and tricks to improve my technique.
Feet wider.
Kyor snaps in a way that is remarkably similar to his old tutor, and I can't help but wonder if he knows it.
Move your shoulders back. When you fight them, you need to keep your distance.
You mean the Isin? I reply.
You can't let their weapons touch you.
He says in a manner that feels like he's evading my question. Because we're okay if other enemies' weapons touch us? I sass back. But he doesn't smile.
They poison their blades.
He warns.
One nick and you're dead. So we're practicing a new style of fighting.
Fear that I somehow subdued rises to the forefront of my mind, more potent than ever. How can you fight someone who can kill you with one nick of their blade? I question, trying to hide the nervousness burgeoning within me.
Carefully.
He grunts.
You only go in for a killing blow when you're sure, and you never, ever leave yourself open. You need to fight defensively until you're ready to land that final strike. That's what we're going to focus on.
We battle on as we did back in the training yard, and soon I'm entirely lost in the feel of the blade in my hands and the jar of blows reverberating up my arms. I almost expect a sassy comment from Klinos, a less than subtle whisper about whatever's going on between him and me. But of course it doesn't come. There is no pulling of punches with me. Kyor trains me like a warrior, just like he always has done. Like he knows more than anyone else what I'm capable of. It's one of the things I love so much about him. I think, before remembering, that's a thought that needs to be spoken in the past tense now. The cold of earlier is forgotten, and despite the freezing temperatures, sweat glides down his temples, beads on his forearms, and trickles along the thin line of hair that leads down from his belly button. I try to ignore it all. Try not to think about other occasions when sweat slicked his body to shiny perfection. Try not to think where that line leads.
That'll do.
He says finally when I'm soaked to the bone. As I drop my sword and realize just how much my heart is pounding, Kyor turns to Reuben.
You, come here.
He barks. Reuben's jaw sets.
We can't have weak links. Either you show me you can fight or...
He doesn't finish the sentence. Reuben doesn't need him to. He rises to his feet.
Have you ever fought before?
Kyor asks as I hand Reuben my sword.
I lived in the slums. Of course, I've fought before. Killed.
Kyor presses. Reuben slides his eyes to me for a beat before nodding. There was a man once who harassed Kay and me, and he wound up dead. I always wondered whether Reuben was the one who ended him. I never asked, didn't want it on my conscience. But now, in this moment, I find that I need to know. Tella? I ask tentatively.
Yes.
His eyes meet mine, but there's no regret in them. He did what he had to. Thank you, I whisper. A lopsided smile curls his lips.
There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Rose. You know that.
I do know that. My skin heats a little. Reuben and I had an arrangement in the slums. Friends with benefits and no feelings allowed. Though, if I'm honest with myself, I knew he'd never stick to that rule. Right from the off, he'd wanted more, even though he tried to pretend he didn't. I ignored it. Ignored the way he looked at me, the way he wanted so much more, because I didn't feel the same. Part of me wished I had. Wished I could be the partner he so desperately wanted me to be. What I felt for Reuben was nothing like the fire I felt for Kyor. It wasn't even a candle to a bonfire. Yet he killed for me.
Let's see what you've got then.
Kyor's voice breaks our moment as he swings at Reuben, only for Reuben to duck out of the way and drive his sword at Kyor with more force than I'd expected. Reuben fights like someone who learned in the alleys. Fast, dirty, unpredictable. Kyor fights like someone who learned in war. Precise, lethal, uncompromising. Their blades clash in jarring rhythms, steel ringing out across the clearing.
Your stance is atrocious.
Kyor snaps. Reuben snorts.
Huh. You don't have time to learn fancy footwork when you spend your days actually trying to stay alive. The fancy footwork,
Kyor grinds out,
gives your body the stability it needs to do this.
He lands a blow close to the hilt of Reuben's sword before switching his feet and thrusting low. Reuben defends against the strikes, just barely. Undeterred, Kyor goes in for another, his blade ripping through the air and cleaving downwards, only for Reuben to block it in an impressive display of strength. A grin flickers on Reuben's lips.
Keep your shoulders down,
Kyor orders.
You're leaving an opening. You leave openings.
Reuben fires back.
I believe there is currently one in Rose's bed. I'll be happy to fill it.
Kyor stills.
You have a death wish, Slumrat. You should have just said.
Kyor's sword hits the ground, and he's on Reuben before I can blink, snarling worse than Elska. But somehow Reuben is ready. He meets Kyor with a punch that snaps the prince's head sideways, only for Kyor to return one that sends Reuben staggering. They crash into each other again, fists hammering, bodies colliding, snarling like the feral wolves of a Faven forest. Kyor could obliterate Reuben in a heartbeat, reducing him to ash with a thought. But he doesn't reach for his magic. He chooses his fists instead, driving them hard and fast, every blow deliberate, controlled, and brutal. But Reuben doesn't waver, doesn't give him an inch. Blood drips from them both as I scream out into the night, "Stop! The pair of you! Stop it!" Neither even glances in my direction, let alone do as I ask. Instead, Kyor slams Reuben into a tree, only for Reuben to knee Kyor in the thigh. Barely allowing himself to wince, Kyor grabs Reuben by the furs and throws him hard into the snow. And yet Reuben isn't done. From flat on the ground, he sweeps Kyor's legs out from under him and drags the prince down beside him. They're rolling, clawing, punching, completely lost to the fight.
We should have snacks.
Benny sighs mournfully.
That's all this is missing. Snacks.
They're going to kill each other, Kaz exclaims. Benny shakes his head.
No, they'll be fine. They just need to pummel the shit out of each other. Score some points. It's a man thing.
It's a pissing contest, I snap. Kaz bites at her nails. Is it any wonder I prefer women? She mutters. We continue to watch on as a crack of thunder rolls above us. But rather than lightning, it's hail that rains down on us.
The prince is getting seriously pissed now.
Benny points out unnecessarily. The cold chunks of ice that seep down the back of my top tip me over the edge. It's late. I am tired, I am cranky, and I am not going to sleep while I'm battered with hailstones. Enough! A blast of pure cold erupts from me, freezing the ground in a 10-foot radius and sending the men flying upwards into the air, limbs flailing until they land with a thud on opposite drifts, panting. Thankfully, neither of them moves to continue the brawl. My ears ring as I stare at the mess I made. Ice and snow stretching out before me. Fuck, I mutter, rubbing my forehead in despair. This shit is why I left Rohelm post-haste. But even here, still so close to its rings, it's dangerous.
Awesome power, Rose.
Reuben looks at Kyor.
I won, right?
Reuben's eye is already swelling shut, and blood is dripping from his mouth. He spits out a tooth. A flash of red against the pristine white of the snow. Kyor snarls.
Touch her again, and I will tear your spine out through your asshole.
Reuben snorts.
Mate, I hate to be the one to tell you, but she's not yours to threaten people over.
I drop my head into my hands and groan. This is a nightmare. A violent, stupid, beautifully muscled nightmare that is probably going to work its way into some pretty indecent dreams. While the men were busy trying to incapacitate one another, Elska was off catching a deer. Kyor gutted and roasted the deer while he took watch, so we started our day with more meat than we could comfortably eat.
This is more like it,
Benny says, patting his flat stomach.
I needed that. Just a little more seasoning next time.
Kaz throws a water canteen at his head, which he catches effortlessly.
Thanks, I was thirsty.
As we pack the leftovers, I feel decidedly better about our decision to give away our food. After all, with Elska hunting for us, we should be fine.
Anyone need a hug?
Reuben offers the same way he did the morning before. Yet somehow we know the offer excludes Kyor. Once again, Benny is the first to take him up on it. Kyor glares fiercely the entire time I'm getting my dose of warmth, but manages to remain quiet, which feels like progress. We need to decide which way we're heading now, Kaz announces as she pores over her maps. Do we want to go straight up to Rowell, or detour to Golrek? Or we could just cut through a Farven forest if we're feeling brave.
Forest is a no.
Kyor replies instantly. Okay. Kaz nods. Then it's a choice between pushing on to Rowell or heading to Golrek. It will add a couple of days to the journey, but Benny's going that way anyway, and it'll give us some rest and a chance to stock up on food, which seems sensible.
We should go straight up to Rowell,
Reuben asserts.
It means we're going to have to stretch our supplies, but it's safer going through there. The terrain is supposed to be far easier for the horses. We should go through Galrak.
Kyor instantly fires back. I wonder if Reuben had suggested Golrek, whether Kyor would currently be touting for us to go via Rowell.
I don't mind going back to Galrak alone after Rowell.
Benny throws in.
If you'd prefer to go to Rowell first rather than Galrak. From what I've heard, the routes direct to Galrak aren't nearly as good.
Reuben counters.
Not this time of year. Elska and I can scout ahead.
Kyor rolls up his sleeves as he speaks.
We can find the best routes for the horses to take. Food is plentiful here, but it'll get sparse as we go on. We have to restock in Galrak or we won't make it to Rowell, let alone to the Isin.
Kyor speaks with utter certainty. It's the voice of experience, the voice of a commander. I wish to hell I didn't find it as sexy as I do, but it's hard not to imagine him ordering me around in different ways. He left you, I remind myself. Despite Kyor's clear knowledge, Reuben begins to argue again, and this time Benny wades in to mediate, though I don't listen to which option he's sided with. I don't want to listen to this anymore. I move away, trying to clear my thoughts. But their voices continue, around and around my head, each speaking over one another, louder and louder so that I can barely hear. The noise is resonating through my skull and pounding behind my ears. My mind doesn't want me here listening to this. This endless fucking bickering? Gods! I want to be anywhere but here. And as an odd feeling washes down my body, I realize I've got my wish. I open my eyes and I don't know where I am. But it's a long way from Rohelm, I can tell that much. I'm flying, soaring high in the sky. Below me, trees stretch, sparse and leafless, their bare branches swaying in the wind that seems to batter me just as fiercely. I duck down, trying to find a little cover from the blustering breeze, when I catch sight of something beneath the dark thicket. People? Dancing? Howls cut through the quiet. Is it some kind of ritual, perhaps? Some kind of ritual dance? Intrigue, and a desire to avoid the wind's wrath, takes hold of me as I dip lower to get a better look. That's my immediate thought, a dance. But as I get closer, I realize that's not the case at all. They're not dancing, they're fighting. And they're not people, they're wolves. Red wolves? No, not wolves. Foxes, maybe. What I'm seeing makes no sense. All I know for sure is that they're feral, snarling creatures, and that they're fighting with spears. But fighting what? I assumed it was one another, but now I'm not so sure. With the desire to know more growing constantly stronger, I try to get closer, but something swipes at me, or at least swipes in my direction. Though I somehow know it's not one of the foxes, I can't tell what it is. I avoid the strike, but I'm still none the wiser as to who or what the fox's opponents are. Getting closer is not an option, not when the next strike might hit. So I back away a little, circling around. As I move upwards, the wind buffets me harder than before, shaking me from side to side, back and forth. I try to steady myself, to find a way to hide from its effects, but it only grows stronger, picking me up with a howl so resonant it feels like it's calling out my name.
Rose! Rose!
Another swipe comes out of nowhere, and I twist and turn, trying to find the source. If I can see it, then maybe I can fight it. But I can't. I can't. I try swooping down again, willing to risk the spears of the foxfolk, but the wind follows me, this time shaking me so hard I flinch. The light changes. An instant brightness strikes for only a second, but then it's gone again. And I'm back. I'm back, fighting the wind and the enemy and the foxfolk.
Rose!
The howls of the creatures shriek through the dark. These are not the type of beings who take prisoners, I know that. But I can't die. Not now, not when I've just got my brother back. The thought of William bolsters a new strength within me, a new desperation to get back, to help him. But it's not enough. The wind is too strong. I twist and turn, writhing in its grip as I try to get away, only for my entire body to lurch to the side. A gasp flies from my lungs as I sit bolt upright, squinting at the light that is now bright enough to blind.
Rosie? Rose? Thank fuck.
Benny's voice cuts through the haze, though I'm still trying to shake those howls from my ears. The screaming. What kind of animal screams like that?
Rose, what happened? Are you okay?
Benny's question hangs in the air until I realize it's me who needs to answer. Blinking, I turn to look at him. Only, it's not just Benny who is standing there. Kaz's face is streaked with tears as Reuben holds her close to him, while Kyor is kneeling next to me on the icy ground, eyes sharp with concern. I'm fine, I say. We all know I'm lying.
Your eyes were white,
Kyor murmurs. The tone in his voice is somehow even more disconcerting than the feel of his magic against my inner thighs used to be. His power I knew what to do with. His fear, on the other hand? Dryness fills my throat, and I lick my lips trying to alleviate it. I'm fine, I repeat, continuing to swallow. Or I will be once we get going. Did we decide where we're going?
Galrek,
Kyor says, and no one gainsays him. Right. I offer a flimsy smile, my heart still pattering in my chest. This is why I need it out of Rohelm. This is why I have to find a way to control this magic before I get myself or my friends killed. I'll ride with Kaz, I blurt out, just to break the uncomfortable silence that has formed. Everyone is looking at me with concern, and I hate it. Hate being a damned liability. Thankfully, just like with Kyor's suggestion, no one disagrees. Chapter 20. At midday, we stop long enough for the horses to rest, then head off again as soon as Reuben assesses them and says they're good to go. None of us want to linger. More snow has begun to fall, and staying still for long, especially without a roaring fire, feels like a sure way to get hypothermia. When did you learn so much about horses? I ask Reuben before I mount up with Kaz again.
Used to muck out at the second ring stables as a kid.
He says with a shrug, like it's nothing worth mentioning. I blink. You did? I never knew that.
And I never knew you were into narcissistic, controlling assholes.
He huffs, only half joking.
Would have changed my tactics if I had.
I laugh despite myself, the sound slipping out before I can stop it. For a heartbeat, things feel easy, familiar. Then it hits me. Kyor's jealousy prickles across my skin like static, sharp and unmistakable. I turn instinctively, whipping around to glare at him. His expression is shuttered, jaw tight, eyes dark with a possessiveness he has no right to anymore. He gets no say in my friendships. Not now, not ever. For the rest of the afternoon, Elska shadows me like a silent accusation. And I'd bet good money it's because her rider can't stand how close Reuben rides beside Kaz and me. Well, he'll just have to get used to it. After all, He seems to have forgotten that only a couple of nights ago he was waltzing around the high-holed ball with a pretty little courtier on his arm. He's a liar and a hypocrite, and that's what I have to keep reminding myself of. We're riding at a fair pace when the wind shifts. Elska's ears snap forward, her whole body going taut, and a low rumbling growl builds in her chest, so deep the earth seems to vibrate with it. "What is it?" I ask, unnerved as Kaz pulls tight on the reins of the horse, slowing it to a stop. They've been incredibly tolerant of having a wolf join their herd over the last day or so, and the last thing we need now is for the horses to bolt. The others halt too, following suit. Kyor's hand is on his sword, his expression sharpening as he assesses our surroundings.
"Stay here,"
he whispers as he dismounts from Elska and moves to my right. Reuben hands his reins to Benny as he drops from his bay and draws his own sword before moving towards the tree line on my left. They're protecting me, the assholes, as if I'm a damsel in distress. I'm about to rudely correct their assumptions when a faint warning prickles my scalp. The forest has gone silent. Too silent. There are no birds, no rustling of branches, not even the whisper of snow settling. "It can't be Terralians, can it?" Kaz questions nervously. "Not this far into our lands?" No one answers. I assume it's because none of us know. As far as I was aware, the battles for the Terralian territory all happened north of Galrek, and none have taken place for decades, if not longer. But then, as far as I was aware, my mother was Marathkian, and my brother was murdered as a child. Deciphering the truth from the lies is becoming as hard as separating the clouds from the water they possess. Elska steps even closer to me, her massive frame pressing into the side of our horse, as if she intends to bodily shield me. The horses do not shy away. That alone sends fear skittering up my spine. Whatever the hell is out there, our horses currently think that snuggling up to a huge fucking direwolf is the safer option. And why is she even staying so close? Elska doesn't give a fuck about me. "Kyor," I whisper. His jaw tightens.
"Unbonded direwolves."
My blood chills. "Here?"
"Here."
He confirms grimly.
"Stay behind me."
A bush ahead shudders. Another rustles. My heart is thundering and I draw my own blade. We're safer on the ground, I realize. Considering what it is, it's a miracle the horses haven't bolted already. And if a wolf brings down one of our steeds while we're on it, there'll be no getting out of that alive. "Move slowly," I whisper to Kaz as I guide her down to the ground before following her as quietly as I can. Benny, having seemingly thought the same, has already dismounted and is gesturing in the direction of the rustling. Yellow eyes gleam out from the shadows. 6 pairs, maybe 7, glowing like embers in the half-light. As the canines emerge, there's no doubt what we're seeing. Direwolves, but leaner than those I've seen before. Ragged and wild in a way I struggle to believe Elska ever was. Their lips curl, exposing terrifyingly long incisors. They must be desperate to have ranged so far from a faven forest. One steps forward, massive, scarred, its fur patchy, its eyes unfocused. A creature unfettered, dangerous, unpredictable, feral. It fixes on me. Of course it does. My magic pulses unsteadily in a thrum under my skin, answering their snarls with a flicker of cold that blooms through my fingertips. Fear is making the ice stretch out, but if my magic flares in the wrong way, I might start a fight rather than end it.
"Rose,"
Kyor warns softly. "I know," I whisper, but my anxiety spikes, and ice continues to crack and grow across the ground anyway. I can't stop it. Don't know how to. Elska lets out the most terrifying, aggressive noise I've heard from her yet, and her stance is clear. Fuck off. Yet rather than taking the warning, the lead wolf lunges. Kyor intercepts it mid-air, steel flashing as Reuben lunges towards Kaz and me, knocking us out of the way just as another wolf barrels towards us. Elska slams into it with such force that it collides with a tree only a few feet away from where Kaz and I are sprawled on the ground. As it howls in agony, true chaos erupts. Kaior moves like a storm given human form, precise and lethal. In the depths of the forest, he can't risk calling down lightning. He'll start a fire that could kill us all. Instead, Reuben fights beside him, messy and furious, and somehow always exactly where he needs to be. And I need to do something. I'll not cower while the others fight. I push myself back to my feet, only to draw the attention of two of the other wolves. If their attention ever left me, that is. At the sound of their snarls, my magic surges, begging to be released, but I can't. I can't let it free when I don't know what it'll do. Not this magic, anyway. Hope flickers within me. There are plants around us. No vines, but maybe. I try to pull at the grass, to extend the blades the way I did with the herbs in Reuben's kitchen. But while my magic works, the curling grasses do nothing to the animals, nothing but aggravate them. Their teeth snap at their ankles, and they free themselves with nothing more than a shake of their paws, once more setting their sights on me. Please, I whisper pleadingly, just as I once did in another forest to another wolf. Just back away now. I don't want to hurt any of you. They're starving, desperate. I understand that all too well, and I don't blame them in the slightest. I truly don't want to harm any of them. One of them falters, as if it might have actually understood me. But as its partner's eyes narrow, I realize it was foolish to hope such a thing. It leans back on its hind legs in a motion that can mean only one thing. It's going to lunge. It's going to attack me, and not only me, but Kaz. Kaz, who didn't need to come here with me, who's still by my side, even though I'm responsible for Hlynn's death. I won't lose Kaz too. I can't. A surge of magic tears through me, instinctive and wild and unfettered from any form of control. Ice and frost explode outward in a wave, coating branches, earth, wolves. Everything I can see is touched by my wild magic. The two closest unbonded wolves skid, claws scrabbling and skittering on sudden ice, and as they struggle to right themselves, Benny hurls a dagger straight between the breastbone of the one closest to him. Elska uses the opening to tear another away from Reuben, while Kaior slashes his sword through one struggling to regain its footing. The remaining wolves howl in fear, but my magic continues to build within me. Miraculously, the horses are still on their feet, though scrambling away from the ice. But it's spreading. I can't control it. I can't draw it back in. I can't stop the thrumming that's pounding behind my temples and in my hands and filling every part of me. Kaior spins to face me, eyes blazing with alarm.
Rose, that's enough!
I can't. My breath fogs in the air, and the cold pours out of me as I attempt to reply. But it's too much, too fast. Most of the surviving wolves have abandoned the fight entirely, fleeing into the trees with panicked howls calling a retreat. But the last one, the scarred leader, staggers, snarling as frost creeps over its legs. Its fury isn't solely aimed at me. I can feel it. Its anger is at its pack, too, their retreat. But I'm the one he thinks he's going to make pay. Only my magic begs to differ. This time I deliberately reach for my power, but Kaior is faster. He barrels into the wolf, sending the two of them crashing into the snow in a thunderous tangle. But my magic is stretching out now, with invisible tendrils I cannot see yet somehow can feel. It thunders through me, grasping towards the fallen wolf, the enemy. I watch as Kaior's sword pierces the animal's chest, just as my magic snaps shut like a trap, pulling the very breath from the wolf. The animal lies prone. Its chest does not rise. Its heart does not beat. It's dead. But whether the prince ended the beast or I did, I can't be sure. As I slump to the ground, Kaior withdraws his blade. The contrast of red on white is a sudden and stark reminder of Oki's death, of the blood I've already spilt. The howls of the other wolves grow distant as they continue to pound further away. But we, as a group, stand shocked and silent, staring at the bodies of the wolves who lost their lives at our hands. Every bone in my body regrets these deaths. It was clear from the state of them that they attacked because they were hungry, desperate, and out of options. In the stillness, our panting breaths rise in white clouds. Elska gently nudges my shoulder, whining. I place my hand on her fur, grounding myself. "I'm fine," I say, though my voice trembles. I look at her, seeing her properly for perhaps the first time. She defended me. I don't know whether it was her call or Kyor's, but I appreciate it all the same. "Thank you," I whisper to the wolf. She lifts her tail a little, brushing it against my face, and then she goes to one of the fallen direwolves and starts chowing down.
Waste not, want not.
Benny quips. "Are you okay?" I ask him before turning to the rest of them. "Is everyone all right?"
Peachy,
Benny says, while Kaz gives me a shaky thumbs up. Reuben continues to stare at one of the dead wolves, as if he's thinking the same thought I had only moments ago. We are all animals when we're pushed to it. And this journey, I sense, will push us more than once. Chapter 21. Somehow we manage to round up all the horses, but unsurprisingly they're more than a little skittish, and so mounting takes 3 times longer than it should. Still, eventually, we're all on horseback and ready to push forward with a well-fed Elska leading the way. By the time we stop to set up camp and dig into food, I'm feeling a little less uneasy, the incident with the wolves now behind us. After I've eaten, Kyor once again jerks his head to indicate we should do some training. With everything we've just been through, the last thing I feel up to is training. But it's also more evident than ever that I need it. I'm not out for a moonlight stroll. I'm in the wilds of Marathka, and dangers lurk. So I do as he asks, and we train for another hour on improving my footwork, working on keeping my distance from an Isin attacker before I strike. While we work out, Benny and Kaz do the same. It's clear from the way she moves that the scribe has been trained in combat, though she's rusty. After Kyor is done training with me, he stalks over to Reuben and chucks him a sword.
Really?
Reuben comments.
You remember how this went last time, right? I'm going to teach you.
Kyor growls back.
And you're going to learn. You fought well against the wolves, but you made mistakes. Mistakes could get Rose killed.
To my surprise, Reuben doesn't bother with a retort. Instead, he nods and stands, taking the proffered sword.
Fine.
The next hour is excruciatingly uncomfortable as both men visibly fight to keep their tempers. Kyor corrects Reuben again and again, and Reuben grits his teeth, changing his stance as per Kyor's barked instructions. For all Kyor's shortness, I can see how quick a learner Reuben is, and how good he could become.
Better,
Kyor finally says. Kaz and Benny have finished their own workout, and now they're talking quietly by the fire, so I'm the only one left watching.
We're done for the night.
Reuben flashes me a smile, but rather than making a beeline for me, he heads across to Benny and Kaz. Reuben has always been good at kindling a friendship. His exit leaves Kyor and me alone. The silence that follows Reuben's absence feels wrong. Too thick, heavy, like something is still watching us, waiting. I look around but see nothing. After the day we've had, a little paranoia is probably to be expected. Shivering, I push my fanciful imagination aside and make my way over to where Kyor stands by Elska. "Thank you," I say begrudgingly, "for helping Reuben. The lessons might one day save his life, and we all know it."
I didn't do it for him,
he says, turning to look at me. The unspoken part of his words linger on my skin like goosebumps. He did it for me. In the silence, his eyes remain on me with a look of such complete and utter longing that it makes my heart want to stop. How does he do it? How does he look at me in such a way that it makes the rest of the world disappear? in a way that has my heart begging me to forgive him. But I can't. Not when that's the very part of me I'm trying to save. The fact that he might be acting like a decent human being for 5 minutes doesn't change anything between us. All the same, I can't bring myself to just walk away. So when he sits down, I follow and I sit next to him. It doesn't mean anything, I tell myself, as I note the distance between our knees and how little effort it would take for me to move my hand so that it lands against his. As I try to convince myself of the normality of the situation, I draw in a long inhale, only for my lungs to fill with the aroma of vanilla. An internal groan threatens to vocalize. God damn it, that scent. It's enough to unravel me. But I can hate him and still appreciate the fact that he smells ridiculously good. Right? That's the idea. But as much as I wish it didn't, that single inhale is all it takes to send my mind back to the Retterheld. Memories of us fighting and sweating. Me pinned under his hips. Hearts pounding. No. I force myself into sanity. That is not what I want. He'll never choose me. He's already said as much. He's a liar, a manipulator, and I deserve better. Elska lets out a low growl as I try to steal my emotions, and I realize I've shifted so far back I'm almost leaning on her. Oh, bite me, I snip back. You don't scare me now. You like me. She gnashes her teeth, snapping at the air. Her teeth are a fair distance from me, but it's still enough to make my heart rate accelerate. Okay, maybe she doesn't like me quite as much as I thought.
She won't bite you.
Kyor assures me.
She does like you, and she's not growling at you. She's uneasy.
Because of the wolves.
Among other things.
He replies. Elska gives him a baleful glance, annoyed at having her feelings discussed. Her ears flick towards the dark, and another low grumble rumbles from her, making the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. If a direwolf of her size is scared, then any rational person should feel the same. As Kaz turns in, Benny and Reuben talk in whispers, while Kyor and I remain silent. Part of me doesn't want to break it. At least if we're not talking, he can't say anything else to hurt me. When he nudges my knee with his, I assume the action was accidental, until I look up and find he's staring at me.
Do you believe me?
He asks softly.
About Thea?
I don't bother lying. There are already enough lies between us. Yeah. He reaches for my hand and laces our fingers.
It's only ever been you, Rose. Will only ever be you. We're going to get through this. I know it.
I snatch my hand back and lower my voice to a hiss. Just because I believe you about Thea doesn't mean that we're okay. We're done, Kyor. Get it through your thick head. You walked away from me.
Rose, there's more going on than you know. You know I can't tell you everything. I want to. I promise. I wish I could. I wish you could understand.
I shake my head. Don't try to distract me with explanations of vows and secrets. You didn't tell your father the truth about my mother. I jeer back. Was there a bond there, too? A vow? His silence confirms his answer. Maybe there are things I don't understand, can't understand. But some parts of this mess are perfectly clear. My mother's ruined reputation will remain because Kyor doesn't have the balls to stand up to his father. Do you actually like him? I ask. Respect him? Think he's a good leader? I press. Because I can show you how he treats his subjects in the slums. And you told me yourself that people in the Eastern Isles don't like him. His lips press together. And for a second, I think he's going to clam up and refuse to answer me. But then he speaks again.
It's not about liking him or even respecting him. It's about knowing what he's capable of.
Kyor, you're the Prince of Marathka, I say. You have power. The bitterness of his scoff takes me by surprise.
I'm the prince. He's the king. I have enough battles to deal with right now. He is not one I can take on at this time.
He speaks carefully. A frown mars my forehead. What battles? I press. You mean the Isin? He draws his tongue across his lips.
I can't tell you, Rose.
Frustration roars through me, and I stand and start to walk away. See how he likes it.
Rose!
He calls after me.
Can't. Not won't. Can't.
My pace slows, but I don't look back. Whatever bind his father has on him, it doesn't change anything. As I move across to the other two men, Kaz is still shuffling around on her mat, clearly awake. "You okay?" she asks me. "Not really," I respond truthfully.
Guys?
Reuben interrupts.
I know he says Galric, and I know that Benny has to go to Galric, but I really think the rest of us should discuss Raoul again. We'll be reaching a crossroads in a few days. It could cut an entire day off the trip.
He looks at me and deliberately places his hand beneath his ribs.
Every day counts, right?
He doesn't need to say more. As if I could forget. Every time I close my eyes, I see the lace pattern on my brother's skin. Imagine it spreading. The thought that he could be discovered and killed before I even have a chance to find a solution is enough to make me want to grab a horse, gallop back to the highhold, and send William into hiding. But cowering your whole life isn't a solution. That isn't living. Which means I need another way to save him. And that's the Isin. The only way is forward. As Reuben awaits my response, Kyor stalks over to join us.
We are going to Galric,
He says through clenched teeth.
and that is final.
Reuben's hands flex as he tries to steady his own fraying temper.
You may be a prince, but you're not in charge here.
Kyor surges forward and squares up to Reuben, using his not insubstantial bulk to intimidate.
We are on Morathkian soil. As such, I am wholly in charge here. You're the most arrogant prick I've ever met. No wonder Rosie gave you the boot. Shows what you know. She didn't boot me anywhere. I booted her.
As soon as the words are out of his mouth, Kyor winces. He turns to face me, an apology in his eyes. The rawness that cuts through me is enough to steal my breath, and my head throbs with tears I refuse to let him see. "Rose," Kaz says softly, "come with me." She beckons, but I don't move. Wherever she's suggesting we go, it's not far enough. 1,000 seas wouldn't be far enough away from Kyor. With his sorry eyes, his betrayals and half-truths. But maybe there is somewhere I can go. Maybe I could fly. Closing my eyes, I draw in a long breath and I push off. I feel a rush of relief as the world drops away beneath me. Chapter 22. There's no cold, no noise, no Kyor. But I'm not soaring in the sky, nor am I perched on a wall or window ledge. Instead, I'm looking up through a canopy of dense trees at the quarter moon. I continue to stare at the view for a moment longer before I lower my gaze and look around me. I'm surrounded by dense trees and bushes. A forest. With a sense of trepidation, I edge forward. When something glints in front of me, my pace quickens in anticipation. When I reach the object, I stare down at it, only to feel my pulse pounding through my temples. I'm looking at a ring. My heart thunders in my little chest. Not just any ring, but my mother's ring. The one Kay used to wear with its pale blue opal and gold band. The one precious thing we never hawked for food or clothes, no matter how bad things got. My breath hitches. Mother's ring. I thought it was gone forever. A piece of her lost to us, but somehow I've found it. With my lungs trembling, I reach down, ready to pick it up. Only I don't reach with hands. The realization gives me such a jolt that my eyes snap open. Faces are looming over me, all with the same fear etched into their expressions.
Give her room,
Reuben says as I start to push myself upright. I'm fine, I say.
You collapsed. You're not fine.
Kyor growls.
You need to eat and sleep properly.
It's not food or sleep that's the issue, Kaz snaps. It's you two. She gestures between Kyor and Reuben. Whenever you two bicker, she escapes, goes away somewhere else. Both men wince. They exchange uneasy glances, but say nothing. My pulse is racing too fast, though I can't work out why. Needing to release the tension in my neck, I turn my head from side to side before looking directly upwards. There, without so much as a branch to block my view, is the same quarter moon I gazed at only moments ago. It's not some sort of illusory vision I'm having, I realize. It's real. And if it's real, then Mother's ring must be achingly close. I can find it. And I have the sinking feeling that if I don't go soon, it won't remain there much longer. We need to go straight through a Faven forest to Galric, I say firmly.
We're not going through the forest,
Kyor says, forehead furrowing.
It's not safe.
That's the way we're going, I say with absolute finality in my voice. You don't want to come, then don't. In case you've forgotten, I never asked you to join us. Kyor's frustration is clear in his clenched fists and his tight jaw, but he doesn't speak again. No one else argues. We're all silent as we finally settle down for the night, but I can sense that sleep isn't coming easily to any of us. There's a tension rippling through the ether, and even the horses seem to sense something around us. They're shifting and snorting as if the air has teeth. It must be nerves from the wolves earlier, I try to tell myself. Only, the horses were still and silent while we were eating the last of our leftovers, and while we were training. So what does that mean? Is there something else out there? Another predator stalking us? No, sleep does not come easily.
So, where are we heading exactly?
Reuben asks the next morning once the horses are loaded and we're ready to go. Exactly, I'm not sure, I admit, but deeper into the forest. The group looks at me unexpectedly, clearly needing more than that to base our route on. I saw something. A vision. I saw my sister's ring. Well, my mother's ring, truly.
A vision.
Reuben replies slowly. I don't know if it's a proper vision. It didn't feel like a premonition showing me the future. It was more like I was looking at something happening now.
And that vision is dictating where we're heading?
Benny sounds less than convinced. But there has to be a reason the vision was sent to me. It is, I say. Kay lost the ring when she was in a Faven forest during one of the trials. We need it for some reason. I feel like that's what the vision is trying to tell me. And they are just visions? Kaz asks. Truthfully, I don't know, I say, chewing on my bottom lip. It feels like I've been transported. I can smell, hear, feel the wind. Can you do that in visions? I don't know, Kaz answers. But I wished you'd told me about this before we left. I could have seen if there was anything in the library to help. All Isen texts were burned, but visions aren't overtly ice-related. It's possible that books related to what you're going through would have survived Corvain's literary cull. If the visions aren't Isen, then what are they? After all, they started before Edda gave me my Marathkian powers back. Hopefully I'll get some answers soon, I tell her. Though there's no denying this detour into the forest is going to slow our progress, and the guilt I feel about leaving William in danger for longer is almost enough to make me change my mind. Almost, but not quite. I'm doing this for him too, for the entire family. We continue on. I thought the roads would be better maintained, but more than once we're forced off the potholed tracks and onto rocky terrain. How the hell carriages make it through here, I have no idea, but we carry on all the same. The weather is almost kind, with clear skies above us, so we don't have to worry about snow at least. But it does little to ease the tension or lighten the mood of the group. If anything, the clear sky feels like bait. The only real discussions we have are about traveling and whether it's better to keep going through the night, at least for a while longer, or rest and push on in the early morning. I want to push through, I tell the group. Get to the forest tonight. It'll be more riding now, but we can take an hour or so break if the horses need it. The need to get the ring is itching at me. I don't want to wait. Anything could happen, and it suddenly feels absolutely vital that I get my hands on it. Kyor shakes his head.
No. Elska says we should avoid the forest at night. She doesn't like this idea of yours at all.
She doesn't, or you don't? I reply, chafing at his response. I don't want to wait, don't want to be sensible.
Both.
He admits.
The less time we spend in the forest, the better. The wolf doesn't want to go into the forest.
Reuben frowns.
Isn't Afavin the home of the direwolves? She is a bonded wolf now.
Kyor explains.
She isn't welcome.
Elska didn't seem afraid of the forest in the trials, I say. What's changed?
Oh, she was.
Kyor assures me.
She was just more afraid that I was going to die out there after you had poisoned me.
Reuben grins at me.
You poisoned the Prince of Marathka?
It was an accident, I protest. I was trying to poison someone else. Reuben's grin widens.
You're amazing.
His stark admiration makes me shift uncomfortably. He notes it, so he continues with a slight topic change.
I heard there were some Retlings whose bodies were never found after the Afavin trial.
Reuben rambles on.
There were all these crazy rumors running around the slums about how they were killed by direwolves who then ate every single piece of them, including their bones.
I wince. To Reuben, all of it is salacious, hypothetical gossip. But he's talking about our friends. Or at least fellow Retlings. I cast about for a way to change the topic from the Retterheld. Rohan would blame the Sannings, I say loudly to Kaz, my voice forced with lightness. Isn't that what he called the mythical people who once lived in the forest? Yeah, that's right, she replies, but doesn't bother looking at me as she speaks. Instead, her eyes are solely on Benny, her lips soft in sympathy. My stomach twists. I was trying to lighten things and stop Benny's intrusive thoughts. But I realize now that it was a pointless attempt. He wears Locke's shadow on his shoulders like he wears the loss of all the other Retlings from the Eastern Isles. Deep down, I don't think any of us expected Locke to make it to the end. Not after he started acting so strangely, muttering to himself and twitching. It felt like he was on borrowed time. His body was never found after the Afavin trial.
Come on,
Benny says, kicking his heels into his steed and urging her into a canter.
We're never going to get anywhere at this rate. The Festroyan lakes should be just up ahead.
He's right, and I'm dying to press on, to make real progress. I thought after the Retterheld that every muscle of my body had been tested and strengthened. But apparently, the inside of my thighs weren't prepared for being stretched like this for any substantial length of time. Even more so for riding pillion with Kaz. When evening draws in and we set up camp, my muscles are in agony. The forest is in view, but still several hours' ride away, and no matter how much I want to carry on, I need to think rationally. Elska might be able to protect us from any wolves or threats out there, but the horses would be walking blind over less than even terrain. Instead of pressing forward, we make camp by the lakeside, tether the horses, and set up a fire. When that's done, we start on the leftover deer meat and some of the rations from Kyor's packs. The gentle lapping of water on the shore helps to ease some tension, even if it does nothing to soothe my throbbing muscles. Mother's ring isn't going anywhere, I rationalize. Not if it's still there after all this time. It'll be there tomorrow, as surely as it was there yesterday. Yet, even as I think that, it feels like I'm somehow lying to myself, and the urge to press on rises again. It's an effort to tamp it down. If I were alone, I would ride on, but I'm not. I have to think of the others, of the horses. We need rest, all of us. I try to distract myself by thinking of other things. Of Kay and William. My sister is pregnant. The reality of it, and the fact that I'm not there for her, has barely had a chance to sink in. I can't imagine there's any sign of the pregnancy yet. But I wonder if she's suffering from sickness, or is one of those who simply grows more radiant. Knowing Kay, it will be the latter. As for William, nerves fill my stomach as I pray to the gods that he has kept his head down, kept Arthur's trust firmly in place, and kept those marks on his skin hidden. Because if he hasn't, all the magic in Marathka won't be able to save him. As Benny passes me some cooked meat. I focus on the here and now, absent-mindedly rubbing the inside of my thighs, hoping to ease the aching. I have some pain reliever tonics with me, but it seems foolish to squander them on this when far worse may await us in the future.
Want any help with that?
Reuben says, nodding towards my legs. Across the fire, Kyor goes utterly rigid. I raise my eyebrows. I'm pretty sure Kyor would skewer you if you started massaging my inner thighs right now. I'm surprised by the blush that colors Reuben's cheeks.
I wasn't saying... I was...
His voice cracks.
It's the heat from my hands. It can help with pain. When Mum struggled with her knees, it helped bring her a bit of relief. She doesn't need a massage,
Kyor says tightly as he stands and crosses to me.
She needs to stretch the muscles out. A workout would help.
I sigh. A workout? Now?
Would you refuse if it were Zell telling you to practice?
It's a low fucking blow, but Kyor's right. When Zell told me to work out, I did it, no matter how much my muscles were screaming. The prince holds his hand out towards me, and though a groan threatens to escape, I hold it in and let him pull me to standing. He's right, a stretch will help.
Over there.
He points to a clearing a few feet away.
I'll get my things.
I do as he says, walking towards the indicated space, and immediately regret the decision to leave the fire. 2 steps away from the source is all it takes for the chill to return. 3 steps, and my fingers start to burn with numbness. Still, I carry on, until I realize Kyor's not beside me. When I turn around, I find he's next to Reuben. I'm too far away to hear what's being said, but from the way Benny and Kaz are exchanging looks, it's more than a little tense. My eyes catch Benny's, and a nervous smile teeters on his lips as he lifts his fingers to his chest and forms a triangle shape. Prick.
You ready?
Kyor strides towards me, leaving Reuben by the fire, jaw locked and fists clenching and flexing, as if it's taking all his willpower not to let them strike someone. What did you say to him? I reply, nodding back towards the fire. Not that there's any need. We both know exactly who I'm talking about.
Just general pleasantries.
Kyor says as he moves to sweep past me, but I grab the sleeve of his shirt before he can. When he twists back to face me, he offers the slightest shrug.
I told him that if I catch him anywhere near your inner thighs, I will cut off his hands and feed them to Elska.
For fuck's sake, he's a friend, Kyor. You can't treat him like that.
Watch me.
He snarls. Static pulses across his hands, though from the way the tiny sparks flicker in his palm, I'm not even sure he's aware of it.
I told you what I'd do if somebody laid their hands on you.
Those sparks rise, faster and brighter than before.
He's not just a friend, is he, Rose? He's a friend you used to fuck.
I don't bother replying, and my silence only stokes his fury.
You don't get it, do you?
He hisses at me, and a bolt of lightning severs the clear sky.
You don't understand the thoughts going around and around in my head.
Thoughts like you with the redhead, you mean? I spit back. A growl trembles from the very pit of him.
I didn't so much as kiss her, didn't touch her skin, but did he make you come, Rose?
His voice is low, a whisper that resonates through my very core.
Did he hear those noises I rip from your throat? Did he taste your juices? It's driving me mad, wondering. Driving me fucking mad.
His fists open and close in a manner ironically similar to the motions Reuben himself was making moments ago. He's just a friend, I repeat stubbornly.
Don't lie to me. I just need to know. Did he?
In one stride, he's there, pressed into my personal space so that there is barely a hand's breadth of distance between us. A lump threatens to form in my throat, but I swallow it down and stoke my rage with the flames of his fucking outrageous hypocrisy. Does he think I haven't thought of what he's done to other women? What he did before? Not just with Thea, but with all the countless others he's swept into his bed? After all, you don't get the type of reputation Kyor has by being a pillar of piety. He didn't come to our bed a virgin any more than I did. I step towards him, refusing to crumble, and let my lips twist into a snarl. You have no right to ask those questions.
Did he, Rose?
I raise my voice. Did you not hear what I just said?
I will ask you one more time, Rose. Did he?
Yes. The word flies from my lips as nothing but pure fury rages through me. He did. That's what you want to hear, right? Yes to all of it. Everything you did to me, he did too, and so many, many times. For moons and moons and moons. Are you happy now, Kyor? Are you? It's as if I have struck him with a blade. He was the one who asked, who pressed, who demanded an answer, and yet his whole body recoils. As if the words alone were enough to break something inside of him. It does nothing to cool my fury, and I turn the tables on him. And what about you, Kyor, Do I get to ask the same of you now? Do I get to ask where your hands have been? Your mouth? Your cock? He doesn't answer my questions. And from the way the sparks are humming from his hands, I'm not even sure he's capable of speaking. A single beat of silence punctuates the air between us, before he spins and marches towards his wolf. Within a heartbeat, he has mounted, and they're disappearing off into the night. Guess I'm stretching alone tonight. I grab the sword. Fuck him. Fuck him. Chapter 23. Kyor tightens the clasp of the saddlebags on the mare that Kaz and I have been riding.
We need to get going.
He snaps the moment he sees me. I don't know when he came back last night, or if he even slept at all, but judging from the scowl on his face, he's definitely not over our conversation. At least there are no sparks rising from his hands, though. That's something. Memories of the way he looked at me before he disappeared surge through my mind. But I do all I can to quash them. He doesn't have the right to make me feel like I'm the one in the wrong. Not when I would have given Kyor my everything. I wanted to give him my everything. He's the one who didn't believe it was worth it. That I was worth it.
We're moving out now.
He barks again.
Saddle up. We're not having a leisurely start today. Really? No breakfast?
Benny yawns as he stretches.
We'll stop for an early lunch.
Kyor responds. I don't know when we decided he could start giving orders, and I'm about to tell him we can wait, just so we have time to get ourselves sorted. But as he glances back towards the line of mountains we passed through the day before, a frown creases his brows, setting off a frisson of nervousness within me. This isn't about me. Kyor is concerned about something else, worried even. And that's not something I've ever seen from him before. Ignoring the prince's demands to get going, Reuben ambles over to me, arms outstretched.
Need warming up?
He says loudly.
I can make it fast. Or slow. Whatever you fancy, really.
He grins with a wicked wink. The truth is, I'm freezing. And it's not an offer I'm going to refuse. Yet I'm well aware that Kyor watches, teeth audibly grinding as Reuben wraps his arms tightly around me. Despite his seething, Kyor says nothing, and I don't know if that's a good sign or not. Maybe he's learning to tolerate our friendship. Or maybe, whatever he's worried about is too big a distraction to bother with petty squabbles. The thought isn't as comforting as it should be. As I try to ignore Kyor, Reuben pulls me even closer and slowly runs his hands up and down my arms, then down to the small of my back. Normally, his hugs are gentle, caring, and warming, so the way his hands ghost over my skin makes it clear he's trying to rile the prince. Reuben, I warned softly, don't poke a sleeping direwolf. He grins, lowers his lips to my ear, and murmurs as if he's saying something intimate to me.
But it's so much fun.
I flush a little. Reuben knows my body, knows that the shell of my ear is sensitive, knows that I like the whisper of warm breath on it, and Kyor knows it too. There's a sharp crack as the tree nearest to us is struck by lightning, and white light sears my vision for a split second. So much for thinking he was getting over it. What the hell, Kyor? I yell as I leap away from Reuben. Was that really necessary?
Stay away from her.
He snarls at Reuben.
Or the next time it won't be the tree burning, but your fucking insides.
With that, he marches off and mounts Elska, and immediately the pair stride off into the distance. He really wasn't joking about not waiting, and given that we need Elska's nose to lead us through the forest, I guess we're going now too. My eyes catch Benny's just as his hands begin to move, and I offer him the most withering glare I can. Kaior may be the one with temper issues, but I swear to the gods, if Benny makes that finger triangle again, it'll be the last time he can move his fingers for a long time. When I first woke, my plan was to ride with Reuben. Not because I wanted to rile Kaior, but because I thought my friend might actually want the company. With everything that's going on, I'm aware we've brushed past his grief as if it's irrelevant. And it's not. It's only been a couple of days since the Cloaks took his mother. Her loss is surely on his mind. And maybe having someone to talk to about it would help. But after Kaior's display, I know it's not worth making things worse. So I saddle up with Kaz, making a mental note to speak with Reuben later. It takes the 3 horses several minutes to catch up with Kaior and Elska, and even then we decide to give them a wide berth. "How are you feeling this morning?" Kaz asks me as Benny and Reuben fall in behind us, the pair chatting away like best friends. "Truthfully," I reply, "always. Like I would love a good shower. Also, I wish I'd had time to empty my bladder before Kaior threw his little tantrum and we all had to go." Her laugh is a tonic I desperately needed. Hlyn will always be the bond that brought us together, but Hlyn isn't all there is to us. The last couple of days, I've felt a shift between Kaz and me, and I'm grateful I get to share in her friendship, her humor, and her kindness. "That's not exactly what I meant," she replies. "I know, but it's true." We continue to chat quietly, but after an hour of riding, I'm struggling to concentrate. The bladder comment really wasn't a joke, and it's reached the point where I'm seriously uncomfortable. "We're going to have to stop," I say to her. "I'll just be 1 minute." "I'd go into the thicket if I were you," Kaz replies. "Unless you want to give the boys a show?" She's right. Benny and Reuben are still behind us. And so I dismount and dash into the thicket, desperate to relieve myself before they catch up. "I'll move just up there," Kaz calls. "There's a clearing with better grass for the horse." Fortunately, I've just found a suitable place to crouch when the boys' voices reach me.
No.
Reuben's tone is unusually sharp.
Will you lower your voice? Kaz and Rose are just up ahead.
Benny hisses back.
Then stop.
Reuben bites back. Nerves twist my stomach. These 2 men possess some of the sunniest personalities that I've ever met, and I don't believe the tension between them is because they're fighting for the title of most good-natured. So what's going on? Reuben speaks again, although at a substantially lower volume.
There is no way we can meet Arl with the bloody prince tagging along,
Reuben whispers.
It's fine,
Benny leisurely assures him.
I'll come up with something, a reason to split up the group. We should just go to Ral and forget meeting Arl. Like I said, the whole thing is too dangerous even without Kaior along for the ride. With him here, it's suicide. He'll know who Arl is. He's the most famous rebel out there. And if he makes the connection between the 2 of you, he'll fry you like that damned tree. I promised Arl coin, and I won't let him down,
Benny says firmly.
Even rebels need food.
My mouth drops open, and my heart thunders in my ears. Benny and Reuben are talking about rebels. No, they're talking about funding the rebels. My mind flashes to Peter, Reuben's best friend. His eyes wide and unseeing in the moments after martyrdom took him. My mouth is dry, my brain scrambling. I accepted that Peter was a rebel when I recognized the smoke tattoo he wore with such pride on every dead rebel at the ball. But Reuben? There are no tattoos on his body. I would know, as I've seen every inch of it. And he wasn't there that day at the palace when the rebels stormed in and killed Zell. But Benny was. I stifle a gasp that cramps my lungs as I try to draw a breath. Benny has made no bones about his dislike for King Corvain, hasn't even attempted to hide it. But to go so far as to join the rebels? Fund the rebels? Corvain would kill him. Fuck, Kaior would kill him. The rebels killed Zell, and if Kyor finds out Benny was involved? I feel sick. As the boys ride on, I remain crouched there, frozen. Benny was responsible for Zell's death. That's the way Kyor's going to see it. And discussing it here? In the open? Fucking idiots! What if Kyor had heard them? A glimmer of relief flickers. Luckily, he's been ranging ahead, scouting a safe path for us all. Rose, Kaz calls out, what are you doing in there? Hiding from reality, I think. Only to shake away the thought. The whole point of this trip is that hiding isn't something I do. Not from my powers, and not from whatever the fuck is going on here. No, hiding is what Kyor does. What Kay did when it came to the true extent of her relationship with Hugh. Hiding the truth only makes things worse, and I'm not going to start now. Drawing in a deep breath, I stand, pull up my knickers, and march out towards the clearing, though I don't look at Kaz. No, my eyes are focused solely on the two men on horseback. I stalk forward, jaw clenched, eyes narrowed, letting the knowledge color my face. When they see me, Benny's entire body freezes, while Reuben pales so greatly I could believe he's wounded.
Shit,
Benny mutters. What? Kaz looks between us. What am I missing? Oh, don't worry. The boys were talking about dick size, I say flatly. I think they're embarrassed that I heard them. I look between them. And I did hear. I heard it all. Length. Girth. Let's just say it's the type of discussion you can't unhear, even if you wanted to. For the first time since I met him, Benny has absolutely nothing to say. Chapter 24. The air is charged, heavy, and it weighs on us all. What the hell did you hear? Kaz murmurs after several minutes of riding. Because the tension right now feels like more than dick talk. A long sigh frees from my lungs. I'm sorry, but I do not want to talk about it. Okay, she replies, giving my arm a squeeze and letting me have my silence back. Kaz is right. The tension is so taut, it feels like it could snap at any second. But I can't talk to her about it now. Not until I've got my head straight about what I'm going to do with this new, treasonous information. Besides, the way Elska skulks through the woods, she and Kyor could easily appear behind us without me noticing. For now, the direwolf is out in front, scouting and setting our pace, a rapid one that only seems to get faster. It's only when the foliage grows thicker and the density makes it appear impenetrable that Elska finally slows to a stop. How is it possible that this place looks scarier in the daytime than it did at night? I ask, trying to break the crushing tension that's haunted us all day. And I know I'm not the only one who feels it. The fact that Benny hasn't even asked for a food break, despite the fuss he made about not having had time for breakfast, is evidence enough. If the tension is still there when we make camp, Kyor will notice. He's many things, but unobservant isn't one of them. It twists in my gut. I find I don't want to keep this from Kyor, but what choice do I have? He'd kill Benny if he knew. I know he would. Though my mind is focused on Kyor's potential anger, it's hard to ignore my own, simmering beneath my skin. Zell helped me just as much as the Eastern Isles group. He believed in me, and made me believe in myself, not to mention the fact that he was the only person in the Highhold I ever heard speak about my parents with fondness. If it wouldn't draw Kyor's attention to the situation, I wouldn't think twice about calling Benny out, telling him just how fucking mad I am. It's shit. All of it is shit. And it's not the only thing I have to deal with. As we gaze into the unyielding darkness ahead of us, a rustling whistle billows through the undergrowth, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to rise.
We stick together.
Kyor says grimly as we reach him.
No more solo pee breaks.
He looks at me pointedly, and I try to keep the panic off my face. Did he hear us? He can't have, or he'd be tearing Benny apart limb by limb.
We'll ride for a couple of hours into it. Then we'll set up camp within the forest.
He continues, moving forward.
We don't want to be moving when night truly falls.
We all nod, sober and nervous. The time for talk is done, and we move slowly as we head into the thick wall of trees. Within the first few steps, everything is already so dense that I'm not sure I could find my way back out. I could always climb a tree, I remind myself. It was how I made it through the forest last time. I'm not the only one visibly nervous. The tension in Kyor is marked, and it makes my gut churn. He knows something that's scaring him, and I need to find out what. Stop! I call out, my voice escaping before I have a chance to second-guess what I'm about to say. I'm riding with you, I demand of Kyor, before twisting back to Kaz. You don't mind, do you? She shakes her head. No, not if that's what you want. It is, I think. Right now, in this, I need to be with him. But not for my sake, for all of ours. If Kyor is surprised by my demand, he doesn't show it, his face still carefully blank. Elska lopes back to me, and I climb onto her back, settling in front of Kyor. The strength of his body eases some of my rising tension. But the rigidity in his frame is telling. He's keeping something back. What's going on? I murmur to him when we've outpaced the others. You're clearly spooked. Tell me the truth. Silence meets my question. Talk to me, Kyor, I insist. If you want me to trust you ever again, then you need to tell me things. Tell me what's got you so freaked out. Because I know you and I've never seen you like this. He leans forward until his lips are just touching the shell of my ear, mirroring Reuben's actions from earlier.
We're being followed,
he whispers. All the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. By whom?
Not who.
He whispers back.
What?
Well, that doesn't sound good. Well, what then? I ask, trying to steady my pulse. He hesitates before the answer finally falls from his lips.
A Miakar.
My jaw drops, only for a shocked laugh to break free. The Miakar are nothing more than a child's fairy tale. Be good or the Miakar will get you. Wasn't that the line? I don't really remember. My parents weren't the type to buy into folklore. In fact, the last time I heard the word was probably when I interrupted poor old senile Rohan during one of his scribing sessions with Kaz. I rack my brain, trying to recall the tales.
They're no laughing matter,
he mutters back. And the grimness, the fear in his voice, makes my stomach lurch. There were 3, right? I say to Kyor, still struggling to believe this is real, but there's not a hint of joviality in his tone. This is no prank. 3 servants of Mortadem?
The strongest siphons in existence.
He confirms.
They can drain the magic right from you.
His use of the present tense causes that prickling to once again spread across my skin. But the words also stir a memory within me of the book I found in my father's study when searching for answers about Isin magic. I only flicked through the folklore book because the tales it told were irrelevant to me. Or so I thought. Now, though, I'm clawing at my mind to try to remember any scrap of information about the monsters. My dim recollection is that they're immortal, immune to all magic, and heralded by the cry of crows. If the tales are true, even Kyor's lightning wouldn't so much as burn a hair on their heads, because he wouldn't have his lightning to call. You really think trying to scare me now is a great idea? I ask, because my guts are indeed quivering. He can't be serious.
It's good that you're scared. You should be.
I can hear him swallow. He's scared too, and that terrifies me. He faced the Jotun without blinking, the Kraken without breaking a sweat. Kyor, you're not serious. A Miakar? Really?
Deadly serious. Elska hasn't sensed it since we've entered the forest, though. Maybe it's gone in another direction.
I lick my now parched lips.
Stay with me.
He entreats.
Stay with me on Els. Then I know you're safe. Then I can focus properly. And we need me focused.
I hesitate but nod. Right now, despite everything, there's nowhere else I want to be than in his arms, even if he did throw me away at his father's command. Because if there really is a Miakar on our tails, there's no one I would rather fight beside than Kyor. That, at least, hasn't changed. Over the next couple of hours, every slight whistle through the trees or crack of a branch causes me to start. The slow pace and constant creaks and sighs of the forest, combined with the anxiety that ebbs from us all, coil the tension so tightly that every breath grates. The horses can sense it too, their movements rigid and their eyes wide. When we finally stop, I drop down from Elska to find Benny staring at me, his skin pallid as he worries at the back of his neck. His look is asking a single question. Have you told Kyor? As I offer one single shake of my head, the tension drains from him. Though it probably shouldn't. Not if what Kyor told me is true.
I'm going to scout around.
Kyor grunts. He takes off on Elska, backtracking, I realize, making sure there's no sign of the Mirakur following us. Fuck, I can't even believe I thought that seriously. A Mirakur, it's madness. All right, Kaz finally explodes. I'm the only one in the dark. What the fuck is going on? Silence pulls at the group, and then Reuben tries to evade the question.
It's nothing. Just Benny being a flirt.
He says. But we can all see Kaz doesn't buy it. With a low sigh, Benny shakes his head.
Rose found out I've been funding the rebels,
he confesses. Kaz purses her lips. There's no shock in her eyes, no gasp of disbelief or angry accusations fired at him. She knew all along about Benny's extracurricular activities. And that stings. More than a little. Did everyone know but me? Did Klinos know? I ask. Benny nods slowly.
It was why we were arguing. She didn't want me to do anything while we were in the Retterheld.
Why the fuck did you? I press, keeping a hold of my fraying temper with real effort.
Things were going badly for us,
he explains.
We'd lost Suen, Jai, Coulter.
He shrugs.
I still don't regret it. If someone had brought Corvain down...
They didn't even get near him, I spit. And if they had, it wasn't like Corvain would have been bothered to fight. He was so well protected that there was no need. Not when others were there to willingly lose their lives for him.
No.
Benny agrees. Make me understand, I say, rubbing at my temples. Make me understand why you hate Corvain so much. I know he's not the best king.
Not the best king?
Benny's laugh is bitter, and it quickly turns into a scoff.
Where do you want me to start?
He asks.
He is the worst of the worst, Rose. He doesn't care about anything but his own power. He's been stripping the Isles of everything that makes them what they are. The people, the land. He's destroying it all.
What do you mean? I reply. I've only been to the Isles once, and even then it was only to the palace in Brandish. But nothing I saw looked as if it was stripped or destroyed. It was beautiful.
There's the mining to start with,
Benny explains.
There used to be gold on the islands, but his father ripped all of it out years ago. Yet Corvain refuses to give up. He's ruined over half of the smaller islands, digging for a treasure that doesn't exist. And each time he finds nothing, he moves on to the next one, not giving a shit about the people whose homes he's just destroyed or the land he's left uninhabitable. And it's not like he makes room for them on the mainland. You've seen how he treats people in his own city. We're second-class scum to him at best.
Hard to argue with that. I'm sorry, Benny. Really, I am.
That's only half of it.
Benny continues, agitated.
A huge portion of the guards sent to the front line come from the Eastern Isles, despite the fact that we only make up 20% of the population. That's not a coincidence. He's doing everything he can to weaken us so that we don't have the power to fight back. And the children?
The children? My stomach squirms. How much worse is this going to get? Benny's eyes meet mine.
We thought it was just the Isles. The way that the children were being born with less and less power. That it was a blip. Something that would rectify itself. But it's happening in other places too.
Corvain can't have anything to do with that, I reason. Power's given out by the gods, by Mortadem, not him.
I know that. I do. It's just, I wonder if this is the gods' way of punishing him. Making his subjects born weaker.
He huffs an acrid chuckle before shaking his head, as if freeing himself from the last thought.
Even without whatever's happening to the magic. We're not the only people he's screwing over. And others are starting to see the truth. I just hope it's not too late.
When he looks at me, there's a pleading desperation in his eyes.
We didn't want bloodshed,
He says.
I promise. But my mother has tried other ways of dealing with Corvain for years, and none of them have worked.
The gifting, I utter with a sinking feeling in my gut. From almost our first meeting, I knew that whatever they were fighting for, it wasn't an individual desire. It was greater than that. That was what you were going to ask for if one of you won the gifting. For Corvain to leave you alone.
A little more than that,
He says cryptically. My mind slips back to when I visited Brandish and spoke to his grandmother, the Dowager Duchess, and she made pointed comments about only answering to the gods. You wanted the Eastern Isles to be independent, I breathe. No longer tethered to Marathka? He nods.
We wanted a bloodless, warless separation that would last for 1,000 generations. That's what we were going to ask for.
1,000 generations? The number is almost incomprehensible, and something stirs within me. A sense of shame so great, I feel it rippling through my skin. And I just wanted my powers back. For Kay not to die in poverty. I say, my selfishness laid bare. You must hate me.
No, Rose, of course I don't.
He reaches forward, his anger retreating.
We didn't win. If we'd been meant to, the goddess would have made it so. I'm sure of that. I just wish I knew what the fuck we had to do to be worthy of a little help from the gods, though.
His eyes lock on mine.
You won because you deserve to, Rose. I believe that truthfully.
I try to nod, try to accept what he's saying. I should. After all, the goddess herself said that she chose the winner. It wasn't a case of who got to her fastest. If that had been the overriding decision, then Zara would have won and become the gifted. So why didn't she choose any of the Eastern Islanders when their goal was so much worthier than mine?
I don't know what made you special, Rose.
Benny says as if he can read my thoughts.
But part of me could sense from the beginning that we weren't going to win it. After what happened at the Sunken Temple with Jai and Coulter, I was angry. I wanted a backup option. I felt like Etta wasn't on our side.
It's easy to see why he would come to that conclusion. By the time we left the vow ceremony, the Eastern Isles had already lost half their Retlings. And it wasn't like Locke was a prime candidate to win any of the trials.
I felt like I had to do something.
Benny continues.
That I had to have control over something. So I funded and ordered the rebels to attack the palace.
He shakes his head and scoffs.
Do you know what's ridiculous? Maybe if I hadn't done that, maybe if I had just accepted those defeats as part of the trials and continued on, then maybe Etta would have seen me as worthy. Maybe she would have granted us the gift. Maybe that bloodshed, people like Reuben's friend, Peter, dying, maybe they're the reason I wasn't fit to win. So as angry as I am with the whole situation, I don't blame Etta for her choice. And I sure as heck don't blame you.
A single tear trickles from Benny's eye. He wipes it away with the back of his hand. A lump is fixed in my throat. I look at Reuben. And you? You weren't there that night, so where were you? Reuben shifts uncomfortably.
I'm not all in. Never was. I help out a little here and there sometimes.
He looks at me.
They're the ones who gave me the fire bead for you. I thought about going with Peter that night, but Mom was sick. I didn't want to leave her, so I didn't go.
She saved your life, I mutter, mind reeling at the idea that I somehow also benefited from the rebels. They gave me the fire bead. I would have died that first day if not for that expensive gift.
There's something else you should know,
Reuben says, his eyes evading mine in a way that implies I'm really not going to like it.
You know how you tried to send the food back to the slums and asked me to help organize it? That was how they got in.
What? I frown in confusion.
I arranged for 3 carriages to go to the high hold, designated to collect the food. They'd already got clearance, so nobody checked inside. That's how the rebels gained entrance so easily.
A wave of nausea floods through me, and I wrap my arms around my middle, trying to stave off the feeling. How could you? Disappointment and hurt fill my voice. They never sent any of the food to the slums after that. People probably died because of you. Died of hunger we could have stopped. Reuben flinches.
I know.
He whispers and looks away. Silence starts to bloom, but Benny quickly breaks it.
Will you tell Kyle?
His voice has the slightest hint of a quake to it. No. I shake my head. He has enough on his plate. Reuben snorts.
Yeah, because swanning around in privilege is really hard.
Does he look like he's swanning around in privilege right now? I snap. He's out there keeping us safe. I hesitate, but anger loosens my tongue. Elska says Amirkur is following us. Reuben scoffs.
Seriously? That's what he's telling you? They're just a scary folktale. Something to scare the kids into behaving. Gods, he'll do anything to keep you next to him, won't he?
A response burns on my tongue, but before I can spit it back at him, my attention shifts to Kaz. She's been quiet through the entirety of my argument with Benny, but there's something different about her silence now. And the way she's looking at Benny suggests a knowledge between them. What am I missing? What? I say, shifting my gaze between the pair of them. What is it?
You remember I told you I once read through the entire library in Brandish?
Benny says eventually.
There were diaries there. My great-grandfather's diaries. He wrote about Miakas in there. More than anything else, actually. Pages and pages of how he once saw one on the mainland.
Rohan mentioned them too. Kaz joins in. His encounter was one of the first things he made me scribe for him. Of course, it was Rohan, so I wanted to dismiss it. But I knew he believed every word he was telling me. But they both survived, I say. I've seen Rohan myself, and given the diaries Benny's great-grandfather wrote, it feels like an obvious deduction. That's encouraging.
The others he was with didn't.
Benny admits.
My grandmother said it haunted him until the end of his days. That he was never the same.
Rohan's stories are the same. Only 30 of his group survived, Kaz says. Out of how many? I question. An entire battalion? It feels as if my stomach has turned inside out. One of Corvain's battalions can easily have 500 soldiers, and only 30 survived. What does that say for our tiny group? A twig snaps, and all 4 of us whirl around, blades high and ready, only for Kyor and Elska to step into the light. He nods with approval at our raised blades, then looks at me with the unspoken question in his eyes. I told them, I say, about the Miakur. Better we're all looking out for it. For them.
Just the one, thankfully, and no sign of it for now.
He reassures us.
I'll grab some sleep while you all eat, and then Els and I will take the rest of the watch later. We'll take turns.
Reuben counters.
You'll be no good to Rose if you're asleep on your feet tomorrow.
Kyor opens his mouth, but then closes it.
Fine,
he replies stiffly. As the 2 men move off, Kaz leans in next to me. Look, they're not killing each other. And all it took was the most terrifying creature in existence stalking us. Easy. She grins. Neither Benny nor I can even fake a smile. 30 out of 500. A part of me knew it before we left, but there's no denying the truth any longer. There's no way we're all coming out of this alive. Chapter 25. In the pre-dawn light, I watch as Kyor and Elska slink off into the undergrowth. Despite myself, my gut churns with anxiety. My eyes follow them as they disappear into the shadows, and I only realize I'm still staring minutes later when Kaz squeezes me by the arm. I'm sure wherever he's gone, he'll be okay, she tells me. You know that, right? I force a smile. Of course I do. He's like a bloody cockroach. Just like me. It's an insult our Redder-held combat trainer, Commander Holden, used to use for me. A cockroach, surviving the trials, while others were dying cruel and pain-filled deaths. I used to think the insult was harsh, but now I wear it as a badge of pride. There's nothing wrong with surviving, enduring, doing whatever it takes. And Kyor has that same strength. "Can I ask you a question?" Kaz asks, her voice hesitant. "Without you getting mad?" "I don't know," I reply honestly, huffing a half-laugh. "What is it you want to ask?" "You and Kyor, why are you fighting it so hard? You know he loves you, and you're clearly still in love with him. You literally spend the entire day staring at him." "I do not." My skin warms. I hate being so transparent. "You're in denial," Kaz says, "but you love him, I think, as deeply as I loved Klinos. So why are you stopping yourself from being together?" I barely have to think about the answer. Because I can't trust him. Is that the truth? Or is that the excuse you keep telling yourself? Because if I could have Klinos and her love back, I'd do anything I can, anything I need to. You have that love, Rose, and you're squandering it. That hurts. More than a little. I'm not squandering it. How can you be with someone when you don't trust them? She snorts. You do trust him, Rose. He tells you a terrifying creature from children's nightmares stalks us, and you believe him, instantly. I don't think you're being honest with yourself. Yes, he broke something between you, but you do trust him, at least to a degree. Full trust needs to be built, and that's hard. Of course it is. But I think it's worth doing. She sees that she's not getting through to me and changes tack. It's like bone. What? You've lost me. When you break a bone and it heals, she explains, the line where the fracture was forms stronger than before. You know, to prevent it happening again? Maybe, and this is a maybe, but maybe if that's what you wanted, then you two could reform together. Stronger. But there's still the rest of me, right? I say softly. The other bones that could get broken next. Because Kyor has the power to break me more than any other. I've tasted it, and it wasn't great. Right, she agrees. Not to mention you would have to open yourself up to let that happen. And I'm not oblivious to what there's between you and our warm hugger either. Reuben and I are just friends, I reply firmly. She smiles. I'm willing to bet you two were never just friends, she offers back. It's clear he loves you. She pauses. It's equally clear that you never loved him. He won't move on, Rose. Not while there's just the slimmest chance of you two being together. Even if you don't choose Kyor, you need to let Reuben know you won't choose him. Not ever again. I wince. I don't want to hurt Reuben. Not like that. I care for him a lot. I don't want to hurt him. Or lose him. He's a smart man. He can see which way the wind is blowing. Not setting him straight will hurt him more in the long run. He deserves a conversation. She's right. I know she is. My heart clenches, aches. I love Reuben, but not the way he loves me. I love him like a friend. And that's not something I can say about Kyor. There's nothing remotely platonic about the way I feel about him. But that's not love, that's lust. Maybe love isn't something I'll have in this lifetime. Maybe a happy ever after is for Kay, not me. I'm tired and cold, and I'm already sick of sleeping on hard ground. I feel as if we've been on the road for ages, but it's been merely a matter of days. We should prep some food and eat, I say to Kaz, needing to change the conversation. We need to make sure there's plenty of food for when Kyor gets back. I think Benny and Reuben are on that. I look to the side, and sure enough, the pair are there in close-knit conversation. Did Benny ever have someone? I ask Kaz as I study them. You know, the way you and Hlyn did. Someone special back at home. You mean other than the Eastern Isles herself? She says, raising an eyebrow. Sure, he'll flirt and have fun, but he'll never open himself up. His land and his people will always come first to him. That feels sad, I say almost to myself. Is it any different from people putting their family before love? Kaz says to me pointedly. Just on a bigger scale, I guess? Maybe, I say. Maybe. A silence falls. Am I putting family before love? Maybe. I'm certainly putting keeping William safe above being open with Kyor. But I don't see that as the same. Not wanting to get lost in my thoughts, I move to see if the others need help, when one of the horses whinnies. My pulse spikes and I draw my dagger, but it's only Kyor and Elska returning. I try to ignore the huge sense of relief I feel that he's back, unharmed. I move to intercept them, and Kyor slides off Elska. Okay? I ask.
Els can still taste it on the air, but only faintly. We think it doesn't want to come into the forest with us. It could be scouting around the edge, waiting for when we come out. We need to be wary. But for now, I think we're okay.
He looks wrecked, exhausted. He's been working overtime trying to keep us safe. What do you need? I ask. Food? Drink? He shakes his head and looks at me with pleading, icy eyes.
What I really want is a hug. Please, would you just hug me? Just for a moment.
The simplicity of the request cuts to the core of me, and I nod, unable to voice a reply. Wordlessly, he draws in a long breath, expels it slowly, and then wraps his arms around me, pulling my head into his chest. His warmth and comfort encircle me, and there's something about the way he holds me that stirs in my memory. It's the way he held me after we lost Hlyn. This embrace is as much for me as it is for him. The hold continues longer than it should, both of us silently breathing in the scent of the other. It isn't awkward, even though it should be. I should still be raging at him. But day by day, hour after hour, the anger is slipping away from me. It's like trying to hold water with your hands. Why did he have to come? Why does he have to look at me the way he does? Like he does love me. Like it wasn't a farce. It will be my undoing.
Maybe you should curl up with Elska tonight,
he suggests as I finally pull away. What? I can't help but laugh. I'll hardly sleep well worrying I'm going to have my head ripped off in the middle of the night.
She wouldn't do that.
Kyor replies, his tone teasing.
She'd want an audience.
An involuntary chuckle cracks from my throat, and I realize it's the first time he's made me laugh since all our shit happened. And it feels good. He tucks a loose strand of my white blonde hair behind one ear.
Seriously, though, she's a great pillow.
I'm fine, I tell him. I don't think she'd want me that close. Then, before I can stop myself, I lean forward and kiss him gently on the cheek. Thanks for the hug, I tell him. It takes everything in me to walk away, to fight the coldness that is life without his arms around me. Damn Kaz and her talk about bones. Am I seriously considering letting him in again? No, that way madness lies. Kyor and I can be friends one day, perhaps, but that's all. Bones break and heal again, but a torn heart never does. Every flutter of it hurts. Benny and Reuben are sharing a horse today, so Kaz and I can have a horse each. It's kind of them, but I cynically wonder if it's so they can talk secret rebel talk as we move. What did you see exactly? Kaz asks as the midday sun forces some splintering rays onto the forest floor. In this most recent vision of yours, the ring one. I was standing on the ground, I begin. I was in the forest, and I could see my mother's ring there, just within reach. That's really all it was. So it could be a vision. You know, seeing the future? No, I shake my head. It wasn't the future, it was the present. It was the same moon that was above us at the time, exactly the same cloud formations around it and everything. Look, I know it sounds strange, but I feel like I voice my suspicions aloud for the first time. I don't know. It's like I'm shifting into another body somehow. Another body? Like another person's body? From Kaz's concerned expression, I think twice about telling her the full truth. It's not just another person's body at all. I feel like I'm shifting into something far more avian. I clear my throat. Something like that. I'm going to go check with Kyor, see that we're still on track, I tell her. She smirks at me. Sure. But before I can move further afield, Reuben and Benny approach me. Reuben makes small talk, and over his shoulder I see Kaz pointedly making the sign of a triangle at me with her fingers. Fucking Benny. Of course his nonsense is catching on. I ignore her gesture and wait for the first available opening to excuse myself. Then, with a flick of my reins, I quicken my mare to the front of the group. With no idea where to head, I ask Kyor to get Elska to guide us back to the part of the forest where the trials were held, and I assume that's what she's doing.
Come to see me?
Kyor's eyes light up, and the closest thing I've seen to a full smile for a long time crosses his face.
Careful, Thorn. You might end up looking like you still feel something for me.
I sigh, the nickname feeling like the first sip of fresh water I've tasted since everything crumbled between us. Yet before the feeling can settle, I remember exactly what caused it to crumble. My body stiffens. What I feel has never been an issue in all this, unless you're talking about trust.
I'm going to earn that back.
Before he can finish his declaration, a scream breaks out from the back of the group. Without so much as a misstep, Elska pivots and charges back in the opposite direction, causing the other horses to rear and buck.
Get down!
Kyor yells as lightning flashes in the daytime sky. Thunder cracks and splits the air, and I kick my horse into a gallop and race towards Kyor and whatever the hell he's fighting. My body is flat against the neck of the animal as my clothes and hair snag on branches. When I reach the group, I see Kaz standing on the ground, clutching her shoulder as she tries to keep her horse steady. "He came out of nowhere," Kaz says, her voice trembling. I look around to see who she's talking about and find that Kyor has dismounted from Elska with his sword drawn. 6 feet away from him, a figure stumbles forward. He's hunched over, muttering, hands clawing the air. Kyor is just watching, almost as if he's trying to make sense of what he's seeing. I, on the other hand, am very aware of what I'm looking at. A threat. "What are you waiting for?" I yell, lifting my hands up ready to strike. The ice magic surges to my fingertips, but before I can release it, Benny slams into me from the side.
Wait!
He screams, rushing towards the figure, arms wide as if in protection. Not for Kaz or me, but for the shambling man.
Wait!
Benny bellows again.
It's Locke! It's Locke!
Chapter 26. I stand watching as Benny runs headlong towards the gaunt, ragged shadow. Supposedly, Etta picked her Retlings for more than just their strength in battle. I'm evidence enough of that. But there's no way this could be the man I remember from all those weeks ago. A Retling who survived the first trial. A member of the court in the Eastern Isles. This man barely looks human. And yet Benny's pace doesn't falter.
Locke, buddy!
He reaches the figure and kneels on the ground in front of him, unthreatening, calm.
It's me, Locke. It's Benares. Benny, it's me.
The man falters, and his muttering subsides.
Idiot's going to get himself killed.
Kyor whispers beside me. His voice is so quiet, I doubt anyone other than myself could hear. And yet, despite his distance from us, the man's eyes spring up and look directly at the prince, as if he's got some kind of magical hearing. By the mother. My words leave me on a gasp. Benny's right. It is him. It's Locke. No quiet comment went unheard by the former Retling of the Eastern Isles. Conversations behind closed doors, fields away from where he stood, or in a private corner of a busy ballroom, were no barrier to Locke. He could pick out a single utterance the way a wolf can catch the scent of blood on an autumn breeze. Incredibly useful when you need someone to spy for you. I remember the first ball, when Benny sent Locke out to listen. I'd thought it harmless then. Now, knowing what I do, I wonder who he was really listening for.
Locke, you know me. You can trust me, remember?
Benny speaks softly, as if he's trying to tame a wild animal.
Gods, I'm so glad to see you, buddy. You have no idea how good it is to see you.
I don't need Kaz's power to know he's speaking the truth.
He's one of the lost Retlings.
Reuben's voice is filled with both awe and disbelief. I turn and offer him a single nod in confirmation, and Reuben's eyes light up. For him, the Rudderheld is something glamorous, to be admired. For us, it was a living hell for weeks on end where you never knew what you'd face or when. Never knew if you'd escape alive. Just like Locke didn't. Or so we thought.
We need to get him food and water,
Benny says, his voice clear, commanding.
It looks like he's got some infections too.
He adds, looking at me.
Have you got something for that?
Yes, I've got some medical supplies in my bag, I tell him. I'm sure I'll have something that can help. I hasten back to the horses and find the satchel I packed with Mother's old tonics and herbs that were still potent. When I return, Locke is crouched on the ground, rocking slightly. Here, Locke. I offer him water first, which he looks at hesitantly, before grabbing the flask and downing it like it's the first drop he's had in months. How has he survived? I whisper to Benny. Not that there's any point in keeping my voice low. I might as well have shouted for all my hushed voice did to stop Locke from hearing me.
I don't know. It's a miracle. Maybe Etta did favor us after all.
He turns to look at me.
Look, I know you wanted to get a couple more hours riding in today, and I hate to ask.
You don't have. I tell him, putting my hand on his shoulder and smiling, even though the delay chafes. It's the right thing to do, Mother's ring or not. We'll set up camp here tonight. I'll let the others know.
Thank you.
He murmurs gratefully, not taking his eyes off Locke. We set up camp far earlier than usual, and I give Locke some medication to help combat his infection. After, he curls up by the fire, eyes wide but unseeing, awake but unresponsive. The group is wrapped in unease, and all eyes keep turning to our newest addition. While the horses are tethered close by, the fire burns low and steady with Locke lying too close to it, breathing but silent. No one else speaks much either. Perhaps because we know there's no such thing as a hushed conversation, not anymore. Not with Locke here. Or perhaps it's because we can't find the words.
Given that we're here for the night and we have more time than usual before night falls, I think we should try working on that power of yours.
Kyor says, moving over to me.
Out here, there's no one to see you practice. If we can get you some semblance of control before we reach the Isin, I'd be happier.
That makes sense. And doing nothing is almost unbearable. And so I nod. Okay. I'll work on it when I'm somewhere I won't put the others at risk.
We can go a little way off. Elska still be able to hear this lot and alert us to any danger. You need to focus on seeing if you can draw on it at command.
I dislike obeying him, but he's right. I do need to get a handle on this. And if I can learn enough on this journey, perhaps we won't even need to reach our destination. Maybe I won't need the Isin to teach me at all. It's a fool's hope. But I cling to it all the same. We move a little way away to an adjoining clearing. Probably best if you go to the other end, I suggest to Kyor. Just so you've got a bit of a head start if I do lose control.
I'd prefer you just didn't lose control.
He counters, but moves across to the end of the clearing anyway.
Try to conjure some ice.
Kyor calls over.
Or freeze the ground, whatever you think will come easiest.
I tug the cold magic within me, but it's sluggish and lethargic. And try as I might, I can't do more than cool the air slightly. And truthfully, that may just be the effect of the waning sun. We persevere for an hour, but achieve precisely fuck all with my Isin powers.
Maybe you're trying to do too much,
Kyor says, having returned to my side when it became clear no massive bursts of magic were about to fly from my fingertips.
What about a light frost?
I've already tried that, I tell him grumpily.
Maybe focus on an object then, like a tree or something smaller, a leaf even.
I know he's trying to be helpful, but every suggestion Kyor makes grates more and more. Could I grow a vine and strangle him? Yes, easily. Can I make it even a little frost-covered? Not for shit. Frustration is biting at me when Reuben walks into the clearing.
Food is ready,
He says. Kyor glares.
She doesn't need food just now. She needs to get a grip on this.
Reuben scoffs.
And it's going well, is it? No.
Kyor agrees between gritted teeth.
But that's because it's going to take practice, hard work, discipline. Something she's perfectly capable of showing if you don't keep interrupting us. Of course, you'd know nothing about that.
I don't doubt that most people would hear the threat in Kyor's voice and leave. But rather than retreat, Reuben squares up to the prince.
Fuck you. She's tired. We've had several long days on the road. She needs someone to take care of her. She needs food and rest, not you breathing down her neck.
Kyor's teeth grind together.
I am taking care of her, the way she actually needs. This has nothing to do with you. How about you leave the people with actual powers to discuss what Rose needs?
My temper spikes. What I need is some men in my life who don't talk about me as if I'm not there and let me make my own fucking decisions.
She needs to eat.
Reuben repeats.
What she needs is...
I don't hear what Kyor's suggestion is. Instead, a loud growl rattles from my throat and I throw my hand out. Ice coats everything in a 10-foot radius as bubbling anger and resentment roar through me. It's pouring from me, and I can't make it stop. Kyor's fingers touch my wrist.
Take a deep breath, Thorn.
He instructs in that silky voice of his.
In and out, low and slow, just like that.
He says as I do as he suggests. Slowly, the ice stops. He pulls his fingers from my skin and my flesh instantly misses his. Thanks, I croak. He offers me a small smile.
I knew you, Rose Cultivares.
And damn him for that. I take a few more deep breaths, and then I turn to the men, mostly to check that I haven't frozen them too. But what I find is even more shocking. Reuben and Kyor are standing there, eyes glinting, grinning at one another like co-conspirators.
Yep, it's definitely anger that makes her let loose.
Reuben notes. My mouth hangs open. Oh, fuck off! Did you two actually just work together to deliberately piss me off?
Needs must.
Kyor shrugs.
You know I'd do anything to help you.
He smiles at me.
Proud of you, Thorn.
He looks away, his eyes going distant.
Elska is calling. I have to go.
He walks off and willingly leaves me alone with Reuben. Reuben waits until Kyor is out of sight.
I get you were out of my league before, Rosie, but this power's incredible. You know that, right? If I had just a hint of it.
I hear the wistfulness in his tone, the naive belief that having magic and power are all you need to fix things in your world. I thought that once too. But now I have more power than I ever dreamed possible, and my world is still broken. Trust me, if I could take some of my magic and give it to you, I would. I don't say it just to appease him. It's true. If I could take even a jot of the power I have and transfer it to him, I would. I would pour it straight into him. My stomach grumbles. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Unless that was pure fabrication on your part. He laughs.
No, that was real. The food is ready.
I place my hand on his shoulder, my thoughts still focused on the desire to shift the magic into him, and it feels like something unhooks in my chest, like a latch giving way. Reuben abruptly jumps away from me, shifting my hand from him.
Rose, you're doing that, right?
His voice is questioning, and I see why. The ice that coated the ground moments ago is visibly melting, rapidly disappearing before our eyes.
Rose?
As he turns and looks at me, I step back. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But my magic... I can feel something flowing through me, something new, unworldly. I don't know, I admit.
Rose?
Reuben's voice trembles.
I feel different.
What do you mean different? Terror grips me as I whirl to assess him. Is he hurt? Am I hurting him? Stopping him from breathing? Cutting him with my ice? No. His chest is rising and falling normally, and I can't see any marks on him. But there's fear in his eyes. I've done something. I must have. Reuben, what is it? What have I done?
I feel.
He trails off, steps away from me slightly, and rubs his fingers together. A spark forms between them. A spark that grows until there's a full-on fireball resting on the palm of his hand. I gape. Reuben made fire. He's never been able to do that. My stomach hollows as my hand flies up to my mouth. Tell me that's something you've learned to do recently, I whisper. He shakes his head, his eyes still fixed wonderingly on the fire dancing on his skin, as if he cannot believe what he's seeing.
No,
He whispers.
absolutely not. Mom could do that, of course, but I've never made a flame, Rose. Not once.
He claps his hands together, vanquishing the flame, and then he calls it forth again. This time, there's no spark. It's straight into a full flame that envelops his hand, so large I can feel the heat radiating from it.
Fuck!
Reuben jumps back, but he's not quick enough. The flames catch on the edge of a branch next to us.
Fuck,
I've got this. I push him back and focus on the flame. If I can create ice daggers, then surely I can stop a small fire. I'm panicking now, and nothing is happening.
You need to be angry!
Reuben says in fear.
Kyor isn't good enough for you. He's going to break your heart. He's a piece of shit that doesn't deserve you. He's going to throw you over for some court bitch.
With a guttural yell, ice jets from my fingers at the flames, putting them out. Reuben lets out a sigh.
Thank the mother.
Silence swells between us, perforated only by our panting breaths and the complete confusion that fills my mind as I stare at the charred black branches, now dripping as the ice melts into crystal clear water. I've made ice twice now by calling on those powers I knew were within me. But Reuben? What the fuck did I do to Reuben? I turn to look at my friend, only to see he's looking at me with a mix of nostalgia and regret.
You're never going to pick me, are you, Rosie?
The soft sadness remains in his eyes, even as a weak smile lifts his lips. My heart is thundering from nearly setting the forest on fire. He's just got magic from fuck knows where, and this really doesn't feel like the right time to have this conversation. But Kaz's words ring in my ears. He needs this conversation, no matter how much I want to run away from it. I adore you, I begin. You are my only friend in the most difficult time of my life. You are more than a friend, you know that. And you'll always hold a special place in my heart.
But you don't love me.
His quiet statement is filled with hurt. Not the way you deserve, I admit, my heart constricting painfully. I want you to have a love that burns. A love that means you'd do anything for the other person.
The way Kyor would for you.
I shake my head. No, he chose his crown, his duty over me. So no, he won't do anything for me. It still hurts, still crushes me that after all we'd been through, Kyor didn't stand up for me, for us. Didn't tell the truth about my mother when I needed him to. It makes me ache, because I want her name cleared, want her memory honored. For all his fancy words, I wasn't sure Kyor ever loved me like I did him. Even now, I still feel like there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. And knowing that, admitting that, just makes me feel pathetic. Regardless of the situation between Kyor and me, The words choke in my throat because I desperately don't want to hurt Reuben.
You'll never choose me.
He repeats, resigned. I fall silent. I can't deny it, even though it feels like my heart is breaking.
I never pushed you for more back in the slums.
He admits.
Mom always urged me to tell you how I felt. Maybe if I had, things would be different.
Reuben.
No feelings, we said. And I knew it was true for you. But I was all in from the start. You know that, right? I was all in.
I'm sorry. I try, but he still has more to say, and he deserves to speak. He deserves to have me listen.
I knew if I pushed for more, you'd end things. So I didn't. I pretended I didn't love you either. Took the scraps that I could get, and I was grateful for them.
Tears streak down my cheeks. I'm sorry. I repeat. You deserved so much more than that. You still do.
Yes.
He nods.
I do.
He brushes the tears from my face and pulls me into a warming embrace as he presses a gentle kiss to my forehead.
Some part of me will always love you.
He murmurs, and my heart breaks a little more. Here is a man who loves me, who is kind and selfless and true. And though I wish, with all that I am, that I could love him instead of Kyor, I don't. Reuben releases me and turns and walks out of the clearing. leaving me alone with my broken fucking heart and one hell of a headache. Chapter 27. I stay in the clearing for a while, trying to collect my scattered thoughts. What the hell just happened? Not only did I break Reuben's heart, but did I also somehow give him a piece of my magic? I was touching him, wishing he had magic, and then he somehow created a flame for the first time in his life. It can't be a coincidence. All I can think is that somehow I gave his natural magic a boost. My mind reels with the implications of it. This might be an even worse development than shooting ice from my fingers, an even more dangerous facet to the Issen's powers than mere ice. If I'm right, and I can somehow boost someone's inherent magic, if that got out, I'd be sold to the highest bidder. A chill creeps along my spine. Not only would I not get my happy ever after, but I'd also get a life in chains, in servitude, a fate worse than death, or even being stripped of my powers. My stomach is in knots, but hunger finally drags me to the campsite. I know instantly that Reuben hasn't told anyone what happened. Everyone is just sitting around the fire like normal, or as normal as they can get in this group. And I trust this group. They're here, traveling away from safety to help me. They at least deserve to know the full extent of my powers. Something like this could save us all, and I'm not going to be foolish enough to hide it from them. Even Kyor, with his overwhelming assholery, never told a soul about my Issen magic. I can trust him still with this, if not my heart. Benny hovers protectively near Locke. Kaz sits next to Reuben, and Kyor is sitting on a log by the fire with Elska just behind him. The prince's gaze finds me the moment I step into the circle of light, tracking me like I'm the only thing that matters. Heat prickles at the back of my neck, and I have to force myself not to look at him. Instead, I look solely at Reuben. Whether it was my magic that gave him the gift or not, I still don't have the right to tell the others what happened, not without his permission. And yet, as his eyes meet mine, it's like he knows what I'm asking, and somehow that makes it so much worse. He knows me so well, and loves me still. "Everything all right?" Kaz asks, breaking the silence as she looks at me. The sound hums in my throat as I struggle to know how to answer.
Something happened.
Reuben comments for me.
Something with Rose's magic, we think.
Kyor's eyes snap to me as his back stiffens.
What? What happened, Rose?
Well, there's no backing out of it now. Reuben, I ask softly, can you show them? Reuben nods, as once again his eyes meet mine. Tired, weary eyes. I hate that I'm making him perform like a circus animal, but sometimes you need actions, not words. Sometimes, seeing is believing.
I think it's fading a little.
Reuben confirms to me.
But it's definitely still there.
With the slightest hint of a smile, he lifts his palm, and a small flame ignites in the center. Kaz gasps. Benny frowns.
You said you couldn't call fire. I can't. Couldn't.
Kyor sitting up straighter, a frown marring his forehead. Since when have you been able to do that? Kaz asks. I thought it was just body heat.
It was.
Reuben confirms.
I started doing this just a couple of minutes ago when Rose somehow transferred some of her magic into me. When you did what?
Kyor barks, tension clear in every line of his body. He launches to his feet and begins to pace.
How?
The way he speaks, it's like he expects me to have an answer. I don't. It was just after you left, I say to Kyor. The ice was still on the ground, and I was touching Reuben's shoulder, wishing he could have more magic, and then the ice just melted. It disappeared entirely, and suddenly Reuben said he felt odd. And then he created a flame. I decide against telling him that he nearly set the forest on fire. Kyor probably wouldn't love that. I think I somehow took the Issen magic I'd just used and pushed it into Reuben instead. That's why the ice vanished. Silence swarms around us.
Let me get this right.
Benny says, scratching the back of his neck.
You're saying that your magic works like energy?
I am? I question.
Maybe,
He responds. From the slowness of his speech, it's clear he's thinking through his explanation as he shares it with us.
Energy can't be created or destroyed, just transferred. Magic comes from the gods, we all know that. And when we die, it returns to mortaldom to redistribute it. It's transferred, just like energy.
I worry my lip with my teeth as I think aloud. So what I did was redirect the Isin magic that I'd already used?
Exactly.
Benny replies.
Maybe if it's lingering where it doesn't belong, somewhere that's not final.
Like not yet with me, or not yet with mortaldom, I continue, nodding my head as the idea becomes clearer. Then I can pull it out of that interim place and give a magical boost to someone else. It didn't give Reuben ice magic, it just elevated the power he already has. I'm fully aware that what I'm confessing to is not just strange, it's dangerous, world-altering. But being able to give Reuben firepower might be something that will save us on this arduous journey, and we won't be able to explain away his sudden flame abilities from our companions. They all know his magic is nothing more than warm hugs. This confession is huge, and the silence around the fire tightens like a noose. For a heartbeat, I dare to glance at Kyor. He's staring at me like he's never seen me before, like he's trying to reconcile the girl he loves with the weapon I've just revealed myself to be. The look in his eyes is equal parts awe and horror, and it twists something sharp in my chest. Is anybody going to say anything? I finally ask.
Yeah, I'll say something,
Kyor says. He glares at everyone.
I want to make one thing very clear.
He growls.
If a single person here breathes a single word about this outside of this group, I will put a lightning bolt through their fucking heart with such precision that they will feel their insides burn, turn to charcoal, and finally crumble to dust before they die.
Kaz grimaces. Graphic, but we get the point.
No.
Kyor shakes his head.
I don't think you do. Rose, what you've just told us makes you the most valuable person in Morathka and beyond. Everyone will want that. If you could transfer power to other people, if you can take magic that you've already used and give that to someone.
He swallows.
My father won't just kill you for this. It'll be so much worse. He'll keep you captive and do whatever it takes to ensure you're doing his bidding for the rest of his life. He'd use Kay against you. Whatever it took to make you comply.
His voice doesn't crack, but his hands do, flexing uselessly at his sides, as if he's imagining all the ways he wouldn't be able to reach me if his father locked me away. For all his talk of duty and crowns, this isn't just politics for him. It's fear consuming him, fear for me. I swallow hard. Is this why Corvain had anyone with ice powers killed? Not because of their icy heritage, but because of the sheer terrifying power of it? Can all Isin transfer their powers to others? And what does that mean for William? Can he do the same? I assume if he'd known as much, he would have told us when he showed us his skin. So it's likely he doesn't know that he runs the risk of transferring magic to someone by accident, the way I did with Reuben. The thought is enough to make me sick. William might have control over the ice within him, but this is an entirely new level of danger he doesn't even know about. My mind is whirling, because Edda surely knew. Edda knew what powers I had, and she gave me more besides. Why would she do this to me? My anger seethes at the capriciousness of the gods, playing with our lives like they're nothing. Still, I asked for my magic back, and she gave it to me. In spades. I can hardly complain now. Be careful what you wish for, indeed. The group's unease at Kyor's comment hangs thick and suffocating, and for a moment no one breathes. Then, in silence, Reuben reaches out and takes a piece of meat from the fire.
You know, I think I've eaten better on this trip than I ever did in the slums.
Reuben says, trying to change the subject in a typically cumbersome manner.
If I'd known what it was like out of the city, maybe I would have packed up my life there and come here earlier. Become a nomad. If you had done so,
Kyor begins dryly.
there's a fair chance you would have been ripped limb from limb by an unbound dire wolf before you even managed to catch so much as a rabbit. But I'm happy to leave you here if you want to try flying solo.
His words are sharp, but his tone is far less acerbic than it's been for days, and there's something almost close to gratitude glinting in his eyes. Something has shifted between them, and whatever it is, I'm relieved. Their constant sniping was wearing on the whole group, and we have enough to deal with without their idiotic posturing being thrown into the mix.
Maybe on the way back.
Reuben responds lightly with a grin. We all smile a bit at that, though it only takes a moment before our joviality fades. Our gazes drift to Locke, still wrapped in blankets by the fire, rocking back and forth, silent and watchful. I've tried not to speak about him, even when he's looked asleep, knowing that he'd still be able to hear. But there's no denying his presence hovers over us uncomfortably. At some point, one of us has to mention him. In the end, it's Kaz who breaks first. "It's a miracle he survived," she whispers.
No, it's not.
Benny replies.
It's skill. He'd hear predators coming from miles off, follow the sound of a stream to find water, though he has probably spent the last few weeks in a constant state of fear. Constantly alert. I can only imagine what that type of adrenaline would do to the body after so long. Poor guy.
Kyor says quietly. "We need to get him help," Kaz suggests. "Maybe we can leave him with some priestesses and Golrek?" She's right. The herbs and magic I used should stop any infections worsening, and hopefully clear them completely in a few days. But that's just his body with its visible wounds. It's a far easier thing to heal than a fractured mind.
We'll see how he's doing.
Benny's jaw locks.
It was Edda's priestesses from Warhelm who left him out here to die,
He says pointedly.
So you understand why I don't want him anywhere near the cloaks. Perhaps they didn't know he was still alive.
Reuben offers.
The forest is pretty damn big.
Right, Kaz agrees. It might not have been a deliberate omission. But they're the only non-Retlings. The rest of us know full well what the priestesses were capable of in the name of their goddess. The priestesses knew exactly who remained alive during the third trial, when we crossed the frozen lake filled with Isin spirits. And it wasn't because they could see us. The fog was far too dense for that. And if they knew there, why wouldn't they have known here? No, they knew. And they left Locke anyway. Maybe they left him because he was so close to death that they thought he wouldn't make it. Maybe it was too much of a risk to get him out. I hope so, anyway, because the other option is that they deliberately left him here to die, and that makes me feel sick. The cloaks are supposed to heal, not harm. Be saviors, not destroyers. We should get some sleep, I say, breaking the icy tension that's clawing at the air around us. We need to be up and off early tomorrow to make up for lost time. Any sign of the Mirker? I add as an aside to Kyor, only to cause a collective shudder to ripple through the group.
No, but we mustn't be complacent. We need to keep watch.
Kyor says.
I'll take the first stint.
As the rest of us agree on the order for other watches, I can't help but wonder if there might be a time when we actually get to sleep safely through the night again. Other than those nights curled up with Kyor in his room by the kitchen, the last time I felt close to safe was sleeping in the slums. So much for thinking the goddess's gifts would solve even my basic needs. I'm still cold, I'm still fearing for my family, and right now, a safe night's sleep feels a long, long way away. Chapter 28. The next morning, I awaken with gritty eyes and a tiredness in my limbs that suggests I barely slept. The others seem to have suffered similarly, and silence has settled into the bones of the group. How was Locke last night? I ask Benny as he loads up his saddlebags. Has he said anything to you?
Nothing that makes sense.
He admits. But he recognizes you? Knows who you are?
I think so. It's tough to tell. I'm not sure whether he can ride or not.
Benny says.
Probably best he doubles up with me.
None of us object. As mean as it is, I think we'd all rather Locke ride with Benny than one of us. We've been cycling through the horses so that they only need to carry 2 of us once every 3 days. With Locke's arrival, it means they only get 1 day's break in every 3. It's not like there's much weight to the former Retling, but still, the horses are beginning to look as weary as we feel. I chew my lip. Kyor? He turns to look at me. His expression softens the instant our eyes meet, the hard lines of prince and commander easing into something painfully familiar. For a moment, it's just us, like it used to be before vows and crowns and broken hearts got in the way. Can I ride with you? I gesture behind me to Locke's general vicinity. He smiles.
Thorn, I'd love nothing more than to have you between my legs.
Despite myself, my lips curl up. I can't admit to myself that I've missed his flirting and that nickname that ignites something in the pit of my stomach. His arms come around me as we settle on Elska's back, caging me in. His chest, a solid warmth at my spine. Every jolt of the wolf's movement presses me back against him, and I'm far too aware of every place our bodies touch. We ride north, and I find I'm suddenly filled with doubts. Am I doing the right thing? Dragging my friends around a Faven forest to find my mother's ring? What if the visions are nothing more than insanity? Yet I swear I can almost feel its presence, like a pressure at the base of my spine pushing me on to find it. All we've got are Elska's instincts and memories to say we're in the right part of the forest. But what if she's wrong? What if she's lost? It's a thought I'd never dare voice in her company. I'm brave, but I'm no fool. Still, all it would take is for our path to be a meter off to the left or right, and we'd miss the ring entirely.
Hey, Rose, you got a minute?
Reuben asks as he rides up beside us a short while later. Sure, what's up? I try to make it look like I wasn't deeply settled into Kyor's chest. I might not have any intention of rekindling things with the prince, but the last thing Reuben needs is to be reminded that I chose not to be with the man I love over actually being with him. That's just shit.
I was thinking,
Reuben continues,
maybe your vision of the ring wasn't about the ring at all. Maybe it was a metaphor. Maybe what we were supposed to find was Locke. I mean, the ring's not worth anything, is it? Other than sentimental value?
I don't think so, I admit. I mean, it's worth coin, but nothing beyond that.
So maybe the vision's purpose was to lead you to find Locke? I feel like that would make more sense if you guys were friends in the Retterheld, right?
I wouldn't go so far as to say we were friends, but we were definitely part of an alliance. Maybe, I admit. If we've not found the ring by tonight, I'll reassess. I promise. But my words are empty. I know I need that ring, even if I can't articulate why. Reuben frowns, and I know what he's thinking. He, like the others, wants to get out of the forest as quickly as possible, but instead we're plunging even deeper into it. It isn't as if I enjoy being here any more than they do, but the thought of abandoning the ring is enough to cause that pressure to reform at the base of my spine.
Okay. And look.
He holds out his palm, and a small flame appears. I gasp. The power. It's staying?
Yeah.
He nods.
So far, I've been pretty chill with it. Seeing how little I need to light a fire, that type of thing. I can feel it's not as strong as it was, but I reckon if I keep using it sparingly like this, I should have enough power to get through a few days with the flame.
Pride puffs out his chest, making my heart warm. Nice. I smile because he's so clearly delighted with himself. I get it, I really do. If all I'd gained was my green magic, I would have been thrilled too. Let me know when it runs out. I'm happy to give you more if I can. Behind me, Kyor's sudden tension is unmissable, but he doesn't verbalize any complaints.
Thanks. I suppose we should try it, if only to make sure you can do it again. And I'd like to see if I can do a few other things too.
Other things? Like?
Like burning without a flame, maybe? I was trying on wood, seeing if I could just up my heat enough to do that. Maybe it'll be impossible, but I won't know until I try, right? Ah, yes. Nothing says macho like burning your initials into a tree.
Kyor snorts. I twist in his arms to give him a flat look.
What? I'm just saying that if your power can be replaced with a lighter or a flick knife, then it really doesn't have much point, does it? You're right,
Reuben says, seemingly unflustered by the belittlement.
Maybe I should work on heating up something else.
He bites down on his bottom lip, as if he's contemplating the idea.
Maybe Rose and I could experiment together. I'm sure I remember there were certain parts of her I got pretty hot when it was cold in the slums, right?
I sigh. I have no idea what Reuben is up to. We talked, we agreed he and I were never going to happen, and yet here he is deliberately riling up the prince. And the worst part is, some traitorous part of me likes it. Likes the way Kyor's grip tightens on my waist, the way his breath turns sharp and possessive against my neck. It's insane. Craving proof he cares, even in the form of petty jealousy. It makes me think that maybe Kyor did truly care about me, even if it wasn't love. And that is the kind of thought that fractures a person. Kyor growls behind me.
You clearly didn't do that good of a job.
He bites back to Reuben.
Or she wouldn't have ended up in my bed, would she? Oh, don't worry. I'm in it for the long game, which from what I've heard isn't your forte.
Reuben tosses Kyor a patronizing wink. Enough, I snap. I really don't need this dick-swinging conversation right now. As Reuben falls silent, Kyor mutters something. What was that? I ask. My eyebrows rise so high, they all but hit my hairline as I glare at him. Something you want to say, Kyor?
He said, "Is his dick even big enough to swing?"
Locke calls from behind us. Benny and Kaz burst out laughing. I can see the hope in Benny's eyes that Locke may have turned a corner in his recovery. I eye the older man, who is smirking slightly. Fucking typical. The first intelligible thing Locke decides to say, and that's what he goes with. Unable to cope with the lot of them, I squeeze my heels into Elska's sides a little. She turns her head towards me and growls. Okay, not trying to control Elska? Noted. Kyor seems amused, and the confrontation with Reuben hasn't left him stewing like it might have done in days prior. So that's something. Why are you being so calm? I ask. He leans forward, his breath tickling the shell of my ear.
You're in my arms, not his. And before long, you'll be back in my bed, not his. We're inevitable, Rose. Like the rising sun.
I huff. No, we're not. I need someone I can trust, I tell him pointedly, for what feels like the millionth time. But my body moves against my will, leaning back into him just a little more. Kyor's chuckle skims a breath against my ear.
You should keep wriggling against me, Thorn. I like it.
His fingers splay and squeeze at my waist, and combined with the gravelly husk in his tone, it's enough to cause all the muscles in my body to sink even deeper into him. Fuck, I mutter, as I feel just how much he likes it. I bite my lip, doing all I can to stop a moan escaping, and he laughs again.
I did warn you.
Yeah, you're a real gentleman, I say sarcastically. That's why your cock is pressing into me. I shift myself deliberately forward on Elska's back, even though I instantly miss his warmth. Kyor groans.
Don't use those words together. It's not fair. Not when I want to press it into you in a very different place, my love.
Don't call me that, I snap.
I'll call you whatever I please,
he says languidly as he reaches an arm around me and pulls me flush against him again. I try to ignore how much I like it. Try to ignore the way the rhythm of the wolf's stride as my body rubbing up and down his length, wishing I could feel it without the confines of fabric between us. But that's insanity. It's only tiredness and a lack of physical touch that's making me feel that way. Or at least, that's what I'm telling myself. Luckily, Benny and Locke join us up front shortly thereafter, though the latter's constant vigilance sets my teeth on edge. Locke is always tense, always listening for danger. His eyes are wide as he mutters and whispers. Maybe it should be reassuring having him with us, knowing he'll hear even the slightest hint of danger before it's upon us. But it's not. His constant state of anxiety is just stoking my pulse higher and higher. Add to that the fact that the woodland is thickening into something far darker and more oppressive, and I've never felt more relieved than when Kyor calls it a day and suggests we set up camp for the night. Exhaustion pulls at my bones, even as the tension between Kyor and me coils tighter with every heated glance. And there have been many today, along with numerous gentle caresses as we've ridden, which I've tried my best to ignore. Each casual brush of his fingers, each steadying squeeze at my hip when Elska landed hard, felt like its own quiet question. Will you let me in again? I've ignored every single one, but my body has catalogued them all the same. Enjoyed every one, too.
Elle says there's a pack of feral wolves deeper in.
Kyor says.
But we're out of their territory here.
I'm grateful for that reassurance. The attack of the unbonded pack still fresh in my mind.
Quiet ones.
Locke says feverishly, wringing his hands, his volume just audible.
The quiet ones will keep it safe. They're close. The quiet ones are close.
He's rocking back and forth, and I exchange a concerned glance with Benny. As we tether the horses and gather our things, I seek out Kaz. Sounds like you had some fun conversations today. She smirks at me as she unclasps the top button of her cloak, then proceeds to tie her hair into a loose bun. Yeah, you could say that. I just wish they would stop riling each other. I actually think it's a good thing. It feels like banter now. Kyor hasn't threatened to slit Ruben's throat in hours. I balk. He threatened to slit his throat? Kaz nods. While he was sleeping. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I mean, he didn't follow through. She continues hastily, as she takes her cloak off entirely and rolls her shoulders. Clearly mine aren't the only muscles that are aching from all the hours on horseback. I really think Ruben is growing on him, now that he's seeing you're not interested in him like that. Not anymore. Needing to shift the conversation away from my disastrous love life, I let out a slight sigh before gesturing to Locke. What do you think? I ask Kaz. Are you able to get anything from him? She shakes her head. His only intention is survival. That's all. No duplicity, though. I think about what Ruben said about the ring and how maybe it wasn't what I was supposed to find. I suppose that someone with Locke's hearing would be far more useful on this trip than a piece of metal. But that's assuming Locke can actually communicate what he's hearing, and right now, that's not happening. Other than the dick comment, none of his ramblings have made any sense. Not to me, anyway. There's little chatter from him or anyone else as we eat our food around the fire, though it's Benny's quiet that unnerves me the most. His wisecracks and constant flirting with Ruben have been one of the few things to lighten the mood on the trip. Without them, the sense of despondency is hard to ignore. I think Ruben has enjoyed the flirting, too. Benny has given him something to think on, other than the loss of his mother.
Come on, buddy,
he says to Locke as Kaz and I start making our beds.
Time to get to sleep.
For a second, it looks like Locke's about to agree, when without warning he suddenly cries out.
Quiet ones!
He shouts, spinning in a circle.
The quiet ones, they are near! We should go! We should go!
I look at Kyor, but Elska is already on her feet, starting to scout around the perimeter.
She's on it.
He reassures me.
The quiet ones, why would they come?
Locke continues.
Not for me. No, not for me. They're all coming, silent.
It's all right, buddy.
Benny tries to soothe him.
No one is coming for you. We're here now. We've got you.
Ruben helps with the reassurances.
No one's getting past us.
He flicks his hand to produce a flame 10 times the size of the one he made earlier, but Locke only continues to shake his head.
Fire won't stop them. They know where they are. The quiet ones know.
Are the quiet ones protectors or enemies? I can't tell, but my heart drums against my ribs as a tingle of magic floods through me. Before I decide what to do with it, a hand grabs mine and gives it a reassuring squeeze.
It's fine.
Kyor turns me around to face him.
It's fine. There's nothing to fear. There's nothing but animals out there, I promise.
I want to believe him, but it's hard with Locke pacing crazily only a few feet away.
Els has checked.
Kyor insists.
She would know. She wouldn't let us stay here.
She wouldn't let you stay here, I correct. She'd happily let the rest of us be eaten by one of these quiet things.
Well, in that case, you should definitely curl up with me. Just for safety's sake, you know?
He says the words so dryly and matter-of-factly that I can't help but let out a slight laugh. Kyor's eyes lock on mine.
I'd never let anything happen to you, Rose. You know that.
There's no humor in his eyes now, no teasing lilt to his voice. Just raw, unvarnished truth. He looks at me as if the world could burn and he'd still be standing between me and the flames. But we both know it isn't true. He won't even stand between his father and me. But do I believe he'll keep me safe tonight? Even from a Miyakar? God's damn it. I do, I whisper. He reaches out and strokes my cheek, and it's hard not to lean into his warmth.
I miss you.
He murmurs softly, his voice heavy with longing.
I miss my best friend. My only friend.
His words slice through me sharper than any blade. I don't want him to feel alone. I love this stupid idiot, though perhaps I am the stupid idiot for thinking that still. Kyor's calloused thumb traces a slow line along my cheekbone, and a shiver chases down my spine. My traitorous body tilts almost imperceptibly towards his touch, starving for this caress even while my mind screams at me to pull away. A lump forms in my throat, and tears threaten. Gods, I miss him too. Miss his unquestioning support. Miss the one person who made me feel like I could achieve anything. Miss the feel of his lips on mine. But would it even feel the same? Being with a man I know would never choose me in the end? Would a second chance be the thing it took for him to put me first? Or would it be the final nail in our coffin? Kyor's so close I can smell his scent all around me, intoxicating and heady. All it would take is moving forward a couple of inches, and I could taste his lips again, like I've been dreaming of. His gaze drops to my mouth, his breath hitching. And for one suspended heartbeat, the world narrows to that tiny stretch of air between us. If he leans in, I don't know whether I'll stop him. I don't know if I can. Kaz calls out, "Rose, there's a comfy bed over here. I've got your stuff sorted." I turn to find the scribe standing a short distance away, with the blanket strewn on the ground near a moss-covered tree. She holds my gaze with a knowing look, before I glance back to Kyor. I don't know whether to be grateful for her timely interruption, or whether I should strangle her. I blow out a breath. I should join her. I take a step away from Kyor, and that's enough to break the spell between us.
No practice tonight,
He says, his tone businesslike. Maybe tomorrow. I'm tired. He scans my face, seeing the shadows there, and for once he nods and lets me slink away. When I reach Kaz, she spins me gently around so that our backs are facing Kyor. "Looked like you were getting quite close to doing something you might regret," she says. "Thought I'd give you an out if you wanted one." What happened to the bone mending stronger than before? "Is that what you were doing?" she asks. Maybe. It definitely felt honest, if nothing else. Maybe. I pick up one of the blankets she placed down and move it a little. The bottom of the tree trunk might be mossy, but it's too sloped for my liking. As I lie down, my eyes drift up to the canopy above and the dense sea of dark leaves that blocks our view of the sky. My thoughts drift to Kyor, as they so often do. What's the point of wanting a man, loving a man, with whom there's no future? With my head still whirring, I think of Hlyn. I'm sure her advice would have been terrible, but I find myself craving it nonetheless. She probably would have told me to fuck him out of my system. I turn towards Kaz to share that thought, the words forming on my tongue. But when I look at her, a gasp catches in my throat. "Kaz!" I scream. Chapter 29. The ground is swallowing Kaz. There's no other explanation for it. Her ankles and wrists have already been consumed by the writhing mass of earth and roots, yet even that is less terrifying than the red hue now coloring her eyes. "What the fuck is happening?" I scream again. I reach forward, ready to grab her when a hand snatches me back.
Don't.
Kyor yanks me back sharply.
It'll take you too if you get too close.
His mouth is set grimly as he stares at Kaz's bowed body. If I can't physically pull her back, then I'll command the plants to give her back. Fighting the hammering in my chest, I reach out with my magic the way I've done with dozens of plants. And yet before I can latch onto the plant, it pushes me back, as if it knows what I want and won't give up its control. But how can that be? It's a plant. Living, yes. Sentient, no. I try again. This time, when it pushes me back, I physically stagger from the force of its shove. Rose! Kaz's eyes flicker back to white as she chokes out my name in panic. Rose! It's okay. Everything will be okay. I've got you, I call back confidently. But I don't. I fucking don't. Panic surges again, and thanks to her gift, she knows I'm lying through my teeth. That I can't help her. But just because I can't control the plant doesn't mean I can't do something else. Could I freeze it? I need to do something, anything, rather than stand here and watch Kaz be dragged into the bowels of the earth. Before I can attack the tree with ice, Reuben tries with fire.
Mind out!
He shouts as he hurls a fireball straight at the tree trunk. It's by far the biggest flame I've seen him produce, easily rivaling the ones Matthew from Rowell and some of the other fire-wielding Retlings created in the trials. For a second, I think it might work. But though the fire sizzles and sparks upon the trunk, it doesn't catch. He tries again, but this time the fire he conjures is smaller and even less effective. We need something more. And if there's one man we can rely on to always bring the hammer down, it's the prince. Kyor! I cry. He doesn't need me to finish. He knows what I want. A lightning strike.
I'm on it. Move. Everyone move back.
I glance above. Even in the darkness, the thunderous peridot clouds above glimmer, whipping up a wind that lashes through the branches. A heartbeat later, lightning strikes the trunk, igniting the hellish tree that is trying to steal Kaz into the earth. Flames crawl skyward, and thunder follows, rumbling, deafening, enough to rupture eardrums, yet somehow still quieter than the scream that tears from Kaz. The tree is on fire. Every single one of its branches littered with leaves of red flames, and yet it's not stopping its relentless dragging of my friend into the earth. Helplessness fills me as the roots continue to pull at her, to consume her. They're growing around her chest now, so fast that I can see them moving. Her thighs are lost within the even angrier tangle that squeezes and constricts her as she sobs and screams. It's punishing Kaz for the pain we have caused it. We need to put the fire out, I scream. It's not helping. It's retaliating. It's hurting her even more. I reach for my ice powers, but in my pure panic they slip from me, as if I'm trying to juggle ice cubes. Thankfully, Kyor is on it. Rain lashes down, sudden and furious, steam hissing as water collides with fire. The writhing of the roots slows, but though the tree has stopped squeezing her painfully, it has not stopped dragging her into the dirt. Kaz's head is almost the only visible part of her now, eyes continually flashing between red and white. Benny, I turn to my last hope. What do we do? What can you see?
I can't see a weakness. I don't know.
His voice cracks.
I don't know what to do.
You can only ease her suffering. The voice that trembles through the darkness is low and cold, and for a brief moment, everything else is swept from my mind as two figures step out of the shadows. Figures that barely look human. Their bodies are layered in red furs, their heads hidden beneath hoods of fox heads, complete with long, snarling teeth. For a heartbeat, I freeze, gaping at the newcomers. Then I draw the dagger at my hip. Do they mean us harm? They have no weapons in their own hands, but that doesn't mean they don't have magic to floor us all.
The Quiet Ones.
Locke gasps and drops to his knees, as if he's praying to Aitara, the mother of gods herself.
You came.
Reuben snaps at the strangers.
Stop this! Please stop it!
This is not our doing, one of them replies, completely serene, utterly unmoved, and for all I know, full of shit. Kyor, hold them, I shout. The buzz of static rumbles through the ground, and their yelps of surprise confirm Kyor has indeed pinned them in place. I lunge towards them. Stop this, I snarl. She can't be saved now, one of them says. The sand thrall has her. Up close, the layers of skins they wear look impossibly thick, stitched with bone and sinew. Killing them with my dagger would be slow, and Kaz doesn't have time to spare. I will give you one chance, I spit. Reverse this now. The left figure tilts her skull head. You have an impressive blade. And I will use it on you, I snap. Give it to us, she whispers. Give us the dagger, then perhaps your friend may yet live.
You said she couldn't be saved.
Reuben glares, stepping beside me. Kyor flanks my other side, blade raised. Perhaps we were wrong, the Quiet One murmurs. Give us the knife and we will try.
Rose.
Kyor warns, voice tight.
That blade is magical. We've seen what it can do. You don't know what it will cost to give it up. And she's almost...
I don't look at him. I look at Kaz, whose eyes, the only part left above the ground, flick wildly towards me. White, red, white. Terror, pain, pleading. She isn't gone, not yet. Dina said there were 2 more daggers, so there will be other chances to learn the truth of my mom's heritage. But Kaz will have no second chance. It's hard to let go, yet I press the weapon into the Quiet One's gloved hand all the same. If you don't save her, I swear by all the gods, you won't live to see morning, I snarl. She bows her head. Then we should hurry. Kyor releases them, and the 2 fox-headed figures sprint the short distance to the heaving mass of roots. They kneel, and one of them rips off their gloves and lays their palms against the writhing earth, while the taller of the 2 lifts the dagger in a slow ceremonial gesture. Then, with a move so fast it takes me by surprise, they drive the blade downwards, slamming it into the sand thrall's writhing roots. The sound that rips through the forest is unholy, and all the hair on my neck stands on end. There's a crack, like splitting bone, and an unearthly, impossible scream, as though it is ripped from stone. The force throws me to my knees. Our horses rear and shriek. Elska growls and snaps to keep the equines close, but they panic all the same. And for a moment, the roots seize. Every tendril gripping Kaz freezes, trembling as though stunned.
It stopped!
Benny gasps. Only for a moment, the Quiet One warns. The sand thrall is vicious and deadly. A single blade will not end it. We must dig your friend up before it recovers itself, quickly. The fox beings begin scrabbling at the earth with their hands while Benny and Locke run forward, throwing themselves to the ground to help their fellow Eastern Islander. This horrifying interlude, having energized Locke enough to finally rouse him from his lethargic coma. But I have a better idea than panic digging her up. Everyone get back, I order. But they do not move. Get back, I repeat impatiently.
No!
Kyor roars, and they fall back, scrambling away from the twisted tree. The sand thrall pushed me out when I tried to command it. Now, with the blade driven into its heartwood and its focus shattered, I feel a tiny fracture, the faintest gap in its will. A tiny opening, a weakness.
Rose.
Kyor begins. But I'm already moving. I slam my palms into the dirt, fingers digging into moss and soil. I reach for the plants the way I always do, but this time it's like grabbing the tail of a beast made of thorns. Luckily for Kaz, I'm also made of thorns. Magic surges up my arms, wild and furious, like a contained storm trapped beneath my skin. Let her go, I roar, and I shove my will into the sand thrall. It's a battle of 2 magics I didn't even know existed. Mine, with all its heritage that I haven't even begun to grasp, and the sand thrall's, whatever the fuck it is. It pushes back, slick and dark as it tries to claim me, tries to take hold of my being and manipulate me like I'm nothing more than a sprig of mint. But I am so much more than that. I'm the fucking gifted, and I'm not afraid to show it. I wrench myself free of the tendrils of its power that still threaten to hold me and expel everything I have into it. The roots writhe in agony, and for a heartbeat longer, they try to resist, and then they crack, and they're mine. I wrench my hands upward, and the roots obey. They tear open like great jaws forced apart. Coils snap, binds withdraw. The entire mass recoils violently from Kaz, as though burned. And Kaz? She shoots free of the earth as if the dirt itself spits her out. Benny dives and catches her before she hits the ground.
Kaz!
Kaz, you're all right. I've got you.
Benny reassures her, voice breaking. But for a moment there is nothing. Nothing but silence emanating from her frozen frame. Was I too late? I can't bear it, I can't. No, no, I whisper as I crumple to my knees. The echo of the darkness that tried to take me is weakening my limbs, but I don't care about myself, not right now. My eyes are still fixed on Kaz. She can't be. She can't. As I struggle to move, a choked, ragged sound cracks from Kaz. Then another and another as she gasps for air. Thank fuck! I drop my head between my knees, unable to move as relief and exhaustion claim me.
She's okay.
Benny sobs out.
She's going to be okay.
I try to smile, but find I can't so much as lift my head. Instead, I remain on the ground, limbs trembling as the quiet ones withdraw the blade from the roots. Sap, thick and dark as old blood, hisses where the metal leaves the wound. The sand thrall will remember this, one of the quiet ones says with worry, glancing at the other. Kyor steps forward, sword raised menacingly.
Give back the dagger.
But the fox-headed creature simply lifts her chin, her face unreadable behind the skull mask. We returned what mattered. She gestures to Kaz. The roots behind her shudder, slowly beginning to twitch again. We suggest you leave the area, the other says, before it finishes waking. They're right. There's no way I can do that again. Fight whatever the fuck that was? I can still feel the way its magic tried to take hold of me, and I'm not naive enough to think I've got out of this unscathed. Still struggling to find strength in my legs, I crawl to Kaz and touch her dirt-streaked cheek. Her eyes flutter open. Rose? My vision blurs with tears. I've got you, I whisper. I've got you. And this time it's the truth. I reach my hand down to take hers, only for my entire chest to seize with pain. Ah! I scream out as a burning agony tears through me. Rose! Something has a hold of me from the inside, as if it is pulling at my very being, drawing on me the way I draw on my magic. A whip-crack of agony lashes up both my arms. My breath punches out of me, and something races beneath my skin like 1,000 barbed roots trying to tear free. The sand thrall. That's the only thing it can be. Its magic is still within me. Not a shadow, a shard. I didn't push it from me, not entirely. I scramble backward, trying to get away from it, but there is no getting away. As I look down, I see the dark spider veins weaving across my forearms, pulsing with green-white light. My fingertips feel numb, hollow, as if something enormous has just flowed through me and is still looking for a way back out. Kyor is suddenly at my side, dropping to his knees.
Rose. Rose, look at me.
I can't. I try to speak, but my tongue feels thick. The world tilts. I need to get it out of me, but I'm losing control. I can feel it. Like the mint that I grow and shrink at will, or the leaves that flourish at my command, this shard wants to claim me for its own. Don't! I choke out, not even sure who I'm speaking to, as the sound of my voice is swallowed by the magic that roars in my ear. Wild, ancient, an echo of the obscene hunger. Of hatred. Hatred for me? I feel roots growing beneath my ribs, curling around my heart and claiming it as their own, pulling me away from everything and everyone I love. Kay's and William's faces flash in front of my mind, as if they are the last images I'm ever going to see. I will not lose them. No! I scream the words in my mind. You can't take me! You can't take any one of us! A whirl of magic snarls again at my heart, but I push it away with everything I have. I push until I have nothing left. Kyor grabs my face in both hands, forcing my gaze to his.
Stay with me, Thorn. Breathe. Just breathe.
But I don't think I can. The forest tilts sideways. His voice warps, distant, panicked, and breaking in ways Kyor's voice has never broken.
Rose!
My vision tunnels. The last thing I feel is Kyor hauling me against his chest, the tremor in his arms betraying more fear than he'd ever admit to feeling. He loves me. He truly does. And I'll never hear it in his voice again. Never find a way to save my brother. Never hear my little niece or nephew's first laugh. The thought strikes some untaken part of me. I'll never get to meet the child I was supposed to help guide in this world. never see my sister become the mother she was always destined to be. No, that's not something I can accept. With my last ounce of strength, I draw on the place that the darkness hasn't yet claimed and force it to grow. Grow enough to push the roots out of me, out from my magic, my soul. You can't have me, I whisper, as the world turns black. Chapter 30. When I come to, I'm pillowed by something so soft, and I'm sure I must be back in the high hold. I turn and bury myself into it, nuzzling into the soft fur of my new warm cushion, only vaguely aware of the earthy aroma that emanates from it. Yet as I shuffle deep, the rumble of a growl vibrates against my cheek. My eyes flare open. Great Mother! A yelp escapes me as I realize I'm nestled into Elska like her cub, utterly surrounded by her heat and warmth.
Rose!
Whether he was alerted to my awakening by my noise or by Elska, I don't know. But Kyor is at my side within a heartbeat. Though for a split second, I struggle to believe it's him I'm looking at. Exhaustion is in every line of his body, from the sallowness of his cheeks to the gray bags beneath his eyes, and he has more than a 2 o'clock stubble gracing his usually clean-shaven jaw.
I've got you. It's okay.
He helps me sit up, but my head swims. I don't feel so good, I admit.
You've been out a whole day.
Kyor confirms, trying to keep his voice even, like he hasn't been worried out of his mind for me. Kaz? I ask. I'm all right. She calls over from where she's sitting by the fire with Benny. Next to her, I blink, just to make sure I'm not imagining it, are the two quiet ones. When I'm certain my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, my gaze moves past them to the rest of the group. Locke, who is sleeping, and Reuben, who is pacing nearby. All of them are here. All of them are safe. Thank fuck. As my head starts to steady, Kaz comes over with a plate of food in her hands. You probably need to eat and drink some. Thessa made you a broth, but we couldn't manage to get you to drink much of it. Thessa? I ask. The taller of the two quiet ones raises her hand. And this is Stide, she introduces, pointing to her companion. Thessa has my blade at her hip, and the wrongness of that sets my teeth on edge. The dagger is mine, my inheritance, my last connection to my mother. There is no way Thessa is keeping it, but it's not like I'm in any state to get it off her. I can't even think normally, let alone consider wresting the blade from her. Right. Thank you for helping us with the sand thrall. Thessa nods. It was the right thing to do. I study the two women now that I have a little more time to take them in. And there's a lot to take in. The hoods of their cloaks are full foxes' heads that drape down their backs, allowing only a glimpse of their hair beneath. Hair so bright, so absent of tone, that I've only seen the color on a few people before, including myself and Kay. Have they been stripped of their magic? Is that why it's that color? Their eyes, too, are unusual, a pale yellow citrine hue that seems to glow in the darkness. I've seen them before, I realize with a start. In a vision, where they were dancing. Or fighting, I wasn't quite sure which. The fox people. As my eyes scan down their bodies, noting the dark tabards they wear, the spears they carry, my gaze once again lingers on the dagger Thessa still has. My mother's blade. My blade. I grimace. I can't let it go. And while I don't have it in me to fight for it, I don't need to. Besides, it's not like they played fair in getting it from me in the first place. Sorry, ladies, about that dagger. Perhaps it's foolish to reach for my magic so soon after what was surely magical exhaustion, but I can't help myself. The blade is mine. Thankfully, the magic comes instantly as I summon the vines from a nearby bush and send them outwards. I don't even give the woman enough time to draw breath. The vines snap up around Thessa's wrists, strong enough to squeeze the muscles to the point of pain. And yet she still reaches for the dagger at her side, grabbing the hilt and pulling the blade with her gloved hand. Panic crosses Stide's face as she darts to help her friend, but I send another surge of plant life tangling up her legs too, locking her in place. It is, I admit to myself, a little too reminiscent of the sand thrall itself, but needs must. You have to understand, it's got sentimental meaning, I say, finally feeling some strength returning. To give Thessa her due, she doesn't let go of the dagger easily, and her fingers are turning blue when Kaz walks forward and pulls the hilt out of her grasp with a muttered, "Sorry," although Kaz has barely taken hold of it when she drops it again. "Fuck, that's hot!" Stide sneers. "Why do you think Thessa is wearing gloves?" Rather than responding to the quiet one, Kaz kneels and wraps fabric from her shirt around the hilt and brings it over to me. Only when it's firmly in my grasp do I loosen the vines on the pair of quiet ones. "It's not hot to your touch?" Kaz stares, her scholarly fascination taking control. Apparently not. I remember now Kay calling it hot, and Reuben too. I dismissed their comments for one reason or another, but now I accept the truth. "No," I confirm. "It belongs to me." Stide's yellow eyes flash with fury, and I ready myself for whatever magic they're going to hurl my way, but nothing comes. Nothing but a hiss of rage. "You lied," she spits. "You lied to us. You said we could have the blade." "And you did. I gave it to you," I reply equably. "You had it for a whole day, apparently, but I didn't say you could keep it. Be more specific in your bargaining next time." As her jaw locks, I feel the most minuscule flicker of guilt. "I am sorry," I say honestly, "but this dagger is not something I'd trade. It's mine. My family's." Their nostrils flare, but they don't attempt to take it back. They're not stupid. There are 6 of us and a direwolf against their 2. They would have to have some pretty spectacular magic to take us all on and win, and judging by our matching hair color, I'm not convinced they have any. Then again, they knew about the sand thrall's presence, not to mention how to subdue it with the dagger. Someone might make the same erroneous deduction about me and the color of my hair, so I've no intention of letting my guard down just yet. "Now," I say, sheathing the blade back where it belongs, "I'm sure you're going to have to repeat yourselves for my benefit. But who or what the hell are the quiet ones, and what the fuck happened to Kaz, and why did the blade do that?" "That's a lot of questions," Stide says snidely. "Why would you expect us to answer, let alone answer truthfully? You tricked us." "And you tried to bargain with me while our friend was dying," I fire back. "I hardly think you can take the moral high ground right now, do you?" Stide sniffs in response, but Thessa stays silent. Morality matters to her, and she feels bad about their actions. That's good to know. "You're being foolish," Stide continues. "You should run while you have the chance. Any moment now, our vast numbers will be upon you." "She's lying," Kaz says with quiet confidence. Thessa's eyes widen. "You're a diviner of truth?" She looks at Kaz with renewed wonder. "What a blessing." "It's actually somewhat of a curse," Kaz sighs. "People lie, a lot, like Stide just did."
Lies!
Locke shrieks abruptly in agreement. His body jerks, eyes wide.
The quiet ones are lonely. So few quiet ones. So lonely. So little magic, so empty.
Even beneath the fox mask, I catch their scowls. "So we're not quite as outnumbered as you want us to believe," I say mildly. "With that in mind, I'll ask you one more time. Who are you? What do you want with us?" "We have questions of our own," Thessa replies primly. "You answer ours, we'll answer yours."
What was that thing?
Benny asks.
The tree. You've been giving us vague half-answers all day. What was it?
Thessa's mouth tightens. "Tell us first where you got that blade from. One such as you should not have it." "And why is that?" I ask, interest piqued. What do they know of the weapon at my hip? "It is the gods' gift, for the Vind, the gods' chosen children." The Vind? I've never even heard of such a people. Then again, I hadn't heard of the quiet ones before either. Maybe the Vind is their name for themselves? A gift from the gods, eh? That's interesting. Because I happen to have been gifted by the goddess Edda herself in the recent Retterheld, so it's no wonder the dagger is mine. My voice sounds confident, which truthfully is not how I'm feeling. The knife being left in my family's possession predates me becoming the gifted by decades. Which means what? That they had somehow decided I would be gifted before I was even conceived? The very thought of it makes my spine crawl. Nobody likes to think of their actions as being predestined, predetermined. We each make our own choices in life. Don't we? Who are you? I press. Thessa frowns. You already have our names. Who we are is more than the sounds by which we are known, I say impatiently. Where are you from, and what magic do you possess? There are other quiet ones, so where are they? I don't know, Thessa replies. We have to spread ourselves thin, trying to delay his return. His return? Whose? It's my turn to frown, and I look to Benny and Kaz. Is it true what she says? That she doesn't know where the rest of their people are? Benny presses his lips together.
I'm not sure.
He looks her over again.
She's afraid of something.
Wanting a more definite answer, I turn to Kaz. But she's not looking at me. Instead, she's staring at the women. Kaz? I ask gently. She twists around to face me, her cheeks pale. The Sanning, she whispers, her voice cracked and raw. Stide and Thessa stiffen visibly at the word, and Kaz's hand shakes as she lifts it to cover her mouth in disbelief. The Sanning, she says again as her eyes drift back to the women. That was who Rohan had me writing about. I knew he believed what he was saying, but... She cuts herself off. I frown, recalling Rohan's numerous ramblings, but it was all absurd nonsense. Was it not? Kaz, I say again, who were the Sanning? This time I actually get her full attention. She takes a step toward me. According to Rohan, to his stories, they're the fourth people of the gods. Isin, Teralian, Marathgian, and Sanning.
Impossible.
Benny pipes up.
I've read every book in the Eastern Isles library. There was no mention of a fourth people.
No, because the gods wanted to hide what had been done. At least that's what Rohan told me. Kaz adds quickly. What he believed. The Sanning's magic was stripped. Stripped, I say, my eyes falling again on the quiet one's bright white hair. By whom? By Do not say his name, Stide shrieks. Do not speak his name in these woods. Her voice holds the menace of an attack, but neither makes an aggressive move. And now, I know for certain why they haven't used magic to get the blade back. They don't have any. Kaz falls silent at Stide's panicked order. But there's no need for us to complete the god's name. There is only one who starts with that letter. Sanrot, god of the land and sea. He's the only god for whom there is no temple in Rohelm. But that's because every inch of the sea and land is considered sacred to him. He can be worshipped anywhere. No temple needed. As a contemplative silence settles over the group, a shriek somewhere in the distance wails through the night, making the horses stir and snort.
Rottings.
Locke suddenly starts muttering as he rocks on the balls of his feet. His eyes are wide and scared.
The rotting ones are awake, and they are ready.
Ready? To do what? A second cry echoes from deeper in the forest. An animal sound, guttural. A chill runs down my spine. There is something terrifying about that sound, and every instinct in me stands up and tells me to run. Elska clearly feels the same. She leaps to her feet and responds to the wail with a low, rumbling growl of her own as she looks to Kyor. His expression is grim.